Hey, Nakanga.
What up, cuz?
What's up, man?
What you got?
Chilling, man. Another day. Let me see. Man makes God. Prove me wrong. How can the creation create create a creator? How
The
does that work?
evidence, the evidence that we have is that man is the creator of God because God is just an idea. That's the evidence. We have evidence for that. But we don't have evidence that God creates man. If somebody created man, we don't yet know who that person was. But as far as who God is a product of man's imagination. There's no argument there. There's no need to fight. It's just the truth. Unless you want to be in your feelings, then you can be in your feelings all you want to. But what you say God is a combination of the thoughts in your mind that you've imagined, influenced by your environment and whatever religious system in which you were brought up or exposed to. It's really not the same in any two people's heads. Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Tap the screen, tap the screen.
So if we take away all religions and all we had was our four senses, right, our physical senses and our rational mind, how will we know that? Will we still know that there's a creator?
Nah, I think that we can really begin to speculate a lot about the human body when we understand 100% how it works in every way. We have already demonstrated that we have the ability to gain some knowledge on that field of study. So as a human species, we just need to persist. It might not be in our generation, but if we do our part, then future generations will know the exact truth.
So since human beings have been
Tap
on
the
this
screen,
earth,
tap the screen, tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to 10,000 likes. Come on. Boom, boom,
since
boom, boom,
human,
boom, 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 boom. Go ahead.
I'm tapping the screen too, brother. Since
No
human
problem.
beings since human beings have been on this earth, you mean it? And if we take away all religion, we haven't figured out a way. We don't think that there's something beyond us. We just
We have no reason to think that there's anything beyond us. If at very best something equal to us or something that might have something different from what we have technologically. Thank you for the galaxy, Brother Black.
okay, okay.
So listen. You have to think about anything which is not human that has our level of intelligence as aliens, okay? So if aliens come, they're either going to have lesser technology than us or they're going to have greater technology than us. And it could literally be light years in advance in terms of technology, just a different life form. It doesn't necessarily have to be benevolent or malevolent. And depending on how high its intelligence is, it could be predatory in nature, just like we are predatory towards animals. And we, as human beings, the more we get to know ourselves, the more our instincts kick in at the logical level as
So
to what that problem is. Because we need to protect ourselves rather than try to use any religious narrative to associate with any extraterrestrial beings. Nah. If
I
Jesus
get
pulls
that.
up, if Jesus comes, he's going to have to book an audience with the leaders of our world. He ain't just going to pull up and come and interrupt our shit like that and we just let it be. Nah.
Yeah. I'm trying to not use religion. I'm just trying to look at it through rationality and our physical senses. So I just want to get your point. So are you saying that if we don't have no creator, that means, are you saying we have always self-existed?
No, I'm saying that we could have come into being some other way. There's many
How?
ways.
How?
There's many possibilities. Like we could literally be a hybrid, right? So if there's a different civilization, they could have come to this world. Animals could be way more indigenous to this world, and they use some form of technology to upgrade us. We could literally be a quarantine group of humans, quarantined from a human civilization which has already progressed beyond our imagination. And our species of humans are just, a remnant of what was not good enough to be part of that, especially if there's life on other planets. It could literally also be evolution, exactly the way they told us. Or it could be some very advanced civilization that is not necessarily human, but it's not even a life form that we can understand because it's so much advanced that made us. But for sure, not some almighty being, all-powerful being that you imagined in your head and then gave it shape and form using poetry. Nah.
No,
And the reality is that when we actually get to know, we will know indeed and in fact. There will be no room for doubt. There will be no need for faith. It will be evident beyond shadow of doubt.
No, no, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Well, for me, I pose three questions. Either we came from something, we came from nothing, or we always self existed.
As a species, we know that we're not necessarily, we can't say we came from anywhere because it's not like a common process, right? As much as it's a transformative process. So we are something which is changing its form as time passes by, but in very huge increments that a single one of us don't have the ability to sit down and compute it.
So if we
So,
don't have,
what we are, like I said, we are something which is changing its form throughout time, ever so slowly, like the slow moving hand of the clock.
does that some so that if we're changing throughout time, is there an origin to our existence?
That's where the origins is shrouded in mystery, and there's an infinite amount of possibilities, including possibilities beyond our imagination. That's the best
So
conclusion that we can come to logically. Everything else, it's really gonna be a subjective thing because that's something that if we don't know it objectively, everything else is just a good guess.
so pretty much is all fake. We might just come from like a possibility of fairy tales, pretty much.
Fairy tales is our ways of trying to touch what we don't know, so we imagine a replacement, right?
So, like based on what you said earlier about the thousands of possibilities, we could all speculate, and it's just our imagine. It's just
Yeah,
our
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, we can all speculate. Literally, every religion is okay. They can just make shit up if they want to, as long as they
no,
know they're
no, no,
making it up. You know, the
no.
problem is that these religions trying to pretend like they didn't make it up by
Yeah.
claiming revelation and special relationship that only them could have, and then the rest of us got to follow them.
Yeah. No, no, yeah, like again, I'm not trying to bring the Bible or the religion. I'm just trying to focus. If there was no religion and all we had was our physical senses and our rational
There will
line of
always
thinking.
be there will always be
No, listen, listen,
the
just hear me out.
ritualistic aspect of religion. There will always be that. Human beings always celebrate something and exaggerate it. Like people who don't believe in God, they
So
just
what
take
does that come? Where does that come from, though? Is that innate in us, or where does
yes.
that? Why do we do that?
That's innate. It's actually almost intuitive or instinctive. You know, it's just due to our build up and the way our five senses give us information and the way we react to the world around us. Our curiosity and sometimes it could be our laziness. We are motivated by many aspects of our personalities as far as what we like and what we don't like.
So let me ask you a question: are we evolving to a high level of thinking, or are we
Yes.
evolving worse? Or are
Yes.
we evolving? Like
Yes.
how can you gauge how we're evolving? How do you gauge
Okay.
that?
Okay. So it's like the growth of a child. Okay. I think that the way that living things reproduce gives us a very accelerated view of a process which is happening in a massive scale. Okay. When the sperm and the egg, how long does it take the sperm to reach the egg? How long does it take for the egg to be fertilized? How long does it take for it to become an embryo? How long does it take for the embryo to be a fully developed baby that's ready to come out? How long after the baby comes does he learn to use his five senses? Okay, how long does it take him after using his five senses to make use of that information he gains through his five senses? Now, how long does it take for
So
a baby human being to reach full maturity where his body stops growing? So we can see that even if evolution is real, it slows down as time passes. So it takes longer for
so,
things to
so,
change.
ba-
No, no, no,
so
hold on, let
based
me
on
finish.
this,
Let me
go
finish. Let me finish. I promise. So
ahead. Go ahead.
so one of the benefits of the way we are changing is that the more information we amass, the more we are able to make use of our bodies and even accelerate that process if we actually get to realize that that's what's happening. So we've reached at the point in human civilization where artificial evolution is real. That's why we have antiviruses. We're literally changing ourselves at the genetic level to fight away diseases that will probably be wiping out half of us. You know, so we're accelerating the process of change. Babies are being born with like just better genes in terms. I mean, look at all these NBA players. It's called eugenics, bro. It's called eugenics. That's artificial evolution.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but I guess my thing I was talking as far as us as a society. Are we getting better as not technology wise, not knowledge wise, but as a society wise? Are we getting better? Are
The
humans able to
idea,
how do
the
we
I,
how do you gauge that evolution? How do you gauge that? Where are we? What stage are we in?
like I said, we're at a stage where our physical changes are slower. Let me tell you what's happening right now, the stage that we are right now. We're at the stage where there's so much interbreeding happening. A new species of human being is formed, which is not necessarily going to be a black person or a white person the way we know it, or a Chinese person the way we know it. 2,000 years from now, the world will be so intermixed. You're not gonna find someone that's 100% African the way you can think of it as African, unless you have specific groups that make sure that they keep that line pure, right? The world's intermixing. Look at Hispanic people. They tell you that when the Spanish came, they mixed with the Indians and then the blacks, and then over time you see how a new type of human being is forming. And there's benefits to that also at the genetic level, bro. Because you mix with an African person that has this immunity to malaria, all this disease, and your dad is Caucasian, your mother is African, you gain the benefits of whatever those two genetic pools have to offer. That's better, slowly, evolution, right? Changing. Now, as far as physical changes, it's much, much slower as far as what we can see with our eyes, because the changes happen at the cellular level. Hence, I said to you that we can accelerate that process artificially through eugenics by understanding the buildup of the body.
So my question is this a nature thing, or we're causing our own evolution?
No, it's happening naturally outside of us. So when I say artificial, I mean that we see this natural process and then we interrupt the natural flow of things, following the same pattern that nature has established, but try to accelerate it so we can get results.
So you said nature has established. Did we establish nature? Because you said we always.
No, I said I said established by nature. What I mean by when we observe nature, we come to logical conclusions based on what we observe, right? We see, and then we take that logic and we accelerate our evolution, and we actually take control of it, honestly, because that's how our brains work. Our ultimate goal is to reach to the point where there's just no disease that can kill a human being. We'll even get to the point where we will want to be impervious to certain types of impact, right? A man should be able to jump off an airplane from 10,000 feet without squashing himself, right? Like, how can we change our genetics to where we acquire that?
Well, if a man, that's going against the laws of physics. I mean, yeah, so...
That's what I said to you. Listen. It's not going against the laws of physics and shit, bro. We make planes fly. We make like big ass steel boats float on water.
Human beings. I'm not talking about what we create as human beings. Of course, if we could create stuff that could go against the laws of nature.
Yes, but the things we create are an extension of our minds and our creativity. It's us. That's us. That's us. That's our stuff. That's our superpower. We can do it. It's not something you look down on. You cannot underestimate human beings' ability to get what they want using their minds and their skill set. So we defy the laws of physics. The laws of physics don't intimidate us. If we have enough time to analyze, we can defy any laws. Our ability to think is quite amazing. It's so amazing. We can make up entire realities in our heads that don't really exist in the real world and pretend like it's real. That's why you have Muslims, Christians, Buddhists, all these type of people. That's why I said, listen, bro, that's why I said in the beginning, man makes God. The mystery is not who God is. The mystery is who man is. They got you redirected in the wrong direction. God, we know what God is. God is an imaginary character made up by man due to his inability to trace his origins. So he just made up some shit and they all make it. They make different stuff up and they run with it. Meanwhile, the truth is that man doesn't even know what man is. The average believer has no clue on the biology of the human body.
Yo, you crazy.
Yeah, if you don't even understand the biology of the human body, you think you're gonna understand a supernatural being, bro? You start in any inquisition where you go out
discovering who we are.
Yes, we're still in that stage. We're still in that stage, and this is a multi-generational process. So people 5,000 years ago, compared to us, might literally be a drop in the ocean compared to how long human beings have to go before they even begin to come really close to pinpointing the exact nature of what we are in order to replicate it. And it manifests itself through reverse engineering. We're using machines.
Let me ask you a question.
We're using technology to play with it, bro. We're using technology to play and understand certain things. That's how we develop things like AI.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So my question is, how do we know we're going to get to, what if we never get to that point of discovering our full potential? Then what would be the whole purpose of our existence?
No. It's impossible that we don't get to that point. We have 8 billion of our minds, each with an immeasurable amount of potential. And as long as we diversify passion and allow people to run within a humane and kind way to where you're not really exploiting other human beings, which unfortunately exploitation always happens in the field of discovery, you know.
So how do we if exploitation always happened, then can you really say that we've really evolved as a species, or we
Yes,
just at
yes,
a lower level?
because our hostility
Just
towards each other has nothing to do with our evolution. We still need food to survive.
I know, no, but just because I can make a high of the most amazing plane, that don't mean I've evolved as a human being. I just means I created something.
Yeah, but something you couldn't
Because
do
because I
before.
because I can still hate my brother and murder my sister. How do
Yeah,
you deal
there's
with this
nothing
part?
that has nothing to do with evolution.
Yeah, but so are you talking about micro evolution or macro? Like what is because it's two.
Even at every level, it has nothing to do with evolution. What you think is that you have a sense of right and wrong that you're trying to use to gauge this thing. It doesn't matter who's killing who. At the end of the day, as long as the species survives, that's really how nature doesn't discriminate. And the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter how many gorillas died yesterday or how many human beings died yesterday or how many goats. As long as there's some gorillas here today, some human beings here today, then gorillas can say they survived a day. Humans can say they survived a day. As far as what's right and wrong, bro, that's it. That's exclusive to that ignorant part of us that doesn't understand the depths of what our world is.
Okay, so we all have that. So you're saying right or wrong is the ignorant part of all human being.
Yes, because you don't realize that it's subjective. If you don't realize that it's subjective, so you should never go into a situation expecting that what you think is right is what's going to happen. You're just delusional or using it to gauge the situation. You should go into every situation expecting chaos. If you find order there, good. You ally yourself with it. If there's no order, then you seek to put order. And that's how you tame your environment and you are able to maybe find safety. But should you not find safety and you perish, nothing lost. You're part of an ecosystem, right? As long as the species survives. That's literally it. Now, in terms of how we treat each other, in terms of how we would want to treat each other, we have this inherent need to create these standards of right and wrong, which work.
Where does that come from?
It comes from our instincts and our fear of hostility. So as we go through life, we build experiences, and from them we learn what not to do and what to do in order to get allies. So we formulate a mindset around that need for survival.
Was it innate in us or is it developed?
It's instinctive. So yes, it's part of our genetic buildup. Animals have it too.
So now that genetic buildup was that created or did it come? Where did that come from? That genetic buildup has it always self-existed? Is it something that we can
No,
tangibly touch?
the genetic
What?
buildup is not something that you need to be questioning. It's part of that question
Why?
of no. Listen. I'll show you how, because we've already answered that question. Asking the question a million times wouldn't make the answer pop out of the sky, bro. We don't know exactly everything about a human being. What we do know is that based on our DNA and our genetics, we are animals, just like these other animals, and we have these instinctive tendencies to not like hostility and pain. So as we go through life, we learn through our experiences and we accumulate information through our generations. And that accumulated information gives us a gauge, a scope through which we can establish right and wrong in our different groups, communities, villages, towns, cities, nations, right? And hopefully one day, whole world, we have a global sense of morality. Right now it's divided into different
Also,
sections.
also, you say our morality is pretty much subjective. It's not really. There's no objective
Listen,
morality.
bro, it might be good for me to sleep with your wife, but it ain't gonna be good for you, bro.
Banga.
That's all I'm telling you.
Okay.
Listen, yeah, can we really, is there any way to twist that reality? Don't we all know that?
So okay. So
Literally, my sense of morality could literally tell me that any woman that's down for it, let's go. And I just don't care about who she's with or anything like that. Your sense of morality should be like, nah, people should stay loyal and you shouldn't sleep with someone's wife. And then guess what? If I come sleep with your wife or you come sleep with my wife, there ain't gonna be no happiness there.
then
Because
what's the point? So pretty. If then why do humans fear consequences? Let just them do what they want to do.
yeah,
Why do we fear
well, no,
consequences?
listen. That's why I said, bro, just like you and I could have different sense of right and wrong on this issue, the issue of where do we want our children to live, that could be something that you and I can unite on. We'll be like, damn, man, I like this area right here. But there's not too much hostility here, no armed robbers. You know what, bro? You got 18 kids and 5 wives. I got 50 kids. We've got 10 wives. You know what? If we live here and we make allies, we can build a fence around our property and mark it out and protect it. And then How are you and I gonna live with each other? I believe that it's okay to sleep with your wife. You don't think it's okay. But we still need to live together. So how do we compromise? We come and sit down together, we bring all the children, bring all the families, and we agree that anybody caught sleeping with somebody's wife will be hung, regardless of who you are. Can we all agree on that? Fine. That becomes the law, that becomes our morality.
Thank you. What you just did was create a religion then.
A culture.
Yeah.
A culture. Listen. It's not a religion is multiple rituals. Religion involves rituals and many things, much more than just a sense of right and wrong. This sense of right and wrong is not exclusive to religion. What religious people have done is that they've hijacked morality, okay? They make it seem as if there's no morality outside of religion, which is just nonsense. Like, you have to just be uneducated and just blind and biased or something to think that morality is literally a code of conduct. How do you conduct yourself? And a person is going to conduct themselves based on the accumulated amount of knowledge that they've possessed throughout their life, the lessons they've learned through their experiences, and stories that they heard from other people. Now, if you grow up in a Christian environment, of course, you're going to get Christian people telling you their stories, their beliefs. That will shape your perception. If you grow up around Muslim people, the same thing. If you grow up around Chinese people, the same thing. You grow around Indian people, the same thing. Around African people, the same thing. Now, guess what? When the Chinese get up and be like, you know what? The way we grow up, we don't like the way those Africans live. Let's go over there and teach them the better way. But they're not willing to learn. So guess what? We're gonna teach it to them by force, right? And by the way, let's just bring them here so they can work for us, because in the process of working for us, we can teach them. Yeah, somebody did that to somebody when their morality, they had a moral superiority complex. I'll put it that way. That's why it's many Europeans who honestly could easily have been decent human beings lived in a generation with a perverted morality. So they didn't actually think it was wrong. Like, it's not like they thought it was wrong, then they still didn't know. They didn't actually think it was wrong to enslave black people. Many of them, it was normal. They were justified. Their religion backed it up. Their belief backed it up. Their parents, everyone around them backed it up. So much that when they told them to stop, they were willing to take up arms and go to war. It's not because they were bad people, bro. The Confederates were not bad people. They were just living in a generation or an environment with a perverted morality. So their code of conduct reflected their morality, which obviously was greatly influenced by their religion.
Are we living in a perverted generation right now?
The perversion comes when we inflict damage and harm to each other and use our morality to justify it, while ignoring the fact that the offense that we are punishing these people for does not merit the punishment that they're getting, right? For example, check this out. In 2024, we're much better than we were in 1724, in 1524. Yes. The reason why I'll show you how. The reason why we're much better now is that we know more about each other. So we're less to do shit to each other that we would have done back in the day.
For example, why do we still have poor kids in Africa and America and other places in the world if it's gotten better? How do you
well, because the pain shifts, right? The focal point of the pain shifts. But compared to the number by scale, it's still less. So yeah, we still have hungry kids in Africa, but there's more hungry kids in America than in Africa. Did you know that? Yeah. Did you know that? Hold on. Yeah, listen. It's environmental in nature, right? It's environmental in nature because those hungry kids, it's not necessarily man-made consequences. And some of those man-made consequences is you cannot point a finger to one person. So yes, the system is not perfect, but it's so much better. So I think you're asking questions as though I imply that it was perfect now. No, but it's like thousands of times better than it was. As a black man, if you can walk down the streets of America freely, and you don't think it's 1,000 times better, your ancestors died in vain. No doubt you believe in Jesus. No doubt you believe in Jesus, because you don't value what your ancestors did for you, bro. You don't understand what it was like to live in a land that's more than 3,000 miles wide, where everyone who sees you considers you less than human and a property. Okay? So if the descendants of those people can walk around in this America today with a semblance of freedom that their ancestors could not imagine, that's 1,000 times better. Whatever it is that we did to get there, we need to do it more and more and more and see how we can improve it. And that applies to LGBT people. That applies to how Christians treat Muslims. You saw what happened in America during 9/11. Go and ask, go and speak to our Arab American brothers. and even Indian brothers, bro, for real, and see how Christians, Americans treated them like shit, right? But it's gotten better over the years with social media platforms like Facebook, TikTok, Twitter. Now people really get to see what life is like in Muslim countries. Muslim people get to see what life is like in America. We really get to see that what's happening in Syria, what we get to see what's happening in Palestine. These Muslims, they can be victims of terror, acts of terror, just like we Americans can be.
Yeah,
So
but
we can't.
that's because that's what we label them as. Terrorists is not just set to a particular group of people.
But that is the
what I'm saying
impression
is,
that many people get because of the necessarily not good parts of today's morality. I'll put it that
would
way.
you call that ignorant though? If we decide to call one group of people terrorism and not look at the broad picture, would you call that brainwashing, or what would you call that?
Bro, that's exactly what I just said. Because there was no communication, thanks to social media, we get exposure. So the exposure gets rid of ignorance.
Well,
You
here's
know,
the thing, though. I mean, just because we can live in a country as black people and walk down the street and not get attacked, well, we're getting attacked, so we're still getting killed, we're still getting shot. So that hasn't
nah,
changed.
not at any
What
rate
is
compared to what I... Listen, bro, with all due respect, and rest in peace to every brother and sister who is a victim of systemic racism in any way, shape, or form, the amount is so minuscule. It's not enough for us to be ungrateful. It's not enough for us to be ungrateful.
Does racism still exist? Yes or no?
Racism itself necessarily doesn't exist as a thing. It's just that racism is a combination of multiple offenses, stereotypes, you know, ignorance. There's multiple things that build this system that we call racism. So it's always going to be there. In Africa, we have the exact same thing. We just call it tribalism.
Absolutely, I agree with you.
Right. So it's not a
question,
thing that you need to victimize yourself because of. Like,
no. So okay, let me take it a little further. Does hate still exist?
hate is always going to exist
Why?
because everyone's not going to like the same things.
How can we improve that? If hate-
Communication. So we have to get to the point where we can put chips in our heads that allow us to read each other's thoughts directly.
We've been doing that for thousands of years, and we're still in the same. We're still in
No,
the same.
we haven't been doing that. What are you talking about, bro? We haven't always had social media. We haven't.
No, I'm
Bro,
talking,
look.
about, I'm talking about as far as hate. I'm talking about hate. Hate. Would you say hate has always existed since we were put on? However, we came on this earth. I'm trying to figure out. If
Bro,
hate
listen,
has
bro.
always-
That's
how
the
do we
thing. That's the
overcome
thing,
that?
though. That's the thing, though, that I find so strange when you guys talk. You understand that you can't just say hate and assume that it's just one thing, right? It's a system in of itself. There's a reason why what you're calling hate is there. It's not actually 100% negative. You know what you're calling hate.
So okay, so you say hate can also be a good thing?
Do you hate a person that will essay another person?
That would what?
Will you hate a man that would force himself on a little one?
Well, according to you,
Will you?
No,
I'm asking you a question. Answer. Will you hate a man that will force himself on a little one?
I wouldn't hate him. I think it was wrong. I don't think I would hate him. But according to
Okay, so what do you think hatred is?
hatred is when I look at you and I want to kill you.
Okay, would you want to do that to a man? Hold up.
Well,
Will you want to hold up, bro? Will you want to do that to a man that forced himself on your kid?
On my kid?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so
yes, it will.
listen, like I said to you, that hate is not always negative. But because there are negative people in the world, sometimes, guess what? The good people will have to respond with that same energy. So it's a cycle of hatred. That's why it's called a cycle. We just keep recycling it. So thinking about getting rid of it is not so much more.
So my
it's not so
question
much
is,
important as thinking about keeping it controlled, under control.
So if you're saying that, that means that then you're put it there's different morality standard there. Because if we say a man that forces himself on a child is a bad thing, then we're going back to morality does have a standard there.
No, moralities can have things in common. It's like two circles. Let me show you something, bro. Okay? I'll demonstrate something to you.
I'm trying to.
Nah, you're gonna see. Don't worry, bro. It's okay. See, some of you guys went to school and learned math, and you never took that math that you learned in school and put it into practice in terms of understanding the world. So I'm gonna show you a little bit of thing that you learned in school, and you will see how morality works.
Yes, system.
This is how morality works. Person
Okay.
person A, person B, person C, person D. The morality will only be the same where they have things in common. You see that? So person B doesn't have much in common with person D. But
Okay.
person A has a lot in common morally with this person, and this person. These
Okay.
two people have the same have something in common with everybody in this group. Right? So surely but slowly, what they want to do is keep getting closer together until you can stack them up like a coin, like a stack of coins. Then
Okay.
we're trying to align our moralities. But this is how morality works. This is the Muslim, this is the Christian, this is the Buddhist, this is the Hindu, right? Kindness, pain, suffering. There's many things that they have in common that intersect. But there's some principles within Christianity you will not find in Islam. There's some
Yeah, but
principles in
I'm
Islam
trying to
that you will
figure
not
out.
find in Buddhism.
I'm trying to figure out why you keep using religions. Take away all the religions and just use human beings as
No,
and don't
I'm not gonna
don't.
take the religions because the
Why?
religions are systems. They are systems that are in the world. They are
So
real.
if you
And they
okay,
have a
but
huge impact on the world.
hold on. But here's my thing though. If you take away religion, are you saying there can't be no systems without religion?
They probably could, but not right now, because right now the religious
What?
systems are still in place and well established.
Huh?
The religious systems are very rooted, bro. Do you know how deep the roots of the Catholic Church goes, bro? They literally
I
got
mean,
an agent. They literally got an agent in every government in the world, bro. Like
I get it.
those religious systems are well established, and we have to acknowledge the political, economic, and even mental effect that they have on people and shaping people's perspective of reality. That's why people like me say the things that I say. I'm poking at that system. I'm just poking. I'm just like a tiny grain of sand poking.
So let me ask you a question. If we take so what kind of system do you envision if all religion are moved out the way? What system do you want?
It's not so much that religion will be moved out of the way as much as those coins get stacked up together until they align. So we need like so I think that rather than relying on religion as the primary, okay, rather than relying on religious narratives as the primary authority for our moral values, we should rely on our common humanity, because we can guarantee that that's the one thing that we all have in common. Every entity on this page is a circle. So if the morality of this is simply the fact that they are all circles, then they can have a lot in common. Because this guy right here, his morality doesn't touch this guy. But they still have the fact in common that they are circles. So if they should treat each other in the same way that they would like to be treated as circles, then they don't really have to intersect on some things.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
So what you just said was a law. If you treat each other like you want to be treated, we can get better. You just said a law. So
No,
that's
it's not a law. It's not a law. It's only a law to a person who is a scaredy cat who doesn't like to think. It's a principle.
okay. So what does that where does that principle come from?
It comes from our understanding of the world, from our experiences, what the lessons we've learned from our experiences.
So was that okay? It's from our experiences. Was that principle? Was that? Did we create that principle, or was that principle always outside of us?
Principles are imaginary, anyways. It doesn't have to be outside or inside of us.
Also, principles are. It's not even real.
Listen. It's a concept. These principles we learn from the lessons of the experiences that we get from the lives that we've lived throughout time. Right? Check this out. We can only learn these principles because things happen exactly the way they happened. If there were other alternatives of how things happen, maybe these principles would take a different shape or form. But it's not really something you need to stress about. Like I said, you learn principles all the time. You learn a new lesson all the time, right? No. Like if you date a girl and you thought she was faithful and then you find out she was cheating on you, you learn a lesson. You freaking learn a lesson. Nobody programmed that shit. It was literally born out of the choices that you made that led you to meeting her. And the decisions that you made in your head all contributed. There's so many contributing factors, bro.
So some things are programmed, some things are innate. That's what you're saying.
What difference does it make in the grand scheme of things? what's the main question? Like, what do you mean? What are you asking when you say something's a program, something's an innate? Why does it really matter?
I mean, it matters because to your original point, if we say because you said to your original point, you said we always just we created out. You pretty much said we created ourselves or something like that. You said, or we came from ourselves. It matters because there has to be something outside of us that put that innate principles in us, or less.
No.
Listen.
I've already described to you how we get principles, bro. Principles don't get put into people. That's not how it works. You don't put temperature into a box. It's a concept that describes a physical phenomenon, which is part of a natural process. You don't need to assume that somebody or something put it there.
But if we don't know where we came from, how can you assume that it was put in us? If you don't know where it came from, how can you assume that is a concept?
Because we made it up.
What?
Yeah, we make up principles, bro.
So the laws of nature, did we make that up too?
Our understanding of it is what we make up, yes. As long as it is consistent with our day-to-day lives, bro, then it works. For example, a hammer. We made up the idea of a hammer in our heads, and then we formulate it physically in different ways. It's like a nail. It's like a fastener. It's like glues. It's like cars. We all have different ideas of it in our head, and then as long as it matches our reality, we use mathematics to try to take those imaginary things we make up in our head and create physical representations of them. But the imaginary car in my head itself, that idea itself, is not the car. It contributes to shaping the car, but I make it up based on my experiences and my understanding of the world.
Okay, so concepts came
Concepts are imaginary, yes. It's a function of the human brain, which if you want to really go down to it, you're like, okay, yeah, why does the human brain work the way it works? We can go down to that and we can speculate, but as long as we don't know the true origins of the world, all we can do is reverse engineer. And in the process of reverse engineering the human body, the human mind, human life, we learn many lessons, and we're still learning. And there are some things that we don't know. Even if you ask the question 100 times, 100 different ways, we just don't know yet.
Okay, my last question. I know you got other people to come. I don't want to take up your live all night. So, the laws? Can you have laws without a lawgiver?
No, only human beings give laws. Real laws. Everything else that we see that is not man-made resembles what human beings call laws, but in of themselves, they're not laws.
Okay, so the laws of cause and effect, that's not man. That's
just man's made concept in order to help him understand what he thinks he's seeing or what he thinks he's experiencing. And as long as it's consistent with what he's seen, as far as him trying to work with what he's seen, then it works. Then we can say that, okay, this is man's interpretation of what that is.
Oh, so the cause and effect. Okay.
It's our interpretation of what we are observing, yes. That idea, we formed it by trying to interpret what we're observing.
So is our interpretation it's not logical.
It's logical. As long as it's logical, it will work. It might not be the whole, it might not be the entirety of what that thing is, but it still works, right? For example, let me put it this way. If I see a motorcycle and then I have the idea to make a bicycle, just like that.
Okay.
Thank you for your time, my brother. I appreciate you, okay?
All right, brother. We'll talk again, man. Take care.
Man makes God. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to 50,000 likes so I can bring out the first guest. We got to keep up with that like button. If you guys don't mind, tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Man makes God. Prove me wrong. There's another topic that I really want to dwell on today. Is the issue of virginity. So if you're really interested to talk about that, definitely come up. If you have your virginity, keep it until marriage. I think that that's a very good principle that many people don't understand why. So many of you young folks listening to me right now, if you have your virginity, don't just go with the flow. You really have a lot to gain if you can keep it till marriage, right? Now, if you've lost your virginity and you're not yet married, there are many things that you're going to lose because you didn't keep your virginity. But you can gain those things back if you follow a certain formula of transparency. Listen to me carefully, ladies and gentlemen. Sex is perhaps the most intimate form of human communication. Sex is perhaps the most intimate form of human communication especially between partners. What happens in a relationship? In a relationship, people try to know each other, right? In ancient times, when a man went to sleep with a woman, it was said that he got to know her. He got to know her. What exactly is he getting to know? He's getting to know her physical body without using words. Like intimately, symbiotically. There's an electromagnetic exchange taking place. It transcends speech and emotions even. That is the most intimate gift that a wife can give her husband. Herself, sexually. Right? Now, the experience definitely is not always the same all the time, especially if you do it for a while. Being able to reserve yourself for the one man that you say you want to spend those of you who are monogamous, right? You want to spend the rest of your life with one person. I'm going to tell you how to get into a relationship that can last the rest of your life. If you understand what I'm about to tell you right now, you will be able to secure a relationship that can last you the rest of your life. The thing with people having sex before marriage is that you really think that it doesn't have negative consequences. Listen, it's not 100% negative, but there are still certain things that you lose simply for the fact that you knew multiple people intimately. No matter how much you ignore it, it will affect the intimacy level that you would have with that one person that you want to spend the rest of your life with. A woman who waits until she marries, if she could marry a man who is a virgin, the type of sexual experience that they have is not something that people who've had multiple partners before marriage can ever understand. It's beyond your understanding. It's just like a person who has never tasted sugar cannot imagine what sweet is like. The type of intimacy that a man who is a virgin and a woman who is a virgin who get married, the type of sexual experience they have, combined with all the other intimate aspects of relationship, combined with the permanency of marriage till death sets us apart. When you trap two people in an environment like that, and they're both virgins, they have an opportunity to have a type of sexual pleasure that is beyond the imagination of someone who finds themselves in the same situation of marriage, but they've known multiple sex partners. Many people like to ignore that. I'm not saying that you are a bad person if you knew multiple partners. I'm not a virgin myself. No, I am not. But this is what you and I have to do. Those of us who are not virgins, this is what we have to do, okay? I have to explain to that one woman. If I want to spend the rest of my life with one woman, right? I have to give her accountability. I need to get to the point with my partner where I can openly be accountable for every single sexual experience I've ever had before her. If I can achieve that level of communication and intimacy and can be accepted by that woman, then I can get restitution. And mentally, we can reach levels of pleasure sexually that we've never reached before, that we couldn't reach. That means that before you marry somebody, you got to sit them down and tell them and talk about everyone they ever slept with. How many people they slept with and how many times they slept with them. If you cannot be accountable, if you cannot talk to the woman that you want to spend the rest of your life with about that truth, your relationship is doomed to fail. It's doomed to fail. You cannot achieve 100% trust. If a woman that you want to marry who's had multiple partners cannot open up to you about and be accountable, accountable, right? You are the man I want to spend the rest of my life with. And before I met you, I met other men. I could have made a decision to wait and give you this most precious gift that is biologically, because biology gives a woman that flower. It's a precious flower. And you're not the first honeybee to land on that flower. By the time you land on that flower, the nectar is sour. And she's got to explain to you why the nectar is sour and why you should accept sour nectar for the rest of your life. If you and your wife can talk about that, you and your future wife, you can achieve the level of innocence that is equivalent to two virgins getting married. If you and your future husband or future wife can openly talk about your sexual past in completeness, she's got to tell you every freaky thing she ever did. You got to tell her every freaky thing you ever did. You're the one who wanted to have sex before marriage, right? It's pleasurable, it's enjoyable, it's ecstatic. You learn a lot, you gain experience. That's true. But you become a used car. Marriage is a transaction. Your husband, you cannot sell yourself. You cannot sell. If you're a woman who's been ran through, a man who's been ran through by multiple women, you cannot sell yourself to your future wife or future husband as if you're a new car when you literally got it 200,000 miles. Like, bro, you're selling a fake product. That's why many of you get in relationships and you have children, and then you wonder why you and your partner cannot build communication that can survive difficult situations. Your virginity is a superpower if you are a young man or a young woman. It's not that you cannot live. It's not that you cannot live your life even if you lose it. But it is still something you are losing. You don't want to lose it to the wrong person. Then the right person will not have the opportunity for you to show him that type of love. Logically, it is better to stay, listen, it is more logical to stay virgin until marriage if you want to have a relationship that will last you the rest of your life. So this is not for people who don't care about having a long-lasting relationship for the rest of your life. No, this is not for you. If you don't care about wanting to spend the rest of your life with one person, if you're not going to make the vow that says, well, till death sets us apart, then no, you don't have to worry about what I'm saying. You can just keep on the rails of hoeing, you know, because that's pretty much what we all are if we've had multiple partners. You just a justified, you know, hoe. And it's sad, but it's true. You get the benefits of it. You get to enjoy that lifestyle. It's got consequences. Now, the consequences are not fatal. It won't kill you. But it will set you up for a miserable marriage. It will set you up for a miserable marriage. Listen, being accountable for all your future sexual partners to your husband or to your future wife is the equivalent of someone wanting to marry you and you already have a kid, but you don't want to tell them who the father of the kid is and how you had the kid. Nobody will marry you if you can't tell them how you got a kid, right? No matter how intimate, no matter how deep, you still need that level of transparency. Now, if anybody disagrees with me, you better come up and you better bring some facts. And you better go straight to your point too. Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Tap the screen, tap the screen. Why are we not yet at 50,000 likes? Hello?
Yo, hello?
Yes, sir. What you got?
So I wanted to ask you, how can there be like things like math or just logic in general if there isn't a God? For instance, like how can math stay so consistent throughout literally everything we've how do you say that? We've discovered so far, and it just doesn't fail. It doesn't like contradict. How can that even be possible if everything is just random chaos?
That's a fantastic question. But our science has not yet improved to where we have accurate information as to exactly why. What we do know is what it is. As to why, we can only imagine. Some people imagine it's a god. Some people imagine yin yang. Some people imagine it's a African deity called Umbongo Mbongo from the Umbongo Mbongo forest. We can all cook up something in our imagination. But unfortunately, my brother, until our science gets to the point where we understand the physics of the universe in its entirety, we might just not know.
But isn't the burden of proof on you to prove that that is just a man, like a language? When if you don't have evidence to support that it isn't my theory of there is a God more likely than yours?
I don't care how likely it is. I just care about if it's true or not. Is it true? Do you have proof that it's God?
No, but
okay, then don't worry about it. I'm not in the game of speculation. The science gives us evidence, bro, so we don't have to argue. So if you're not going to provide hardcore evidence, like I said, I'm not telling you not to imagine that it's God. But I know it's just your imagination, no matter how likely it is. Because even if it's a God, which one is it? Which God is it? See, that's a game. That's a game I don't want to play. I don't want to play that game. That's the reason why going the God route. Listen, check this out. Check this out, bro. Going the God route is a waste of time because there's no investigation involved in the God route of explaining where everything came from. It's just reading old stories. It doesn't take into consideration the progress we make throughout time. You can't just ignore the fact that we are learning more as we go.
No, you made a false assumption. I'm not religious. I'm agnostic, but I support the theory that theism might be true.
Yeah, you're just confused. It's okay. That's just a fancy way of saying you're just confused. It's okay, bro.
But how can you explain that logic and math is so consistent? Like how?
Like I said, we don't yet know. Humanity. There's no human being in this world that can answer you that question, and our science has not even reached to that level yet. But what you would have to that question is a bunch of speculation. And if you want to play the game of speculation, feel free, my brother. Feel free. Hey, don't forget to speculate about Santa Claus as well. And don't forget Thor. And don't forget Zeus. When you're speculating who's more likely, include Zeus, include Odin, include Thor, Loki. Shit, you can include Thanos if you want to.
All right. Then I wanted to ask you about the V card and marriage. Isn't that a religious concept? Isn't that like against?
No. Virginity is not a religious concept. It's a biological concept.
Keeping it until marriage isn't.
Yes, it's a biological concept.
Marriage is a biological concept. What?
Listen, bro. Let me ask you a question. Will you rather drive a brand new 2024 Lamborghini? Or will you drive a broken down, unreliable... Okay, let me not say that. Broken down, unreliable. An old, beat up, functioning, 1995 Prius.
I would like to ride multiple. Multiple new ones.
That's why you're never gonna have one car that will last you the rest of your life. You, my friend, are a certified hoe, bro. That's what you is. You practice hogamy. You know, you have monogamy, polygamy, and hogamy.
Okay.
Anyways, yeah, if that's the case, bro, that's good for you. Because listen, there's some people who have taste. Some people prefer that 1995 reliable Toyota Corolla. Let's put it that way. There's no fancy on it. It's probably a standard. You know, it gets them from point A to B. They don't really like nothing fancy. They're not really extravagant. That's not them. And they themselves are a 1775 Camaro. You know what I'm saying? When we didn't even have cars yet, they old themselves. They've been ran through. They're old and beat up. So your virginity, it's like you giving a brand new car. It's your body as a woman, as a man. It's like you giving a brand new car to the person that you want to spend the rest of your life with. If your body was a car, you're giving them a brand new product. And if the car has been used, you need to tell them the name of the previous owners. You need to discuss the previous owners in details. Listen, I work in the aircraft industry, okay, bro? You never buy an aircraft, an old aircraft or used aircraft without knowing its users. You have to look at all its maintenance records. In my industry, bro, if you touch the plane, you'll record it. We keep records for every maintenance on it, right? Now, I'm certainly sure that a woman's body is more valuable than an aircraft to her husband. And he's not accepting her just mentally, psychologically. He's accepting her physically. There needs to be a physical attraction, right? And of course, after the marriage is established, there will be penetration. And guess what? If she's slept with multiple men, Listen, every man listening to me right now, unless you're just a liar, you were born to lie, okay? You imagine in your head just how far she went in all her previous experiences. Every woman, especially if they were with an attractive man, pictures a scenario of all her husband's exes. Even if they are strong mentally to ignore it, it crosses their mind and it affects aspects of their intimacy. They're so small incidents, but they accumulate and eventually mature into divorce. Meanwhile, listen, bro, if you marry a woman who is a virgin, you're not just marrying a woman who is a virgin. You're marrying a human being who had the discipline to reject multiple men. If you marry a man who's a virgin, especially if you're in your 30s, I don't think that's even possible. Like, I want to see that to believe that. Two virgins marrying in their 30s. I want to see that shit. Listen, if you as a woman marry a man who is a virgin in his 30s, and he's good looking, he's financially stable, attractive man, and he's a virgin, you're not just marrying a virgin. You're marrying an extremely disciplined human being. All your other goals and aspirations.
No, but isn't that like extremely sad? A sad way to live. Waiting like 10 plus years just to marry. And why even marry? Doesn't why the concept of marriage involving into this?
Because the marriage structure is the most consistent way to ensure the human survival as a species. So everywhere, like, it doesn't have to be monogamous. It can be polygamous. But marriage for sure. The official union between a man and a woman, or vice versa, right, is the most logical way that human beings can ensure that they can safely multiply and guarantee that they can continue throughout time.
But isn't there like a trend that less people want to have children, and with more people like being more confident and being...
Don't worry about it. We're 8 billion. If we were to suddenly drop to like 1 billion overnight, I would be worried about that. I don't care about all those nonsense. People are fucking, bro, and people are getting married. It's just happening. Let's not worry about that. It's nothing to stress about.
Okay, but still, back to my point, like waiting like 10 years just for the right one.
That sounds like a you problem. That sounds like a you problem. You don't have that discipline. The reason why you think that it's a problem is because you're not that type of guy. You're not the guy who can start a business, bro, and grind for 10 years and lose for 10 years so you can make billions in 10 years. If I told you that you can start a business that you will never make profit for the first 10 years, that you will suffer for 10 years, but after 10 years, you're guaranteed to make trillions, would you do that business? Of course. That's what virginity is. But then, the only thing that sucks about being a virgin is if you marry someone who's not a virgin themselves, you know, you're giving them a gift that they cannot reciprocate. You're giving them an affection that's beyond words and love, you know?
Okay, then let me ask you this, okay? Let's say you had like... a strong, like, you're starting to date someone, right? And everything gets romantic, and she goes for a kiss, and she wants to get intimate, and then you have to say, oh, no, we'll wait till we marry. Not so fast. Isn't that like fucking killing the momentum? That is like the worst romantic advice ever. You have to accept that that's true.
No, that's called self-control, because guess what? There's going to be a time when you really want to do it and she's going to say no. And you also have to be able to control yourself. So yeah, being able to say no, first of all, there's nothing wrong with that. Whether you're a virgin or not, saying no is a great thing if you can do it. Whether you're the man or the woman. You don't have to indulge your sentiments and your emotions all the time. That's called being emotional. And you make stupid decisions in that state anyways.
But let's say you actually were attracted, to that woman, and you just wait till marriage through this legal process. Doesn't that like a little bit
it's all mental. It's all mental, right? It depends on how you define marriage. If you get with someone and you guys eventually you want to be husband and wife, you can talk to each other and come to that conclusion. And yes, if you sleep with that person at that point when you guys have already decided that yes, you're getting married with each other, you've made a vow in private till death sets us apart, and you want a long-lasting relationship that will last the rest of your life, and you're both virgins, you can consummate your marriage at that time. You can consummate your marriage the moment of agreement to go along with it. There's nothing wrong with that. Your bond, of course, like you said, there's a legal side to it, and there's a side to it that's not legal. You know, the two people have to agree before they even go to court. So yeah, from the moment of agreement, you can consummate. You know, technically, you've committed that you wouldn't want to be with anybody else unless you're ready to break your vow. Then you were a liar anyways. It explains the whole situation.
But what about poly people? Like,
That's
does that-
them. Poly people don't get that type of intimacy that those people get. That's why there's rich and poor people in the world, bro. Poor people are not evil and they're not bad. They don't die. They still work, but they work more for less. They work more for less than extremely rich people who sometimes they don't do as much work, but the money is coming in. They have generational wealth. Two virgins getting married have generational happiness just from the fact that they have nothing to compare this new experience. They'll truly be having a new experience. It's ecstatic. Now, you and I already had our new experience when we lost our virginities very young.
Oh, I
But
haven't lost mine.
listen. Hold up. When you lost your virginity real young, you took that precious gift and gave it to some random person that you probably don't remember. That's fine. But the thing is now, you now meet this person that you say is the love of your life. What the heck are you going to give him? Honestly, if you can't give if you can't give your virginity to the love of your life, the person that you say you want to spend the rest of your life with, what else can you give him that is that valuable?
But isn't it just a feeling? Like, it's just a pleasure.
No,
like,
it's not a feeling. It's a testament. A testament is a safe place where you can store your love, that you can store your relationship. A place where trials and tribulation will not be able to reach. It's a level of trust that is hard to achieve for people who are not virgins. Listen, bro, before you get married, right? Before you get married, you and your partner talk. And your partner tells you that her body count is 5.
okay.
Some random day, you're just going to be walking and you're just going to think, wow, she was with 5 people before she was with me. I wonder what it was like. The moment you think that thought, is fucked up already. You're fucked up already. You know?
But isn't that a very, very insecure way of thinking?
It's not an insecure way. It's the thing is that those thoughts will cross your mind as a human being anyways. Now, you might have the discipline to stand up to it and live through it, but most people don't. That's why most relationships end up in divorce. Because listen, think about it. Think about it, okay? It so happens that one of these people she slept with is still her friend.
Yeah.
And it's not just her friend, it's a co-worker.
Okay.
They're really
Her
close
boss.
at work. They're not intimate. They truly are not intimate. 100% are not intimate. They're 100% professional with each other. But those two people used to sleep together. Now, you as a man, you might be okay with it. But one night she's going to come back home late from work. And the thought will cross your mind. It starts like a little tiny seed. People who are divorced know what I'm saying is true. Before you know, you get paranoid and suspicious. And then you might not be able to prove that she did anything wrong, but those thoughts can eat you up to the point where...
But wait. Hold up. Now I want to make an objection. Let's say you are married and you are poly. Or not even poly, but you see the whole... I don't want to say the word because I get banned, but you see the whole thing as a concept of pleasure, then this crushing thought of jealousy and insecureness wouldn't even come upon you. It would just be
because
something...
you don't place that much value on it anyways. Jealousy is not always bad, bro. Jealousy is not a bad thing. Listen, jealousy is not a bad thing. Jealousy is not inherently bad. Jealousy is just like anger. It becomes toxic when in excess. When it makes you make irrational decisions. Jealousy is simply an emotion, which is neither positive nor negative. So if you are as a husband, you can't be jealous for your wife. It's not that you're insecure. It's just that she just doesn't mean that much to you. She's just another tool that you could replace at any time. Do you know, you shouldn't just be jealous for women. You should be jealous for the money you got in your bank account. You probably don't want anybody having access to that shit. Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, think about it. Will you just let anybody, any random guy or any random person just come in and out of your bank account, or like be able to just check will you let some guy in India be able to go into your bank account and check how much is in it? Just to check, you know? He doesn't steal anything, but he can just see what's in it. Of course, no. So why would your wife, something more valuable than money, not be something that you can be jealous for? You should be, any strong, real, disciplined man will have a healthy amount of jealousy.
Okay, wait. Okay, that's a good point, but I can twist this analogy to my benefit now. Let's say I provide for my wife, okay, hypothetically, and a dude comes up and wants to donate us like $50, and I say, no, I'm the only one that can make her happy. No, of course not. I would take those $50 because it would make us both happy. It's just the same with,
You can take the $50 if you're broke, but if you're not broke, you don't necessarily need another man to come and wipe your ass when you take a shit, right? It's your job to wipe your ass. Unless you're disabled, then you get somebody else to wipe your ass. Now, your wife is your private property or your private person. And if you are able to provide for her and she has no needs, why does another man need to come there and do anything? And they say, thank you, sir, respectfully, but we decline. See, there's nothing wrong with that.
I don't know. The whole concept of like marriage just seems like when you talk about it, you seem very religious.
You didn't hear what I said. I said this advice is only for people. As far as people who have lost their virginity, right? You and your partners need to talk about your previous sexual experiences, all of it. And if you guys cannot handle it, then you're not meant to be with each other. If you cannot handle the sexual secrets of your potential wife or your potential husband, you should not be in that relationship and expect it to last. Because there's going to be some storms. Storms come, bro. In every relationship, there's going to be storms. And when those storms come, you will separate. Go and find people. Go and find people who've been together for 62 years. Many of them. You know, and ask them how they overcame. How they managed to stay together. It's not just love. It's trust as well. And the person to whom you lose your virginity, if it's the person you're going to spend the rest of your life with, there is a level of trust there, which is beyond what people who are not virgins that get married can have. People, well, actually, it's not that people who are not virgins before marriage. In order for people who are virgins before marriage to get that type of trust, they have to open up about their sexual past and give accountability to their future partners. If you can't do that, then you will always be keeping a secret. Then the relationship you're building will be a relationship where you're always going to be keeping a secret. So technically, in a nutshell, if you can't tell that woman your darkest secrets, don't marry her and expect it to last the rest of your life. It's going to last for as many secrets as you're willing to tell her in order to build trust. Because when you get into a relationship, bro, you're going to bring secrets into that relationship and your partner will bring secrets into that relationship. And then while you guys are in a relationship, you're going to develop more secrets. It's by keeping each other's secrets that you build strength. And your secrets could be how you make money. It could be your business connections. It could be much more than just sexual. The sexual aspect is important though. Because the sexual aspect is usually the reason why many relationships fail. If you want to have a long-lasting relationship, listen to me right now, ladies and gentlemen. You would have to open up and be accountable to that person. If you can achieve that level of trust, you can come back and thank me later.
Yo, I think I'm
Thank you for your time, young man.
No problem. Like your content, by the way.
Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to 100,000 likes, y'all. Come on, tap the screen. Especially if you're already in your 30s. Just like if you're a woman that has multiple children and you meet a man that you want to marry and you want him to raise your children, you have to open up about who those children are and who their fathers are. Anyway. If you can't explain to your partner why you lost your virginity and why they should accept you like that, if you can't explain to that person, then you're not going to be able to have a long-time relationship with them. Not one that can last you till death sets you apart. It's going to be till divorce sets you apart. What's up, rich homie Oz?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. What you got for me? Go straight to your point.
Just a question kind of involving this topic. So 25, kind of entering the peak of my career. everybody's telling me to get married. Do you believe in prenups?
Oh, hell yeah, brother. Are you
Can you
successful?
maybe
Hold up. You say you're 25?
yeah, 25, graduated university, have a pretty good job with a pretty good career path ahead of me. So just wanting to, I'm getting pressure to get married and kind of worried about
Who
losing everything.
exactly is pressuring you? Who exactly?
Family,
Okay.
yeah.
Father, mother, grandparents.
Specifically father, because I'm the youngest and they want to retire. So they
Oh,
kind of
okay.
just want me to get married and be done with everything.
Do they have a specific preference of who they will want you to marry?
Yeah, they have
Does
recommended.
does race marry? Does race matter?
Um, all the girls they recommended, yeah, but they don't really force it, but they're pretty much just saying, hey, marry this girl
Are
within
they
my
the
race.
type of people that will accept your choice of a girl if you were to pull up with one,
No,
regardless
no,
of?
no, no.
So if you were to pull up with a Mexican, Hispanic girl who can't really speak that much English, they won't accept her.
No, no.
If you were to pull up with a black African girl, they won't accept her.
They would, because my parents are from Tanzania.
God damn, we Africans. We are so tribalistic. You don't even have to explain that to me, bro. So,
Yeah.
anyways, bro. So, are you a virgin?
No.
Are you secure enough on here to tell me your body count?
Yeah, sure.
What's your body count?
I would say like 4.
Okay, it's not that many. What kind of
Yeah.
girl are you looking for, though? Are you looking for a girl that you would you mind if your wife had like 4 or 5 times that many body counts?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
So, what's the type of body count that you would take from a woman?
Like around like 2 to 3, to be honest.
2 to 3.
Yeah.
Why? Why 2 to 3? Why not just a virgin? Since you want it low anyways, why not just a virgin?
Yeah, so preferably virgin, but I'm saying if she had like a body count, like maximum like 2 or 3, but obviously prefer a virgin. And another
Right.
issue is like I was raised in the West, I was raised in Canada, so you know, I don't know if I can really settle down with a super traditional girl, but I am open to that. But it's just conflicting different worlds. Like my parents want this type of girl, and I was raised in the West, so just figuring that out is it's kind of difficult for me right now.
Yeah. Now, if you meet a girl and you really loved her, and she met your every other requirement except she had 100% body count, would you be able to stay with her and marry her
No.
and live with her for the rest of your life? Why?
Because I feel like that's too many people have imprinted on her soul.
On her soul? We soul. We don't have no souls. That's a useless excuse. That's a lame excuse. Think of a better excuse. Why?
So
Give
you
me a
don't
more
think,
logical reason. Give me a more logical reason. And or use more accurate language. Not accurate
Okay.
language. Use better language.
okay, I think by the time you reach 100 bodies, like you lose a sense of purity to you. You know, like you lose your innocence.
Let me tell you. Let me help you understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
A woman with 100 body count carries a mental strain
Yes.
that will affect her mentally in terms of her ability to stay committed to you in
Yes,
long
yes.
term, especially if you cannot fulfill her sexual needs to the same amount of glory as
Yeah.
her best experiences. And listen, a woman with a higher body count, you're probably not going to be her best sex. And there's going to be a day and a time when she's just in the right place at the right time. If she's that sexual type of woman, because the sexual need is real. People
Yeah,
just
yeah.
ignore it, right? You just think you're going to pull out your little pee-pee and then she's going to be happy. Or you're going to bring your vacuum cleaner and he's going to be happy. Like, come on. Like,
Yeah.
that's real. Like, we can't ignore that aspect of it is real to everyone. And
Yeah,
anyone
yeah.
who's sitting in the comment section pretending like the size of your man's, rod of authority, or they're the size of your wife's vacuum cleaner, that doesn't matter. It does matter.
Yeah.
It does matter. Now, I'm not saying that you might not be able to still love her. That's what I'm saying to you. I think you're scared of the scars and the healing that she has to go through. Because
Yeah.
you don't run through 100 guys in a lifetime before you get married without carrying some type of damage mentally.
100%.
That requires therapy. That requires
Yeah.
healing. That requires counseling, right? And if you're that guy that she meets when she's still healing, you're not her forever guy. She's gonna
Yeah,
use you
yeah.
to heal. So it's you're gonna have to do more work to see if she's truly healed. Because if she's already healed, her body count don't matter, bro.
Yeah.
Especially if you got a big dick. That's all I'm saying. So there's a level to it as a man where you have to also consider yourself and what you're willing to accept. But I get it, bro, because it's you, right? If your standard is that you want, like, you wouldn't even consider that, I can see what it is. But I find it so strange that you say that if a woman can meet every other standard that you have, and you're 25, and there's even a sense of urgency, except if she has a high body count. Okay, so tell me, what is the body count that is more than 10 that you'll be able to handle?
Okay, so I think more than 5 I wouldn't be able to handle, to be honest.
Damn. It's okay. It's a healthy level of insecurity when you say you can't handle it, because I think you will be able to handle it. It's just if you want to or not. So it's not that you can't handle it, it's that you don't want to.
Yeah.
there
I
you
don't
go.
want to, yeah.
Yeah. So to each his own. To each his own.
Yeah.
That's fair. So anyway, so what is your plan then to go get a wife? Since your parents are like pressuring you.
So right now I'm just thinking of just traveling because I have family kind of scattered all over the world. So now that I've made
How
some
tall are
money,
you? How tall are
Huh?
you? How tall are you?
I'm 5'8".
How would you describe your shape? Your fitness?
I'm pretty athletic. Like
Do you attract
like
women?
one-
Do you
Huh?
attract women with your looks or with your personality?
I would say looks.
So why do you need to travel to go find a wife? You can't find a wife where you are?
No, it's because I feel like I don't want to limit myself into choosing my wife before I see what's out there in the world.
Oh,
Like
you want
that's
to go
kind of my
explore.
perspective. Yeah, like that's my
So
perspective.
so how exactly do you plan on exploring? By increasing
Sorry?
your body count? By increasing
Wait.
your body count?
You're making me think right now, but just traveling, just seeing women in different countries, how they interact with their society and interact with their
Go on
environment.
YouTube. Go on YouTube. If you're not trying to low key increase your body count, just go to YouTube. You can learn about Thailand, and you can learn that if you go to Thailand, you gotta double check and make sure it was a woman. It was a naturally born woman. That in Thailand they say you should do. But I mean, I understand if you want to travel, bro. But traveling is fun when you do it with someone.
True.
Yeah, it's very extremely lonely and useless. And men who travel by themselves half the time is to go and chase women, anyways.
Yeah.
Now, does religion matter in terms of who you're looking for?
I won't even lie, you did bakangalize me a little bit.
Mentally,
I've
huh?
been-
So you're
yeah,
starting
like-
to look out. You're starting to realize that there are many good and amazing girls
Yeah.
that could fit, that could be with you and accept you and accept your religion, even though they don't believe either.
Yeah, 100%.
And you're now understanding that whatever religion you are, if you find a girl in a different religion who's great, you can also accept that.
Yes. And I'll tell you one thing, you did do wonders for me. Like you really, really made me think outside the box because I never really heard your perspective so direct, like you don't beat around the bush. So you definitely made me think. And now
That's my goal, bro. I appreciate the feedback, bro. That's actually my goal. My goal is I don't really care about offending you as long as I'm not dehumanizing you. But I think that my approach and how I talk forces people to think when they leave my show.
Yeah. 100%. Now I'm just trying to learn about like my African ancestry and what my people
Then
really believed in.
Then since you already want to travel, you might want to go to Tanzania and ask your parents what tribe you're from. Go to your tribe and learn, bro. Yeah. Do it.
Because I'm
do
also
it.
mixed. I'm like Middle Eastern, like half Middle Eastern. Because I learned that the Arabs came and did a whole slave trade in Tanzania. So I'm mixed. So I want to learn more about that and learn about my ancestry. And my
That's
religion.
even great, bro. That's even great. What I think about mixed people is that mixed people are the mediators of humanity. So mixed between white and black people, our mixed brothers and sisters, they are the gatekeepers.
Yeah.
They can live in both worlds.
Yeah.
And they can build a bridge. So if you're half Arab, half African, you know, get to know both cultures.
Yeah.
And
100%.
build a bridge. And when you become an old man, you're going to have wisdom for the younger generation, right? Because you and I as men, part of our strength as we grow up is our accumulation of wisdom.
Yeah.
Wisdoms are the easy steps you need to take safely in order to achieve goals quicker and avoid danger, pain, suffering, and unnecessary waste of time.
Yeah. One of the things you did teach me the most is I see it in my family. It's like they think in terms of absolutes, like this absolutely is true. And, you know, there's no need to question, just, you know, follow what we're following. But you made me realize that, hey, there's a whole nother world out there that needs to be explored and needs to be learned about. So I really appreciate what you've been doing out here.
Welcome, bro. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you too, bro.
Yeah,
Anything else for me?
Thank you for your time, Bakanga. I think that's it for now.
I hope you find a wife, and I hope your family can leave you alone.
Yeah. Thank you, Bakanga.
Hey, you should go to church sometime. I don't know. You a Christian?
No.
There's some pretty girls in church, man. I don't know about. They might still be virgins.
Yeah. Wink. I doubt that, but
Nah. You stand a better chance of finding a virgin in the church than in the streets, bro. You for sure ain't gonna find it in the streets.
Yeah, 'cause in the streets, man, Bakanga, one of the reasons why I don't want to increase my body count, because you'll be talking to a girl, she says, I love you, all this shit, and then, you know, she's just on to the next guy. So I don't want to collect trauma.
That's because most girls are influenced by reality show gold diggers. Like Kim Kardashian and the rest of them. And it's not that those gold diggers are bad people. No, they are openly gold diggers. They're not closeted gold diggers. So a lot of girls grow up emulating the Nicki Minaj's of the world and all these professional gold diggers, you know. And so they don't have the right mentality. They don't have wife mentality.
Yeah,
that's what they say, bro.
I totally understand it.
You can't wipe a hoe, bro. That's what they say. Because it's not that a hoe is a bad person. A hoe is not a bad person. It's not bad to be a hoe. The problem is that it's difficult to become a wife once you are a hoe.
Yeah. And do you think that whole phase is part of their, like, genetic need to secure the best man they can and all that stuff, or not really?
No. It's not genetic as much as it's just... I don't really know how to put it. You know, that's just the way they get things from men.
Yeah.
So one of the most impactful effects of this culture that we have today, this pop culture and this party culture and this going out culture and these dating website cultures and excessive amount of porn, is that women now realize, many young women are realizing that they don't need to have one man give them everything that they need from a man.
Yeah.
That they can have multiple men and get a little bit of masculinity from this one, a little bit of masculinity from this one, a little bit of masculinity from this one. Because of that, some women, right? A lot of women don't, how do I put it? They don't fantasize on that 100% masculine man.
Yeah.
So these days, if you try to be that 100% masculine man, what the women want to see is some vulnerability. They want to see some feminine energy coming out of you. Because they got their best friend over there that's a male. They got their coworker that's a male. He's going to give them that other masculinity that they're not getting from you.
Yeah.
They probably got your backup already lined up. They already got like 5 waiting, you know?
Yeah, that's you're
the guy that puts gas in her car.
Yeah.
And she's really got her boyfriend over there that she's talking to, that she's wants to be in a relationship with. But then again, she's got her crush in school that if he says yes, she'll drop everybody else. So, bro, you got to go easy on women too, you know? Damn, it's kind of hard, you know, having that many options. And some of us men, we find ourselves in that position too. That's why many of us men, okay, the insecurities of men these days is so sad in this feminized society, you know? Many men develop insecurities. Listen, physical looks is not the only thing that attracts women to men. And that attracts women, that men have, that women are attracted to. Women are attracted to your mentality and your behavior. A lot, your behavior. Your behavior actually even has a bigger impact on the women you attract than your looks. Your looks will attract them without words. So you just have to be decent. You don't have to be Brad Pitt. You know, even Brad Pitt got old anyways. You're going to get old and ugly anyways. So if you are a financially stable man, relatively in shape, you won't really have to go out of your way for women to come to you. You always have a good amount of options. Meanwhile, women, because we men, when we are overcome by thirst, we don't think logically. The beauty of a woman is enough to mesmerize us.
Right.
And throw us off the hook.
So just one question for you. So what do you think about this day and age of like, the TikTok brain of like, a woman always need to be stimulated. Like a good example is like my mother, she mastered, I guess, the quote unquote art of boredom where she can, do her job and, but nowadays it's like girls constantly need to be stimulated. So if I'm focused on myself, focused on my grind, like sometimes it's too much to balance that.
Of course, because we're living in an ever-changing technological world and we have more resources that allow us to do more things. So yes, as you build your relationship, you might have traditional values, but you have to take into consideration modern changes, right? Okay. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with women being like that. If you have a girl who's a celebrity, there's nothing wrong with that. If she has the morals that you like, she has the looks that you like, and she has a low enough body count for your expectations, then there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, so
shout out Mike Rain.
Yeah, so how do you like balance the need of them constantly needing to be stimulated? Like, they can't just like relax or else they get too bored and move on.
Then you have to become a leader as a man. You have to be a leader. Yeah. You're a team leader. Okay, listen, you as a man, if you really want to find a woman, my brother, that will last you the rest of your life, become the type of man that woman wouldn't mind dropping anything for. Women literally have that ability to, like, when women can literally do that shit, bro. Like, when a woman is into you, bro, she will even drop Jesus for you. That's why you got Christian women that are doing doggy style, and they don't just do missionary style. You got Christian women that give oral sex. They do eat ass, eat everything. They do it for their husbands out of love. Because those men not only make them feel safe. Those men not just make them financially stable. Those men are not just well-behaved and loyal. Yeah. Those men are not just kings and powerful. So the type of man you become would greatly affect your wife's loyalty towards you.
I like that.
Not that you have to be a billionaire. No.
Yeah.
As long as she sees that you're that type of person that can solve problems, even if you were to go broke, she wouldn't leave. She wouldn't even consider the option. It wouldn't even cross her mind.
Yeah.
But when women see you lacking, listen, bro, every time your wife catch you slacking, you have to put 3,000 times more effort to get her trust back to that level. Facts. And unfortunately, the same thing is true for men and women.
Yeah.
For men towards women. What we men don't like the most is deception.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me tell you why we don't like the deception. Because women have charm. Women have charm. Yeah. And half the time, if your woman was lying to you, you can't tell just by relaxing. Because her charm will always have you thinking that she can't go wrong, right?
Yeah.
So if your husband was to catch you texting somebody else or straight up cheating, it's hard to come back from that. Unless you have something deep beyond words. Something which is not love. There is something greater than love. There's something greater than love. Listen, y'all. I was talking to someone today. And the person was telling me, we were kind of talking about this subject. And the person was telling me about how there was an older person, an older woman that told her that she was caring for. That told her that once her husband passes away, she wants to be put to death as well. Shit. Because there's no longer anything to live for. At first glance, it sounds very sad. But if you really think about it logically, that old woman who wants to be put out and put out of her misery, who wants to die, who wants to, give up on life, apparently, because her man of 62 years, has died. It's not that she's being suicidal. It's that she's reached the point where she's now satisfied with life. Wow. So that man has given her the power to conquer death. Do you know how you conquer death? When you choose the place and time when you die. And being able to do that in your 90s, after experiencing everything life has to offer, once your body is frail, you get to face death in the face and tell death that, hey, you didn't take me by surprise. I'm ready.
Wow.
And if that man did not do that for her, if he did not lay down his life for her for 62 years, eventually dying, she would never have gotten the opportunity to experience that one-time bliss of having power over death while having lived a complete life.
That's beautiful.
So you want to aspire to have that if you want a long-term relationship, and there can be no secrets in there.
Yeah.
Okay, there can be no secrets. If there's secrets in there, bro, you ain't gonna last 62 days.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna last 62 months. A woman, listen, if you're a man, okay, a woman to whom you cannot tell all your secrets in the world, it's not a woman that you can spend the rest of your life with. Go and look for the right one. Yeah. If you're a woman, a man whom you cannot tell all the secrets of your life. And when I say secrets, we're talking about virginity, okay?
Yeah.
You want to talk about every sexual... You say you have 4 body counts, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but imagine that you slept with them more than once each. Yeah. You're going to have to sit down, bro. Take a pen and paper, sit down, and write down as many of those experiences as you can. Go over it and ask yourself, what was I thinking? Yeah. Why didn't I reserve this virginity for the love of my life? How will I explain to her that I showed up to this lifetime journey without the most precious thing that I could have given her as a man, and vice versa? If you guys cannot, that's a problem, because listen, when you don't have a virginity, you're coming in with trust issues already.
Yeah.
So what that would do, what that conversation would do, it will remove trust issues. And then you guys will really be able to start your relationship at a pure level that is almost equivalent to the innocence of 2 virgins.
Yeah.
Because the gift that 2 virgins have is that when they get together, they're still innocent.
Yeah.
So their guilt, they get to build their career together, their fucking career, they get to build it together. Yeah. And if they educate themselves sexually properly, if they learn, because there's education out there, okay, how to have good sex. There's professionals that can teach you. And if you and your partner can grow, that you were both virgins, you guys can now grow a sexual experience. Bro, you have this thing that people like us who gave it to random people, we just don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Because think about it, bro. If you're a woman and you have 100 body count, what position can you do with the love of your life that somebody else hasn't done it already? What sound can you make when you're mourning with the love of your life that you haven't mourned for somebody else? True. How do you think it affects the mind of the person you're with when you're actually knocking? It fucks with a man's endurance, okay? Listen, endurance is a thing for us men. If as a man, if you are in a compromised mental state, you cannot endure a sexual experience. You'll be a 1-minute man. What is famously known as a 1-minute man.
Yeah.
Sex has to be very logical for a man. It's a mission. It's a mission that you're going there. You're not going there to fail.
Yeah, yeah.
Anything under 10 minutes is a failure. You're an amateur. But if you're a virgin and she's a virgin, she won't judge you.
Yeah, yeah.
But how about you be a 1-minute man, you marry a girl with 100 body count?
Yeah, that's a GG.
Yeah. Whew. Shit, even a virgin won't even like 1 minute. So you definitely shouldn't even expect a woman with even 2 body counts or 3 body counts to stay with you. And your endurance doesn't only have to do with your mind, it has to do with your physical shape. So as a man, if you're fat, you need to go to war with your goddamn greed and your hunger.
Yeah.
If you can't give your partner your virginity, you better be giving them the best of everything else that you can afford.
Facts.
Including divulging all your secrets.
Yeah.
Divorce happens, bro, because people see relationships like getting a job.
Explain that.
As long as I have my degree, if you fire me, I'll just go somewhere else.
Oh, shit. Yo,
as long as I have my degree, you fire me? Shit. If I work for Walmart, you fire me, I'll go work for Target. But then if Walmart was a job that I made a contract with and said till death sets us apart,
yeah,
that's a whole nother story. That's a whole different mentality.
true.
You understand?
Yes, I understand.
You should arm yourself with these principles, with these concepts. Give it shape and form using your own experiences. You know, it's not necessarily exactly the way I said it, but let it inspire you to understand that at the age of 25, you say you're successful. If you, bro, choosing the wrong woman can guarantee that you'll be a failure for the rest of your life.
Exactly.
You end up paying child support. It's not impossible, but you'll be more miserable.
Yeah.
If you can avoid it, do it. Listen, y'all. Since when has it been bad to avoid a very traumatic future by suffering a little bit in the present? It's not a horrible thing. You know? Meanwhile, some people choose to experience a little bit of happiness in the present and suffer a lot in the future.
Yeah.
You wanted to have sex when you were 17. So you just found whoever was available and they fucked you. You didn't quite understand the experience. It was crazy. You didn't really know what happened. So you're like, let me try it again.
Yeah.
But the same guy did it the same way. It didn't even last a minute. Then your friends started telling you stories. Oh, Tyrone is over there. Tyrone is this. Tyrone is this. Tyrone's cousin.
Yeah.
So you start to fantasize dating Tyrone just so that you could have a chance to get that Tyrone experience. And then you end up getting Tyrone, and then you get that Tyrone experience. But you realize that Tyrone is a lazy guy who likes to play video game and smoke weed. You don't really want to be with him. Boom.
Yeah.
You stop and you're like, okay, cool. I'm gonna focus on school. I'm gonna be good. But while you're in school, you run into Michael. Michael is your classmate. Michael wants to study. It's study group time. What happens? Boom, you get fucked.
Yeah.
That's how the body count keeps adding up and adding up and adding up until you're 23, you're graduated with a bachelor's degrees. And here's your coworker, Thomas. What happens? Boom. Boyfriend and girlfriend. Relationship lasts 6 months. Come on to find out he was also sleeping with somebody else in your job. So women who have a high body count, it's not necessarily that they do it on purpose. Life kind of sets them up. The first bad decision was a decision to lose your virginity to a random person in the first place, to a person who did not verbally commit to spend the rest of their life with you. So if at 17, that person could commit to spend the rest of their life with you, and they're also 17, and they can keep their word, there's nothing wrong with that, bro. I've ran into people who have been each other's only partner, and they've been since they were really young. It's not impossible.
Yeah, yeah.
But there's trust. That trust there is like the webs of a spider in the middle of a wind. The spider has something to hold on to. The fly, the wind will just toss the fly left and right.
One thing I like about you, Bakanga, is you give an issue and you give a solution. Like the solution is you got to be open from the get-go about your sexual past with your partners. And that's the perspective that I didn't think was needed, but I think it is really needed, man.
All I'm saying is that divorce rate is so high,
Yeah.
and the therapeutic tools are not necessarily being advertised as much as they should.
Yeah.
But this is a platform we can use for those types of advice. If you want to find a man or a woman that you want to spend the rest of your life with, I keep insisting, it must be someone with whom you can talk about all the details of your sexual past. If there's any aspect of your sexual past that your partner cannot know, that is a secret that's going to eat you up and eat you up and eat you up until it eventually destroys whatever it is that you think you're building with that person, even if you have 5 kids with them.
Yeah.
Let those who have an ear hear the words of Bakanga. Thank you for your time, my brother.
Thank you, Bakanga. Thank you. And one day I'll be back to talk about religion because there's a lot that you open my mind with.
For sure, my brother.
Yeah.
For
Thank
sure.
you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to 100,000 likes if you guys don't mind. Please tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Bamboozle the screen. Man, why did TikTok restrict my life, man? God. Come on, TikTok. Should I restart the live? No, maybe one more guest. Let me see how the algorithm does. Let's get to 100,000 likes. Let's get to 100,000 likes. It might make the restriction go away, y'all. Tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. Let's get to 100,000 likes. Maybe it'll make the restriction go away. Tap it, tap it. I'm going to try to keep it clean. I'll try to keep it clean. I just like to cut straight to the point, you know. I like to use the words that would make you get exactly what I mean without any chance that you misunderstand me. Let me take one guess in the meantime, y'all. Let's get to 100,000 likes, y'all. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah,
hey,
bro,
my
where
brother,
are
can you
you?
hear me?
Yeah, you sound like you're
My
in
bad,
hellfire.
man.
I hear the voice of the damned in the background crying and yelling for help.
Yeah, that means you believe in the voice of the dams.
Yeah, your voice. God damn, there's too much noise, bro.
Hold on, let me get in the car for a second. I just heard the last conversation with the young brother that you pretty much gave him some good advice.
That's
How about
right.
now? Is that still too much for you?
Oh, no, it's good now.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful.
Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to 100,000 likes today. It's a war against the algorithm. Let's try and see if I can reach 1 million likes today. Because honestly, I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to advertise hitting the like button until we get... Anyway, bro, we got to get there today. Tap the screen, y'all. Bamboozle that screen. Thank you to everyone who's tapping the screen.
100.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
we'll
yeah.
get to 100 today.
Yes, right.
I'll take you down. I'm gonna take you down on the first question, and then maybe some other ones that you were speaking to the younger gentleman about. I may want to bring up too. But you have, just to go ahead and address what you have up front, is man makes God prove me wrong. I guess I would have to acquiesce to what definition of God you were speaking of. Do you want to dive into that first, or you just want me to prove you wrong?
That's it. That's it. The moment you told me to define God, you told me that man makes God. Check it.
Okay, that's what I told you? Okay.
Case closed. If God has to be defined by a man to be God, if there even has to be consideration that there might be a different definition, you know that man makes God. So whatever it is that you define it to be, you will still be a man who's making it up. And then you have to argue about it. So the mystery, when it comes to God and man, the mystery is not God, the mystery is man. Man is who we don't really know yet. God we know. God is just an idea. Where man comes from, we don't know. Who brought man, we don't know. What brought man, we don't know. We're still learning what man is. And it's going to take us time to understand.
Yeah, pardon me, my brother. I guess I not confused you, but you misunderstood me. When I said the define, I was talking about for you. I wasn't talking about for in general, or
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
If in order for you to communicate with me, I would need to clarify, or for whatsoever reason that you might have, I will not assume. If I need to define God before you can address me, that means that the God we're going to be talking about will be something, a combination of ideas that I put together in my head and presented to you.
Well, it depends on where you're from, because now you could be grown from somewhere and you're isolated. And when I say God, for instance, you live in a whole nother country, or you may know about African culture, Western culture, Eastern culture. So when you just throw that word out there, you can't you can't think that everyone means the same thing, do you? I mean, you're not going off of
I know that everyone doesn't mean the same thing. That's why the truth that man makes God applies to every definition of God. Regardless of definition, it's going to be man-made. It's a man-made idea. Just like regardless of definition, everyone has their own idea of a superhero. And superheroes are man-made. As far as the origins of the world and the claims of religion, they don't really know what they're talking about. They just made up those stories. The only way for us to find out is through science. We have to first of all learn what the human being is physically in every way. And then see if we can reverse engineer. If we can reverse engineer, we'll get clues as to its origins. And it's going to take us multiple generations.
Well, you know, my brother, see, that's another thing. How many, and I just, you know, I don't want to get off our topic, but I just have a couple questions for you. How many generations you think we've been here? As far as man being able to speak, talk, walk, surgery, stuff like that. How many, just for you? Because you can ask me too, and I'll give you mine before I break down what God is. But how many generations you think we've been here?
I'll say millions.
Right. Millions. Me too. And on the low end, let's just go with like 80 billion. You know, just so where there's no existence of mankind, we kind of can go back as far as 80 billion years, you know, before we see no type of touch of man on the planet. So that's a lot of generations. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. And even with you saying 80 millions, that's many generations. So let's say you say man made God. My definition of God, man can only come down here and become aware of. There is no make up, as you know, and I'm going to tell you what I'm going to say my God is, and we'll dive deeper into that, and I'll try to make it simple as possible. God, as a lower term that we can just grab off the fruit and maybe pick, is law. The law is just a simple law. Now, the God as a creator, as everyone we've seen, just to give a close reference to a culture near maybe where you at, is the Metaneta, Mother Nature. So when I'm looking at a tree, that's nothing man-made. That's nothing that I created or had nothing to do with. A tree predates man by more and more billions of years. Plant kingdom was way before the animal kingdom, which now we are in the human kingdom. So the plant kingdom was way here before us, but I had no definition or, nothing, no type of contest of what that tree is. God is that tree. And understand, I use my words very carefully. God is that tree, because God is everything. So when I look at God, I see what I see and how man cannot create this. And man wasn't even here. When I see a tree being created, or a rabbit, or any part of nature, any part of this law functioning at a pace in which where I'm not going to say I totally understand it, but I can genetically see where man had no touch in this creation at all. And I can see it create many things like this. And now a lot of people have anthropomorphized this God or this law that I'm talking about and gave it, human features. Oh, it has hands. This God has eyes. Oh, this God thinks. This God knows good. This God knows bad. All of that is just low academia. I think the first in the Old Testament, when they tried to really give people that law, the law was God, we didn't take it. But it had to be given to us in a way to where we can at least crawl before we walk.
You said a whole lot of poetry. You still made my point.
This is not poetry, but this is outside.
But despite all of what you said, it doesn't invalidate the fact that man makes up the idea of God. How do ideas work? You formulate an idea in your head. God is imaginary. How do we make up things? We make up things imaginary, right? It begins, we make it up in our head. And then
if you're going to say if it
can be practical,
person, if you're going to say a God as a person is, like the God in the sky. If you're going to say that imaginary, I understand what people do believe that. People do believe that.
Listen,
but that don't make it true.
Listen,
that don't make it true, do it?
Yeah, it doesn't make what you say true either.
Well, no, what I say is though. What I say is.
Listen, what you say will be, yes, it is, regardless of what you say it is. So what is it?
No, sir.
Listen,
I don't say that.
Listen. That's what I'm saying to you. Nature, plants, are simply nature and plants. They're not defined as God.
No.
Hold up. You are the one who chose to take an idea that some people attribute to a sky daddy, and you just took it and you made an idol out of it. You made an idol out of it.
We got a little misplaced, because nature and plants alone is not the I first said law, sir. First we have to see, that's when I even anthropomorphized it and gave it an entity as a plant. You ran too far with it. You ran way too far with it just because I said plant. And don't do that,
bro.
Law.
What you're doing is idealizing, personification.
No, there's no idea.
Hold up, bro. I will show you how it works in poetry. That's why I said you make a great poet. Yes, in poetry, bro, you have the ability in poetry to take characteristics of one thing and attribute it to something else which would not have those characteristics. So plants are not God. Nature is not God. Law is not God. Those things are in of themselves what they are as defined, right? With the words that we use to associate them. But then you can take this idea of the supreme, of everything put together, and try to attribute it to it. The same way that I can say the wind was blowing with anger, and it blew through the trees so fiercely, how do you call these people that cut down trees again? Like a lumberjack.
Lumberjacks.
Yeah. The wind was vicious like a lumberjack. Bro, the waves were marching like an army of vicious soldiers.
I don't understand.
That's personification. I'm taking characteristics. That's
the God in which you're trying to. That's the God in which you're trying to disprove. My God, you haven't even addressed at all. You won't mention. My God comes before the five kingdoms of all things. My God will be minerals.
You just called it your God, right?
Well, the God in which I'm referencing to, because if we're gonna
hold up, bro. With all due respect, you just called it your God, right?
My God in which I'm referencing this question to,
brother,
it's not mine alone, sir.
Brother,
if you get in line with
who
this
else
law,
claims that God? Who else claims that God? The Christians don't claim that God, and they're human beings just like you.
Listen. As I said before, this God is a law. There is no claiming. Let's say you're
only
a
law
guy.
To you.
Listen, you're a good guy, and now I'm either gonna make you a liar or I'm gonna make you identify what I'm speaking of. And this will be up to you how you decide this. The law that I'm speaking of, let's say you have a third grade teacher. Your third grade teacher name is Mr. Brown. You follow me so far?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now, this has nothing to do with me. This has nothing to do with God, the white people, or whatever, all these other things you're trying to bring into existence. This has nothing to do with it. This is talking about a pure instinct of one strand of what God is. Your third grade teacher name is Mr. Brown. It's 15 years later. You've never seen Mr. Brown. You've never seen him before. You have no recollection of him in 15 years. All of a sudden, one day, you seen a truck come by that said UPS, Brown, do it with us. And it sparked your thought of Mr. Brown. And when that truck moved back behind past you, and when you looked over to the side, guess who you seen? Out of 15 years, you never thought about him before you seen the truck, and then you looked over there and he was right there. Mr. Brown was there and you seen him walking. Now, you could go and run over there and tell him that story. It's not going to make any sense to him because he don't know the inner workings of the story. He don't know, only you know. My brother, that's the God in which where I call as a law. That's the God in which I'm trying to recognize, not know nothing. Now that has happened in your life many times. That has happened in your life, sir. You have had that type of say, hey man, you just may call it something like deja vu. You may call it something like, I don't know, some other name.
Bro, it's not that I may call it. It's that we human beings make up words and we make up ideas which sometimes are not in alignment. Hold up, you listen, please. That's not in alignment with our reality, right? That's why I said, bro, what you're doing, what you're doing is conceptualization. It's defined. It's a thing. It's a real thing that we do. You're just taking a bunch of ideas and using figures of speech to make it verbally delicious, right? But you're literally just still making up an idea of God in your head, which is only is to you because You're the only one who thinks of it
Okay.
exactly the way you think. Bro, listen. You're the only one who thinks of God in the exact way that you have verbalized to me. There's no other human being in this world that thinks of it that way. So that God that you're really talking about, when you said my God, you didn't say it in error. You said it my God because you're the one who's making up that idea. You just don't want to acknowledge it. It's your idea of God,
The
which is
same
okay.
God I'm talking about is a God of law and principle. The whole Metaneta, sir. The
Says
whole
who?
Egyptian
Says
culture.
who? Says who?
The coffin text, the pyramid text, the Dead Sea
Hold up,
Scrolls,
hold
all these
up,
texts speak of these principles.
Hold up. What is
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
pyramid?
Go ahead.
What is the pyramids text, bro? I ain't never heard of that.
Okay, well, let's Google that or write that down, sir. And
Nah,
listen, how old are you, my
bro.
brother?
What is
How
a
old are you? First,
what
hold
is a
on. How
pyramid
old are you, my
text?
brother? How
I'm
old are you?
old. I'm 30 years old.
Okay, now listen. When I was 30 years old, I used to put a circle in front of my face. And you can respect this or not. In that circle is my circle of knowledge. I can't say that I know everything and there are things are outside of that circle.
Brother,
Now,
you're
sir,
deflecting.
if I mention something, hold on. If I mention something like the coffin text, the pyramid text, something like that, that simply means it's outside of your academia of knowledge. There's nothing wrong with nobody.
So I'm
Now,
asking
if-
you.
look,
What is the
instead
pyramid
of-
text?
of
What
telling-
is the pyramid text?
and
Tell me, what
I'm
is the
gonna
pyramid
tell you.
text?
I'm gonna tell you.
No, tell me
Instead
directly.
of discarding me, instead of jumping on me about it, write little notes. Go research
No,
it and do it
no,
yourself.
no,
and then come back.
No,
but I'm
no,
gonna tell you.
No,
But I'm gonna tell you now.
I want you to substantiate
Yeah.
right now. I want you to
In
give
the
me
future, yeah.
No,
I'm gonna tell
no,
you now.
no,
The pyramid
no,
text, the pyramid text, are a group of texts that are taken from the insides of all the pyramids in Egypt during the Golden Age. Every hieroglyphic, every marker, every stone carving, everything is collapsed inside of a book in which where we call the pyramid text. Now we also have a text which is called the coffin text. These are the texts in which where pretty much where you get most of your Bible stuff from. But these coffin texts are the texts in which were written on all the coffins of all the pyramids of all the pharaohs in the Golden Age. That is the text in which I'm talking about. Now, not only that, you have scripts like at the Temple of Luxor. The Temple of Luxor is part of the pyramid text simply because it's one of the temples, and it basically breaks down the human body, and it looks like it's just regular mumbo jumbo. But these are laws, these are principles that our ancestors was doing way generations when we was able to shape stone. Way before people thought aliens built the pyramids. Way before people thought that the square root and the Pythagoras theorem is inside the coffin squares in the text that I'm talking about. All these algorithms, all this mathematics, sir, is old.
Calm
Very
down,
old.
calm down.
It's nothing. I'm not hype. I'm just telling you.
Listen, that still
you asked for
doesn't
the
change
answer.
the fact that that's
Okay.
all part of Egyptian mythology. And mythology, yes, and all mythologies are man-made.
Sir, I get.
Listen.
the word-
No, hold
the
up.
word mythology-
Hold
when
up.
Egypt was practicing these principles, the word mythology wasn't even discovered yet. That was by the Romans.
Brother,
Mythical
relax.
I'm talking about
Listen,
hundreds of millions of years before that, sir.
every ancient civilization that came before us had a mythology. And
Mythology?
yes, the pyramid text is the mythology of people who in recent
Mythology.
thousands of years lived in that area, okay? And mythology
So,
involves
okay, my brother.
Listen, it says this is what it says
It's-
about the pyramid text. Hold up. The pyramid texts are the oldest ancient Egyptian funeral texts
Mr. My
dating to
brother.
the late kingdom. Hold up, bro, please.
Take these names down for me. I
No,
got
no,
to go.
hold on.
Dr.
Hold on.
Henry Clark.
Hold up.
Dr. Diop.
Hold up, bro. Brother, I'm not even hearing you. Let me read this. If you gotta go, you can go, bro. But I want to read what the pyramid text is because some people don't know.
That's
Okay.
Google, man. You're going off of, you don't read no, you got to deal with real black
Hold
authors who've
up.
been over there for
Hold up.
60 and 70 years,
Hold
man.
up. Hold up. Have you actually read a physical copy of the pyramid text?
From a translation from Dr. Henry Clark, yes, a translation
Bro,
from
bro, have you actually read
Go ahead.
a hard copy of the pyramid text?
A hard copy of the pyramid text. I don't have the pyramid text, no.
Okay, so why are you telling me not to read what's on Google when you yourself don't have a source that's better than
probably not
Google?
the pyramid text in which I'm referring to. And if it's not from just a real scholarly
Bro, you cannot make an assumption. You haven't
resource,
even,
I'm not gonna go off of Google.
you haven't
understand
even
Google.
you haven't even heard what I'm reading though. Let me read so you can hear it first, then you can determine if it's what you said or not. The pyramid texts are the oldest ancient Egyptian funeral texts dating to the late Old Kingdom. They are the earliest known corpus of the ancient religious text. Religious text! Written in Old Egyptian, the pyramid texts were carved onto the subterranean walls and sarcophagus of pyramids at Saqqara from the end of the 5th dynasty throughout the 6th dynasty of the Old Kingdom and into the 8th dynasty of the first intermediate period. The oldest texts have been dated to 2400 to 2300 BCE. Unlike the coffin text and the Book of the Dead, the pyramid texts were reserved only for the pharaoh and were not illustrated. The use and occurrence of the pyramid text changed between the Old, Middle, and New Kingdoms of ancient Egypt. During the Old Kingdom, 2686 BCE to 2181 BCE, pyramid texts could be found in the pyramids of kings as well as 3 queens named, I cannot say those names, bro, for real. During the Middle Kingdom, pyramid texts were not written in the pyramids of the pharaohs, but the traditions of the pyramid spells continued to be in practice. So pretty much, okay, discovery. It says French archaeologist and Egyptologist Gaston Maspero, director of the French Institute for Oriental Archaeology in Cairo, arrived in Egypt in 1880. He chose a site. So that's pretty much the guy who discovered it in the 1800s. Now, bro.
Okay, my brother.
It still doesn't, hold up. It doesn't invalidate the point where I say man makes God. The Egyptians made up all those things, bro.
My brother, as I said, you just, now what I would like you to do, I want you to look at the person's interpretation who is named Dr. Ben Yakinana.
I don't care about interpretations because they're man-made.
I just listen to your resource. I at least want to give you 3 resources. So when, I mean, you don't have to know everything in a circle all the time, my brother. It is some stuff maybe that you may not know, my brother.
Yeah, I get it, my brother. But that's not the
just take
that
this
is
resource down.
No,
and
hold
then
up.
later on, call me out on it or something.
Hold up. Listen, bro, don't worry. You don't have to give me resources. If I want to really have an in-depth research into this, I know how to go.
I know learning about the whole topic.
I know how.
You're just learning about the pyramid text 20 minutes ago, and now you're schooling me about it from a Google article. Listen. That's kind of insulting, my brother. That's insulting, really. That's insulting,
okay?
My brother.
I want you to relax. It doesn't matter to me what point you made as long as you did not prove me wrong. The purpose of my show was for you to prove me wrong. You didn't prove me wrong. You just gave me proof that the Egyptians made up their own idea of what they thought God was, which is man-made. That's what I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say. It's man-made. That's the point. Man makes God. Prove me wrong.
If you're not going to listen from the resource that's going to describe it as I'm trying to describe it to you, not me neither, my brother, because listen, I wanted to interject earlier. You said, this is my God, this is my God. Now, listen, I think we've involved, listen, just between me and you, I had a child that passed. And see, that's my God. If you want to say me, if you want to ask me who I go to, I do that. So this, my God, that's not it. This is at the feet of the ancestors of people I trust. Dr. Ben Yakinana, Dr. Diop.
It's
Dr.
still your idea. It's still, listen, bro. It's exactly, it's their interpretation, bro. You don't need to interpret something which is obvious.
That's what they're trying to let you know. That a tree is obvious. You're out here trying to say, what is God? Man-made God, and the tree is looking at you like,
a tree is not God. A tree is not God.
A tree.
A tree
is
has nothing to do with God.
God, my brother.
No, it's
Okay.
not. You're just wrong.
Just like you are a manifestation of God, that tree is
Bro,
a
that's called
manifestation of God.
idealism. That's called idealism.
Your thoughts are manifest. That's just the law.
That's,
This
that's
is
called
not-
idealism. It's not a law.
No, this is not. This what happens, my brother.
Who's enforcing that law?
Who's in the law enforces God. See that here, now
Hold
we're
on, hold on, hold on,
talking. Now
hold
we're
on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
talking. Now
hold
we're
on, hold on.
talking.
Hold on,
Yes,
hold on.
sir.
Hold on.
Now
You said
you get
that,
some good questions. Answer,
bro.
ask that question again.
Don't interrupt me, bro. Please just listen to my question, okay?
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
You said the law was God.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
You said the law was God. Who enforces
Yeah,
the
yeah,
law?
yeah.
Who enforces
There-
the law?
There is no who. You're using the wrong terminology, the wrong
Brother.
adjective.
Let me tell
That's
you
the wrong
something.
adjective.
Let
You're
me
saying
teach.
who.
Let me teach you something, okay, bro? The law,
Please go ahead.
the idea
Go
of
ahead.
law is man-made. Law is how
idea
man
of law
makes.
is man-made.
Yes. Calm down. Let me teach you.
You
The idea
never
of
heard
law.
of the Fibonacci series. You
Brother,
never seen
relax.
a plank phone.
Brother,
you don't know how
relax.
trees. You don't know how
Brother,
trees.
brother,
made.
relax. Let me talk now, bro, so you can hear my version
ahead.
of it, okay?
Go ahead, my brother.
The word law is a man-made idea that man uses to describe the way he makes rules and regulations in order to control social behavior. Okay,
Man don't make no pine cone.
bro, relax. Anything outside of the laws that man makes that we call law is us using common language to describe something which resembles law, but it's not in fact law. So what we
Thank
call
you.
the laws of nature are not
Thank
really
you, my
laws. Bro,
Oh,
What we
so this
call
new
the
knowledge
laws-
for me now.
bro, let me finish. What
Go
we
ahead.
call the laws of nature, linguistically, right? This is English comprehension, are not
Yes,
literal
sir.
laws. They're not literal laws. They are just
Okay.
existential principles that describes what we are observing. But what we are observing in of itself is independent
Okay.
of us. So it cannot be categorized based on our descriptions. Our descriptions
Whoa.
are imaginary concepts that we make to allow us to be able to make sense of what we see. Hence, laws are man-made. And the structure of law is defined by man. There is a lawgiver, a law abider, and a law enforcer.
Who
Without
told you
those,
there's a lawgiver?
relax,
Who
bro.
told you that?
Man, because man makes laws.
Man told you that.
Yes, laws are made by men, just like we create countries, we create political parties, we create political systems, bro. We make systems all the time.
So tell me this: who made this system right here? If a lion have sex with another lion, you get a baby lion. If a cat have a sex with a baby, they get a cat, not a cow, not a dog, not an elephant, but you get a cat. Who are making that law? When I put an apple seed, sir, in the
Thank
ground,
you.
who made
Thank you.
which man made the law that I don't get pears, I don't get peaches, I get apples each and every time, 100 out of 100 times.
First of
when
all-
I plant a seed,
of all,
I get
those are-
exactly what that's.
What you're
I get
describing
exactly
is
that.
not a law.
What man created that law, sir? Please give me that. I need
I'll
to know
listen.
his name.
Listen, what you are describing is only due to your ability to
Yes, sir.
observe. Okay, you can observe the trees as it's
Absolutely.
absorbing water.
Thank you.
Bro, relax. You keep interrupting me. Okay, those things that you
and
just
because I'm
described,
breaking through to
bro. No, you're just being erratic, bro. Let me finish talking. What you have just described are not laws. Real laws are man-made.
Listen,
They
I
have-
can't make it up,
Bro,
my brother.
bro,
if you
bro,
say
bro,
I'm just
bro,
exorbitant,
bro,
I
bro,
can't make it up.
bro,
if you
bro.
said I'm just,
Brother,
I'm telling you the things that I'm
stop
observing.
interrupting me.
Not
Let me
nothing I'm
finish
making up.
talking.
Okay, go ahead. But you get in
If,
there, my brother. Let's
bro,
go.
if you
I'm feeling
interrupt
good
me
for you.
again, bro, I cannot continue this conversation, bro. I need to be able to talk.
Go ahead, my brother.
Everything that just came out of your mouth are not literal laws. They're only conceptually laws because we use the word law to describe it, because we have no other words to describe it, because we're not the ones who control it, right? Like you said. So we are investigating through research. That's what biology is for. That's what chemistry is for. That's what physics is for. Those are schools of studies. And those schools of studies are not completely mature. So those questions you've asked, like what is it that runs these systems or that makes them appear systemic? We are still finding out. Everything in our past hasn't told us yet. Not even the fairy tales that were written on the pyramids or whatever. So we can look forward to the future and what we will discover in the future. As far as what we have right now and what people claim that they know, they're mostly just ideas and stories which are not independently observable to be as consistent as they describe.
I feel you. But once again, my brother, for whatever reason, and look, I'm going to tell you one good attribute about you, my brother, is your energy and your eyes. You have a lot of passion and a lot of energy in your eyes, and we appreciate you for that. You know what I mean? Because you can look in the eyes of a person, and it says a lot. So that energy is good, and I appreciate you giving it out to the people. But onto what you're saying, unfortunately, my brother, that's just your perception, and I can't stop that. But I'm more along the lines of what you said, that the God is, what I'm trying to speak of is something that you can only observe. Something in which where, yeah, as I said before, I may not know everything about it, but I know man has nothing to do with it. Now,
listen.
Said,
that is why
ahead,
it is not God. That's why it is not God, because God is exclusively a man-made idea. So whatever that thing is, it for sure. Hold up. This is what I'm saying, bro. Whatever it is that you're trying to describe, it for sure isn't God. It might be something else. It just ain't God, because we know what God is, and God is man-made ideas. And man, listen, bro, that's what's called idolatry,
where
right?
do you
know
get
what?
that from, my brother?
Hold
when
up,
you
I'll
say
show
we,
you.
who is we?
Human beings. That's why in India, listen.
Christ.
In India, a man can have a tree as his god. In Pakistan, a man can have a stone as his god, right? Because he gets to decide. You are the one who's the believer. You get to decide what it is that you believe in. And what it is that you believe in, only you can describe, because it originates from your imagination as influenced by your experiences, which is okay.
Right.
Which is okay.
Yeah.
But you should not misconstrue that for absolute knowledge. Then when we actually get to that true fact, bro, when we discover that one thing, we won't be able to be like, okay, this is for sure what it is through science, because science will provide evidence and proof. So we need to do our part. We need to do our part in the scientific process. Now listen, this is what science is. Science is the systematic study of the physical and natural world through observation and experimentation.
Absolutely.
Comparing theories against evidence obtained. So you and I, bro, in our generation, we need to participate in the upbringing of science. And then we will increase another layer of bricks on the foundation of human knowledge. And those who will come after us will build. And then maybe 2 billion years from now, 100 million years from now, if as long as our technological growth is not interrupted, human beings might get to know what that thing is. But if we fuck around and we destroy ourselves with war, we're just going to have to restart building back the house again. And that's what happened in the past. Every time we achieved something, we fucked it up with wars, and then it did not mature, right? So we just have to be able to achieve maturity in terms of scientific research and study. Because once those truths are revealed, bro, one man does not have to turn to his brother and be like, hey, behold, that is a car. Nah, if you're born in that society, you would just know. You'll be exposed to it naturally. There will be no need for persuasion.
I feel you. My brother, you got to understand, you're from the, now, no disrespect, you're from the generation of right now, like even in the Western America, they ask what a woman is, they don't know. My father, brother, my father could not read and write. He could not sign his own name. So the stuff that he taught me and the stuff didn't come out of no books. It came from the real knowledge on the ground. It wasn't from like somebody passing it down or somebody doing some foolery or something in the book or in the generation now to where they can't decide what's a man and a woman. That's not where I'm coming from. If you was to ask my pops, like, and what he called God is what we will refer as the good Lord, this is what he would say is, he said the good Lord is going to make sure you're going to get everything you need today. Now, see, sir, that's not no person out the sky. That's not no, it is what it is. It has so much truth in it. And maybe I can't get you to see this awareness of what, this new definition of what God is.
I learned something.
Maybe you can't see it that way, but the ancients, and even when we go back into real academia, when I was talking about those 3 men, sir, and please don't slight those 3 men, Dr. Diop, Dr. Ben, and Dr. Henry Clark they put 60 years of their life of peace into this. Not no just talking on, I'm talking about real books, sir. I'm talking about they have all the Yale scholars and all those hieroglyphic people that be trying to go to Africa 2 years and then come write a paper and they stuff get printed while these guys got 5 and 10 and 15 books and nobody even never heard of them, sir. I'm talking about that type of knowledge, not nobody who got on, who was the editor's son at Google. So his little article got up there. So when you Google that, you don't hear about Dr. Ben, Dr. Diop. Dr. Diop, sir, is the guy who's responsible to making sure that everybody on the planet knows that every mummy that was in the golden age were way darker than you, sir. They're way darker than me, and I'm a dark guy. He made sure that the test was done. He was a physicist by nature, but he made sure that the test got done, that we knew that not no Asian Egyptians that are there now, that's been Arab Egyptians that are there now, but real Sudanese, real South African black pharaohs, sir. And they won't talk about no principle, and they won't talk about no myths.
Hold up, bro. All I'm saying to you is that if those ideas truly originate with those people, and they are calling nature or calling anything God literal, it's still a man-made idea and concept. You understand, bro? And I'm only doing this, bro, because hold up, bro. The only reason why you and I have been able to have this conversation is because I didn't want to shut you off completely with a higher supreme logic. The English language doesn't belong to you. It doesn't belong to me. It is a standardized form of communication with standard definitions for words. If you want to go into the business of making up your own definition for words and coming up with new ideas, good for you, but that's not formal English. That's informal English. Okay, within formal English, this is the definition of God. God is defined as, in monotheistic and Christian, and the Christian religion, the supreme being and the creator of the universe. That's the real definition of God. Every other definition is just something that somebody made up.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I can't just let you come up here as a black man and spew something the Europeans told you, and you about to stand on it with your life.
The word God is a European word.
We about to go.
The word
God. Do you stand on what you just said with your life, my brother?
Brother,
have you done the research to stand on what you said with your life?
Brother, listen to me carefully, bro. There's no
what I have yes said. Or no question.
What I have said is not something I need to argue with you about, because, like I said, you didn't invent the English language, and the English language is a real language, whether you like it or not. I'm not arguing with you. It has grammar, it has rules.
Language. Bro, what does the English language have to do with a tree, sir?
Because I'm speaking English to you right now. We're not speaking like jargon or some African language.
Okay, let's go back. Okay. Let's act like we both have Hebrew is Greek, sir. Write down that name of the book. It's a $9,000 book called Hebrew is Greek.
I don't speak Greek. I don't speak Hebrew.
You're talking about English. You're talking about English, and you're acting like you have some historicity or some knowledge about the English language, and you don't know about Hebrew is Greek or the origins of English. And yet you're about to try to debate me about English.
Listen to me.
Listen, I can't deal with this generation, man. You guys are microwave popcorn generation. You don't know anything about. You're not going to tell me about no English language, my brother. You just can't.
Listen, brother. I'm sorry I had to mute you, bro. I really apologize, but you can't just keep rambling on, bro. Whether you like it or not, English has a standard grammatical definition for words. We have dictionaries. We don't just make up our own meanings for it. If English is such a bad language, stop speaking it. God is an English word. God is an English word, which is defined. It has a standard definition in English. And it might have some alternative definitions that other people made up. That's fine. But if I'm talking to you, we don't begin with anything but the standard definition. In monotheistic religions or Christianity, God is a character which is described as the creator of the universe and the source of all moral authority, the supreme being. Supreme being. Any definition of God outside supreme being is an alternative definition by people who do not want to agree with the standard definition. People who have their own ideas that they will otherwise not be able to communicate if they don't change the meanings of words. And you are part of those people. You have changed the meaning of the word God so that you can use it to support the ideas that you made up in your head together with all those doctors that you are preaching about. That's what I'm saying. So that we don't need to argue. Like, we're not even playing the same sports. I'm playing English and you're playing your own sports, right? I'm playing football, you're playing basketball. The rules are not the same. When you're speaking standard English, or when you're speaking like, standard English is today's English, right? That means if I define a word, you can go and look up that definition and you can find it within the same dictionary. And when we use the word God, we will know that we mean the same thing. It can't be that I have a different meaning of God, you have a different meaning of God, then we're arguing about God. That's like you being a basketball player, I'm a football player, and we're arguing about who's going to win the game. We're not even playing the same game. I wonder if, bro, I really hope you noticed that I muted you about like 2 minutes ago. I would hate for you to have been talking this whole time and no one could hear you.
No, I wasn't talking. I'm letting you finish.
Like I said, bro, if you want to go into any depths of the English language past a standard English that we speak today, we go to school and learn English, right? That's English. Yes, you might want to go into the hoops and halves of the roots of the word, from the Germanic roots of the word God. It was G-U-D, and now it's good, and then it went to God, and this also and so.
No.
Listen, God has always
right.
been the supreme being. It's a supreme being. Like every other definition, it's an alternate definition within an alternate school of study. We're not even playing the same sports. That's what I'm saying.
And this is where I end with, sir, because you're absolutely right. I'm trying to tell you you're right, but I guess you couldn't hear me. But you're absolutely right, because in a kingdom, sir, that's when they normally used to build a wall around it. Even in your country, what the king said a lie is what a lie was. Now, anything outside those walls was considered occult, or it was called against the king's, because Jesus Christ and the God in which way you're talking about was not that definition before. But see, I'm not going to be able to get you to go back in the old text and see about when really in your whole English language, when Odin was God. In Roman language, Odin. Something was not a supreme being. They talking about this guy that lives over there off the fucking sea. But I'm not going to ask you to do that research in your own English language, sir, because you're not that interested in it. And hopefully you're just getting good TikTok likes and making a good check. So I respect that.
Unfortunately for you,
what
you're
the
wrong.
king said goes, and what the king didn't say was occultism and wickedism. And what you just described, sir, and the way that you define things with guilt is what we call colonialism. You've been colonized, and it's okay. If the king told you that's what God was and you want to follow that, sir, look, I'm with you, and you go do it, and you have that right. That's all.
Brother, let me ask you a question.
But for everybody,
hold up, brother. Let me ask you. It's still my show now, bro.
I put myself on mute.
Listen.
To try to land that plane, but go ahead. Now go ahead again.
So where did you get your definition of God from? If it's not from the King's English, where did you get your definition of God from?
Want me to finish that, or just the one word answer what you want? I don't know what you want, because
where did you get your definition for the word God from, if not from the English language?
Dr. Ben Yakunanan.
Who the fuck is that?
Interpreted. Bruh, I mean, I don't know. If you don't know no authors, I don't know.
No, you're telling
me to do?
No, you're telling me that I should not get the English definition from the King of England, who controls England.
The King of England?
No, you said the king, right? The king gives us like the definition of the English, that we got. You said the English that I'm speaking. When the
English language first, when you were part of a kingdom and the English language first started, what the king said, the definition and what the word meant was what it was.
So does that make it wrong? Does that make it wrong?
One of the king's language.
Does that make it wrong?
From way back.
Does that make it wrong? Does that make it wrong?
Sir, if Donald Trump say you black or you are colored and you agree with him, sir, I don't know if you're wrong or right. If you happy with it, I'm happy with it. That's not what we're talking about.
The fact that you're comparing what Donald Trump says and like the way the English language was structured and developed throughout time,
sir.
Bro, hold up.
What the colonizers
don't interrupt me like that, bro. Come on, stop doing that. When I'm in the middle of articulating myself, you just come on now, bro. Like I was saying to you, if you're comparing what Donald Trump says with the way the English language was structured. Maybe you are a liar when you say you know the roots of the English language, because I'm very well educated on how the English language came about to be a language, from its Latin roots and its influence, the influence that the local barbarians had on it. You know, the Franks, the Germanic tribes, the Anglos, the Saxons, the Norwegians, right? Norwegian mythology is where you get Odin from. And then the Vikings conquered England at some point. So their culture also influenced England, right? The deities were interchanged, meanings were interchanged, but Christianity still remained consistent. Now, I know how the English language came about. The fact that you are comparing the definition of the word God as if some king someday just got up and said, this is what God is, and then all of a sudden it became like that, just like Donald Trump will come and stand on the podium and say, this is what Kamala Harris is. No, it's not the same shit, bro. It's systemic. There's a religious system, a very, very big system that works, right? Politically, it works to conquer people. Politically, it works colonially, it works economically, and they have a standard definition of the word God, and the believers who believe in this thing are within those systems. You are within that system. Your education is within that system.
You're right.
Everything you got is within the system you're trying to condemn. And hold up. The doctor that you are quoting is within that system.
Okay, sir, you're absolutely right. And just as a reference, sir, you don't have to know it all, or I ain't going to. Just go ahead and look up the Council of Nicaea 325 AD. And, you know, I'm not going to debate. I'm not going to debate none of this stuff from you, sir. And I'm not going to debate. Sir,
I know about
not to cut you off. You just asked me not to cut you off. I put myself on mute. So, go ahead, sir. Finish again.
I know about the Council of Nicaea. That's what I said. I don't need to look it up. I know about it.
I don't know any a while ago or what. I was just trying to speak, sir.
I don't know any more about it than you may, or any less. The Council of Nicaea is not new information.
Since you know about the Council of Nicaea, who were the Council of Nicaea talking to and talking about? Who was the guy that because it wasn't like, hey, we are the big thing around here and what we say goes. When they brought that council together, who were they talking about, sir? Who?
First of all, the Council of Nicaea is exclusive.
I just need to know a name, sir. Listen, I don't want to get into a lot of semantics.
Listen, I'm gonna talk.
A name.
There's no semantics. I'm gonna talk.
No name.
The Council of Nicaea, first of all, was summoned by Constantine. We all know that, the emperor, right? Now, the Council of Nicaea is exclusive to Christianity only.
Google, sir. Everything you about to tell me is out of Google.
Let me finish.
What I'm trying to ask you for stuff you have to go do some research, sir, and talk about.
Bro.
Go ahead,
the Council of Nicaea is exclusive to Christianity only, but the word God applies to all religions.
Sir, sir,
the English language God applies to all religion, but the Council of Nicaea, whoever it is going to be, it's exclusive to Christianity only.
Let me make a difference real quick, sir. The Council of Nicaea was about, was God a man or was God not a man? Was God this guy? Was Jesus God? Or was Jesus the Son of God? Sir, and it broke down really what God is, where it came from, where it is, how we should represent it, how it will be represented, and how the Roman Catholic Church, sir, for 1,300 years killed any and all people. And they colonized you too, sir. It's just not you.
They are not the only ones that believe in God as a bro. Listen, bro. Unfortunately, bro, I don't know what you're doing, bro.
Go by the definition,
bro, I don't know what you're doing.
How serious it was.
Listen, bro. With all due respect, bro. With all due respect, bro, you're jumping the hoop because, like I said, I'm not talking about the definition, bro. I'm not talking about the definition of what God, the word God, as it references a singular.
About the definition of what God is.
I'm not talking about the definition of the word God as in reference to a singular religion. I'm talking about the word God idealistically as defined, as it compares to all ideas of God and how they are formulated. So if you want to focus on Christianity alone, that's a completely different conversation. I don't give a shit who the fuck Christians thought that God was. They make that shit up. That's my point. That's literally my whole point in this show, bro, that man makes God. So you trying to convince me that a bunch of Christians or Romans got together to decide whether God was a man or a woman or a dog or a pig is still evidence of my point, which you are not proving wrong. That it is man who makes it up.
What I was trying to really show you is that the Roman Catholic Church controls your Google, and if the Roman Catholic Church tell you the colonizee,
I don't give a fuck, bro. It doesn't change the fact that man makes God.
Then that's what you're doing right now.
It doesn't change the fact. It doesn't change the fact that man makes God. It doesn't change the fact that man makes God. It doesn't change the fact that man makes God. It does not change the fact that man makes
people
God.
that look like you and what
It
they
does
said,
not
and
change
you rather
the
go
fact that
who
man
put something
makes
on
God.
Google, which is the
It does
Roman
not
Catholic
change the
Church, the
fact
Jew.
that man makes God, bro. It doesn't change the fact that man
That has
makes
nothing to
God.
do with it.
You're just rambling.
Listen,
You're
bro,
not addressing my main point.
Hasn't made your
Man
definition
makes
of God,
God.
sir.
I don't give a shit. Man makes
No.
it, bro. Prove
The
to me
Roman
that man doesn't
Catholic
make
Church.
it. Prove to me
Tree,
that.
sir, I did
Prove
that
to me,
already.
bro.
Apple seed.
Bro, who
When I plant an apple seed, I don't get a pear.
Who told you that a tree was God?
Listen, I observed
Who
it like I
told
tried to
you
teach you
that a
earlier.
tree
I
was
watched
God?
it.
Who
I watched
told
the tree.
you?
I watched it.
Bro, then you must be
watched
smoking
it.
drugs.
Nobody
Bro,
had
listen.
to tell me, sir. I
Yeah,
watched it.
yeah, exactly.
I watched it.
Exactly. Nobody had to tell you.
I looked
And
at it.
Of course, and the rest of us look at it and we don't see trees as God. So you must have a mental illness or you do drugs.
So you've been taught by the
You do
colonizer,
drugs.
sir. That's why. Listen. Whatever Constantine said
brother,
in that Bible,
we all see
you
trees.
said supreme being. You
Bro.
said that God is the supreme being.
Yes,
That's
that
what you
applies
said,
to
sir.
that applies to all religions: Hinduism,
That's what you
Islam,
said, sir.
Islam,
Sir,
Christianity.
yeah, but that's what you said. You believe, right?
No,
Don't you
I
believe
said
that definition?
I don't
And
li-
listen,
listen,
I was
bro.
about to go.
Listen,
I
bro.
said, do you
Listen,
stand
bro.
on that belief? I said,
Listen, bro. The fact that you think that you need to believe definitions is so strange to me, bro. I'm starting to doubt your English comprehension skills. With all due respect, I simply need to know the definition and know how to use it. Definitions don't require belief, bro. Like, fuck, you don't get to be like, oh, so that's defined as a canine. I don't believe it. Are you telling me that that thing that you call a dog is defined as a canine? No, I don't believe it. I don't believe that definition. I think that that is a cat. Oh yeah, it might be roof, 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 but it is a cat. I don't believe that definition. Bro, definitions is for the purpose of standardized communication. So if you have the power to develop a language system, you will get to be able to define words.
Learn something about me. If you believe something, the root word of belief and believe is L-I-E, lie. So
That's
you gotta
bullshit.
remember who you're talking
to. That sounds
You're
like
not talking
bullshit.
to
That sounds like bullshit. What you
listen,
just
when
said.
you do your own etymology.
My brother,
you
my
go
brother.
look up belief and you
My
look
brother.
at the word believe and
My
you
brother.
see that the word lie,
My brother.
L-I-E, lies right in the middle
My
as
good-
the
my
root
good-
word.
my
Take
good
away
brother.
the suffix and the prefix, my brother.
My
See,
good
you
brother.
don't know etymology. English is not in your first language, and we're,
My
we're
brother.
discussing English.
My
So
brother,
that's kinda
English is
bothers
my
me,
first
man. That's
language,
real
bro. Are you
disrespectful.
racist, bro? English is my first language. Are you weird?
No. English is not your first language, my brother.
English is my first language.
No, my brother.
What the fuck?
No, sir.
Okay, what the fuck is my first language?
It's an African dialect. That's where you
No,
get your slang from. It's from an African dialect, sir.
I learned
You
English.
was not raised
Bro,
over here in America,
bro,
sir. No, you
bro,
wasn't,
bro,
sir.
Of course, but
You
we
was
speak
not
English
raised
in
in
Africa.
America, sir.
We speak English in
Yeah,
Africa, bro.
And it's not the first language. And it's probably
Bro.
the eighth language.
Bro.
It's probably the eighth language.
Bro,
It's not
now,
the first language.
bro,
in
now
no
you're
part of
now
Africa,
you're
sir.
making now
no
you're making
part of Africa
Bro,
has
stop
English as the
talking.
first language. What country, sir? Let me
Cameroon.
Google it. What country
Cameroon.
has Cameroon?
Yeah.
The
Are
first
you-
language of Cameroon is English, is what you're saying. Let me get you to
French
stand
and
on
English. Yes, Cameroon is a bilingual
French and
country. So,
English. Sir, yes or no?
So French and
Cameroon-
English. Bro, stop talking. Let me speak. Cameroon is a bilingual country, so we were colonized and have French and English roots. So officially, everybody has to learn French and English officially. Okay, Nigeria.
Officially.
Nigeria.
I try to
Bro,
teach you
stop
that, sir.
talking. Stop talking.
I try to teach you, bro. You won't
You
listen,
can't teach
bro.
me shit, bro. With all due respect, you sound ignorant, bro. Like, with all due respect, I'm not trying to insult you, but you really do. You don't even sound like you
It's
have any
okay,
clue how
brother.
Africa is structured.
It's okay, my bro.
Okay,
I
so
do.
listen,
I really
listen. Do not interrupt me, okay? Listen, and I will educate you properly on the language systems in Africa.
No,
First of all,
my
Africa, bro,
Go ahead.
African countries or Africa is divided into different tribes. And tribes have their own dialects or what we call tribal languages. but countries are made up of multiple tribes. So the first language of everybody in that country is not a specific tribal language. It is the official language. In countries where the official language is an African-based language like Swahili, Swahili is the first language. In countries where a European-based language is the common spoken tongue, that European language is the first language. In Nigeria, English is the first language. Okay? In Ghana, English is the first language. In South Africa, English is the first language. In Zimbabwe, English is the first language. That means that if you go to Zimbabwe, you will find someone who can speak English as fluent and as good as you, who is an American.
I'm gonna tell you, sir, you better not, wherever you at, you better not go back to the African land, because you so colonized, bro. They would probably, and you know, this is the joke, my brother. You know, over here we joke. Black people over here we joke and stuff. You know what I mean? Don't take no serious. But bro, we would have you hanging from some tree somewhere, man. You so colonized, man.
Bro,
because when you're talking about,
listen,
even you said it yourself. You said Cameroon, sir. You said Cameroon is ordered.
Hold up, bro.
You said Cameroon was ordered to speak.
Brother, hold up.
Go ahead.
Hold up.
Go ahead.
Only a black African American who was raised by the KKK would even use the idea of hanging a black man on the tree. You sound like you sound like you were raised by the Triple K, bro. You sound, bro, we don't do that shit in Africa, bro. We don't do that shit in Africa, bro. That's not our form of punishment. That is not our form of punishment. We know exactly who punishes black people by putting them on trees. And it ain't in Africa. That shit happened in America. And the fact that you said it shows me that
you at, you better stay there, because what you just said, you said Cameroon was ordered. You said was ordered to speak French and English.
I never said that. I never said that. I never said that. I never said they were ordered. I said because they were colonized.
Why does Cameroon speak French and English, sir? Why?
Because they were influenced by the French and English during the colonial period.
Influenced. Boy, yes. You are so damn whipped. They would call you Toby over here. They are influenced. See, over here, they're trying to get us to say that slavery was a, they're trying to say slavery was a, an apprenticeship. Like you're saying, you're trying to say, oh, we was influenced.
Slavery
man, you
was
won't influence. They grabbed your mama. They had your daddy chained up. They cut your brother out her belly, stumped his head down, and then shot the man and said that's the influence they use, my brother. That's what the colonizers
it's still
did.
Fucking
they
influence.
Come over there and started talking to you real sweet.
It's still fucking influence.
The English language is the best language in America.
Influence,
So
bro.
it
literally is still influence. It's still, bro.
You sound what we call like a new.
Bro, it's still fucking influence, bro. Raise your IQ, my good brother. Doesn't matter if the influence was negative or positive. It's still freaking influence. You just running your mouth. You just want to argue. You just want to argue, bro. You just want to argue, bro. You just want to argue, bro. It doesn't change. Bro, you just sound ignorant.
You, bro. All right, listen. Your grandfather was influenced to speak French and not his native tongue. Is that what? Are you standing on that and ready to?
No, that's not what it was.
Sir, I keep binding you up in these words and you keep running. You didn't want to stand on organized.
Do this. Stop talking.
Now you don't want to stand on influence. I'm using your words out your mouth.
Stop talking, okay? Like I said, your ignorance kind of smells, okay, bro?
I'm using your words out your mouth.
Bro, let me speak something to you. Respond to me in your tribal language. Hold up.
Brother, that's your language.
Bro, listen to me.
That's not my language.
I want you to respond to me in a language which is not English, because the funny joke is that I can actually speak more than one language. So you tell me what other language you can speak.
About geographical
bro,
I knew English wasn't your language as soon as I heard
you. I'm asking you a question. What other language can you speak? What other language can you speak?
Lingala, Wolof. I know a little bit of Swahili.
Hold up.
A few African languages.
Hold up. You can speak Lingala?
I can speak and sing Lingala.
Okay, so tell me, where does Lingala originate from?
My children's names are Congolese. You don't know nothing about me, my brother.
Where does Lingala originate from?
Keep it at that, my brother. You don't know nothing about me. Let's keep it at that.
Where does Lingala originate from?
Bruh, I've listen. I don't have to get into semantics.
Where does Lingala originate from?
Listen. It's no need for
Where
me to
does
talk to you
where
about
does
African
Lingala
languages
originate
if
from?
your first language is English.
Where does Lingala originate from? Stop running your mouth and answer the damn question, bro. Where does Lingala originate from? Stop deflecting. Yeah, 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 yeah. Where does Lingala originate from? Regardless of if African countries were colonized or not,
Bro, your first language is English. Why can you?
bro,
You can't tell me nothing
where
about
does
Lingala.
Lingala
I'm
originate
sorry.
from?
Sir, you can't tell me nothing about it.
Then you
Your
tell me.
language is
Then
English.
you tell me where
Your
Lingala
first
originates
language
from.
is English, sir.
Where does
I've
Lingala
been
originate
telling you
from?
enough, but you haven't been writing down nothing I've been saying.
Bro, where does Lingala
You
originate
haven't
from?
been taking no notes, man.
I don't give a
You
fuck.
just-
Answer
you
the
just
damn
gonna keep
question.
being
Stop
wrong
running
the whole
away.
show.
Answer the question.
You're gonna
You
keep
scared.
being wrong the
You
whole
scared
show.
because you
haven't
don't know.
wrote down
You
nothing.
scared because you don't know. You're lying. You're a liar.
Okay.
You're a liar, bro. You don't know where Lingala originates from. You know the name of the language. You can't speak it. Bro, give me a whole sentence in Lingala.
Okay.
Give me, bro, I have Congolese brothers in here right now, okay? I got Congolese brothers in here right now. Listen.
Okay.
So tell me,
Right.
give me
My,
a whole
my son name
sentence.
is Zaire. What did that mean? My
Oh,
son
okay.
name is Zaire.
You know
What did that
you
mean?
know what? I'll bring out my brother Black Host. Black Host is actually from the Congo. I want you to speak to him in Lingala. Let's see. You
He's
liar.
from the Congo.
Speak.
Sir, you're not English in your first language. How you gonna tell me anything about African language?
ndeko za na calme yoka nanu yo so ozoloba lingala loba na lingala toyoka so ozoloba lingala bien so ozoloba lingala loba lingala toyoka o bien. And I can speak 11 language right now.
Respond to him in Lingala.
Hey, it's English. Hey, real quick. It's English your first language.
No, loba na ngana lingala kotuna ngai question te ke
Speak to
English
him in
is first
Lingala.
language. Speak with me in lingala loba na ngana lingala nina yoka aussi.
Absolutely.
Alingina yoka loba
I
lingala.
just revealed to your brother over
Loba
everybody
lingala.
that he's a bold-faced liar, and he bring you on.
Loba lingala.
You're being used.
Loba lingala.
Hey, Black Host.
Yes.
I don't. We're getting an echo. I think your
Yeah,
headphones.
wait, I'm gonna come out, then I come back. Let
Okay,
me
no
come
problem.
out.
Okay, no problem. And when you come back, come in Lingala. Yo, Gaddafi, you a liar, bro. You can't speak no goddamn Lingala. That's what you've been doing the whole freaking show, claiming things that you don't really know. So this is your chance. You say you can speak Lingala, right? I asked you what other language you can speak. You say you speak some Swahili, you speak Lingala. So now I brought someone who is a native Lingala, if that's even a thing. Please speak to him in Lingala. Where's Black Host? Come back, Black Host. Hey, bro, can you sing for us in Lingala while Black Host is coming up? Yo, bro, you went into silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, while we enjoy the silence created by our good brother Gaddafi, because this ain't personal, we just conversating. Tap the screen,
English
tap the
is your
screen, tap the
first
screen.
language.
I don't give a fuck. Speak Lingala. Speak
No.
Lingala, brother. Shame on you. If you can't speak
Lingala has
Lingala.
too much. Lingala has too much French in it. Lingala is colonized just like the rest of them.
Bro, you said you could
Outside of
speak it
Wolof.
though. Well, you said you could speak it though. Speak it.
I can.
Okay. Speaking with
can
the brother.
speak it.
Okay, the brother's coming up. Have a conversation with him. Let's see. How it
No,
goes.
I'm not gonna have no conversation. For
Because
what?
you a liar,
To
and
prove-
scammer. You got caught slipping, bro.
Yeah, I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. Okay. You telling people that English is your first language. You sound nothing like English, and I'm the scammer. Great job. You sound like a new fool, man. You're the one who's
Bro, you are the one lying here. You say that you speak Lingala. Just try to speak
who
Lingala.
put in the research. You're gonna go off for colonizer.
Speak to
Say
the man in
waiting that
Lingala.
you speak Lingala, please.
Bro, this is not the wrong
Bro,
thing. If
be
you
a
want
man.
to hear it, listen.
Bro,
I tell
be a
you what.
man. There are
I
three
tell you
other
what.
people that
Listen,
follow us.
brother,
Be a man, speak Lingala.
brother.
Why
You
you
be a
fighting
man.
with people?
Listen, if you want
Why
to
you
hear
fighting?
me speak Lingala, if
You're
you want
a
to hear me
fraud.
speak
You're
Walla,
a
Religion.
fraud
if
like
you
that
want to hear,
tree.
listen.
You're a fraud.
Listen, go to
You're a
my
fraud.
page.
You're a
Go to
fraud.
my page
We
right
ain't
now.
We
going
don't
nowhere.
need to go to your page
go
right
to my
here.
videos.
You bring your ass with your page here. You
Listen,
speak
you're not
Lingala
a
right
man.
now.
So I don't have to listen. I'm a real man. I don't have to do what
No, you're a house nigga.
no guy
You're a
says
house
do.
nigga.
If
You're
you
a
want to
house
hear me
nigga.
speak, just
No,
listen.
you sound
your
like
brother
a
has
house.
been dominated over here.
You sound like
I
a house
dominated
nigga.
your friend on all levels,
Huh?
on
You-
all
you
platforms
sound-
of academia. I
Bro,
dominated him.
bro, you a
Now
house
he's trying to question
ninja.
my speech.
You a house
and,
ninja.
and what some of the languages
you a
I know,
house ninja.
go to my page.
You a house
Go to
ninja.
my page.
You a house ninja. You that ninja. Like you
Brother,
never pick cotton. I know your
wouldn't
ancestors didn't
disrespect
pick cotton.
you like- Hey,
I know your
brother,
ancestors
I wouldn't
didn't pick
disrespect
no
you
cotton.
like that because I know better. But
I
you've
think,
been
listen,
colonized, my brother.
I know your ancestors didn't
You've
pick
been
no cotton because
colonized.
your ass was in
And
the
it's
house.
okay.
You was in the
I
house,
was
my
just trying
brother.
to help you.
You know
Huh?
what this guy calls Dr. Umar called people like you a coon.
Hey, listen. I don't listen to. You know why I don't listen to Doctor and see you too?
'Cause you a
I
coon.
don't listen to a man who doesn't have a wife.
Cause you
See,
a coon.
you're sorry. We call them.
Cause you're a
sorry-
raccoon, my
sorry
brother.
ninjas.
You a raccoon. You
You don't
coon,
have a
bro.
woman, my brother.
You
I
a
can
coon.
tell you don't have a woman.
Yeah,
Show
sure.
me your left hand.
Sure.
Show me your
Sure.
left hand.
You a coon.
Show me your left hand.
You a coon.
Show me your left hand.
Show me your
You
face.
don't have a woman, man.
Show me your
You
face.
don't have a woman because
me
nobody
your
would
face.
only you're out here trying to entertain men. That's it. You have no woman. Show me your left
Listen,
hand.
bro. I'm not even gonna
Dr.
argue with you.
Umar has no women. He go
Okay.
all around the world and he look for a woman to make him a sandwich. That's
you
the
like snow bunnies?
sorriest man you
Hey.
could ever be.
Hey, Gaddafi, you like
You
snow
can do
bunnies?
all that work and don't have a woman that'll make
bro.
you a sandwich. And
Hey,
you're
bro.
one of those types, bro.
do you like-
up
do you
here,
like-
just
do you
run
like
your
a snow
mouth
bunny?
and with no knowledge. You got
Bro.
no knowledge, man.
Bro.
Man, show me your left hand.
Bro, start running your mouth, bro. You like snow
Bro,
bunnies?
no woman wants you, man.
Bro, you like snow
show
bunnies?
me your left hand.
Oh man, no. Your in comment section, don't entertain him on that. We already know Bakanga ain't got no problem with women, so he's the one who's defending himself. He's insecure about
Bro,
himself.
them are not women,
bro,
those
do
are
you like
hoes.
snow bunnies?
Bro, you have no knowledge. Bro,
Do you-
those are
do
the
you-
low-hanging fruit.
do you like
don't
snow
want to
bunnies?
put yourself in a you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you'll get a woman.
Do you like snow bunnies?
These social media.
Do you like snow bunnies? That's a real question here, bro. Stop rapping and answer the question. Do you like snow bunnies, my brothers? I love snow bunnies. I was just wondering if you love snow bunnies too, bro. I don't hate snow bunnies.
What is a snow bunny?
I like black bunnies too. Oh, I
What
thought you
is
knew
a
how to
snow bunny, my hey, hey,
I
go
thought you knew
ahead,
how to
teach
speak
me.
English. I thought you knew how to
What
speak
is
English.
I want you to say it.
I
I want
thought
you to
you-
say it
I
because
thought
of
you knew how to
course,
speak
like with
English.
everything else, I'm a
I thought you knew
like
how to
with
speak
everything
English.
else, I'm a school your ass.
I thought you knew how to
Tell
speak
me what-
English. The man with the tree god talking about schooling somebody, bro. This man think that
I've
God
been
is a
doing the
tree.
whole-
You think God is a tree, bro?
I heard that.
Say
You
it.
you think God is a tree, bro? Let's be honest, bro. I
That
bet
was
you
like
tomorrow-
I
that was
said,
like it's bumbled me.
it's
My
the
friends want to say
manifestation
that.
of a tree.
You said God is
It's
a
the,
tree,
a tree is the
man.
manifestation of God.
That sounds like you made that shit up in your head.
Listen, bro.
I mean, we see trees, but we don't see that it's God. But anyways, bro.
Do you
anyways, bro.
think that your
Hey, hey,
laughter sounds real?
Hold up, bro.
You think your laughter sounds real like you think your English accent sounds like it's original? Man, you are a bunch of hocus pocus mumbo jumbo who's really living off of, this little check I guess you're getting, which is a good thing. I appreciate it. But, you're funny.
Yo,
You know,
bro,
the-
I'm curious.
Google
I'm
is the
curious
only
about one
knowledge
thing,
you
bro.
have.
I'm actually curious about one thing, bro. What is your first language?
My first language?
What the fuck is your first language, buddy?
If I was to tell you, you wouldn't understand.
Lingala in Walla.
Truthfully, hey, listen. Hey, listen. I know that y'all never heard of Dr. Sertima, huh? Have you ever heard of Dr. Ivan Sertima? Of course not. He's a linguist. My first language is Wolof. If you understand what Wolof is. And if I break out and start singing that, you're gonna look stupid.
Woof, woof, woof. That man said he speak woof, woof.
Can you Wolof me, please? Can you Wolof me?
That man said he speak woof, woof. And then he threatened me with a song. Come on, brother. You funny, bro. You funny, bro.
God is a tree in the Wolof.
Hey, what guys like over here would say is that it's good because I said we're two different situations, but you're just very feminine. That's a feminine energy over you. You're showing your teeth. Real men don't show their teeth like that, champ. My daddy was telling you, man, if you don't put your motherfucking teeth in your mouth, you better. Look how you would just sit back and run and show your motherfucking teeth over the same word. Nobody takes you serious because you show your teeth, man. Nobody know you sit. Everybody know you a boy. You can't stand in no type of ring with me, man. Not in academia, not in research. Anything for small reasons like that. Whoever taught you how to be a man, which is probably a woman, you don't have a father. He got you out here showing your damn teeth to the world. Look at you. Look at you showing your teeth like Steve Harvey. We call you a Steve Harvey ass nigga because you're not a man. You're a boy.
And we call you Uncle Tom. And we call you Uncle Tom. And we call you Uncle Tom.
Look at your teeth, man. How you gonna come up here and laugh and show your teeth to the whole?
Because I'm laughing at your dumb ass. What do you think?
Your teeth? What type of man laughs? I hate to be
a man who is free.
I know you're not stoic. I know you don't know what stoicism is.
A man
I know you don't know what stoicism is.
A man who is free.
You
a man
laughing,
who is free.
Hickling and
a
heckling.
man who is free. A man who has real freedom.
In front of 300 people that you don't know at all.
A man who whooped your ass and got you crying like a little girl.
300 people that don't know nothing about you, and you up here just to hit and hocking like a young virgin.
Because of the shit your dumb ass say.
Boy, look at your teeth, man, and you're supposed to be look, you are not African either. Listen, let me tell you. You know you're not African, don't you? You are not a bro. If we look at you, you from Boston. You from Philadelphia, someplace. You is from the Western world. You lie about English is your first language. You go off everything the colonizers taught you.
Okay, Uncle Tom.
Boy, you should have a USA hat on right now.
Okay, Uncle Tom.
And then you show your teeth like Steve Harvey, and you're gonna come up here every day and keep showing your teeth because you a Bojangle. Hey, listen, boy, let me tell you something.
Why you hating on Steve Harvey?
Please go to
my site. Why
you
hating on Steve Harvey?
Go to my site.
Why the
and
hell
I talk
you
about guys.
On Steve Harvey?
I talk about men who try to be male Oprah Winfrey's, and that's the only thing you coming up here doing. You and your little boyfriend over there that you got. Y'all don't deal with women, man.
Let me ask you a question,
Y'all
bro.
don't do nothing with women, man. You up here and you hickling and heckling like a woman.
Let me ask you a question.
Other men.
Let me ask you a question.
Other men that start inboxing you.
So who are you
bringing
here
this
for?
Other man on. You
so
brought
who
a
are you
man
here
on.
for? Who are you here for?
I'm just here to make you look like the fool that you look like, man. That's
but
all.
You can't.
Go
but you can't do
page.
that. Listen, relax, bro.
On my page, I tell how I come on y'all.
I mute your ass, bro. Stop running your mouth. So you're here to make us look stupid by making yourself stupid, bro? How are you supposed to make us look stupid by saying dumb shit that's dumber than ours, bro? You know, the logic doesn't follow, right? You can't make us look stupid without. You can't make us stupid by being literally dumber than us.
Bro, you up here laughing.
You think a tree is God? You say you could speak a language, and we give you a chance to speak it. You couldn't speak it. Now you're just trying to throw out insult to cover the fact that you got caught slacking. Nobody cares what you did, bro. When you came up here and just spill out nonsense, we give you a chance to back up your claims. You're criticizing the English language.
I have to back up, sir.
You're criticizing the English language when it's the only language you can speak.
What claim?
Bro,
What claim?
You said you can speak Wolof. Speak it. Let's hear it.
Okay, hold on. So my whole presentation
Speak
has
the
been
damn
about
language.
me speaking Wolof.
Speak the damn language.
Speak
Wolof, bro. If you don't want to speak Wolof, I'll either mute you or drop you, bro. You're gonna stop deflecting. No more deflection. No more deflection. Don't tell me you're about to speak it. Just speak it. When you unmute, just speak it.
I want to make sure that this
Just
is what
speak
it was
it.
about.
Just speak it. Just speak the damn language, bro.
You keep
Speak the language. I'll mute you unless you're just gonna speak Wolof and Lingala. Those two languages. If you can't speak it, you lost today, bro. Because a man who can't keep his word is worse than scum.
Are you gonna let me speak it or not?
A man who can't keep his word is worse than scum. Okay? You said you could speak it. We want to hear you speak it. You're gonna speak Wolof.
The whole show.
You're gonna speak Wolof and you're gonna speak Lingala. If not, you're worse than scum.
Let the show be about if
Speak
I can
it.
speak Lingala or not.
Speak
I'm about
it.
to speak it. I'm gonna sing you a song. I'm gonna let
I
your
didn't-
show.
You see,
Listen, I'm
I
gonna
knew
let
you
your
was a
show be
dumbass.
about.
I knew you was a dumbass. I said speak. I didn't say sing.
You just a buster, bro.
I said speak. I didn't say sing. Like, bro.
You's a buster. You's a
Bro,
buster, my.
sing.
If I was gonna sing you a
Speak, not
song
sing.
and then tell you what the singing is,
I don't give a shit. I can sing a song in Spanish. You don't mean I can speak Spanish.
use
Okay? Speak Lingala. Don't
a
sing.
little
Speak
white
it.
boy.
Speak it. I guess his time has expired, to be honest. This guy is just making us lose brain cells. I hope you were entertained. To be honest, it's pure entertainment. I don't think anybody got educated in that conversation. You might have actually lost some brain cells in that conversation. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, to believers and non-believers alike. I apologize. Because in my attempt to try to enlighten you, I accidentally killed some brain cells in your brain by exposing you to some bullshit. But I hope that you at least got a laugh out of it. That man thinks that God is a tree. Blackos.
I'm just go down because you know the black
Je sais
people.
pas, je sais pas comment te remercier, mon frère. Quand même, tu es venu au bon moment.
De
Hein.
la famille, c'est bien.
La force des multiples.
Les lions.
C'est comme ça.
Ouais.
Toi, tu es un vrai Bakanga, le lion. Tu sais, Bakanga, tu as du vieux lion dans un
On va les
langue là, non?
bakanganiser ici, là. Il y a bon
On dit
Je suis en
que.
bas.
Weke, danser. Le grand Bakos vient d'arriver dans la cité. Danser. C'est Douk Saga, non?
Malouf, il a fouillé. Il est venu ici pour nous. Il veut nous influencer. Ici, j'ai pas Lingala.
Il a fui avec la queue entre les pieds.
You know,
Thank
I
you,
like the
Blackos.
way when you ask, I'm go down. The way you ask him, just give me the first language where you speak. He cannot say something about.
Yeah,
this
you saw.
language.
He was thinking about something. He was thinking about a lie. That man can only speak English. He can't speak anything other than English. But I don't understand why some people have to lie, obvious lies, in order to substantiate their belief systems, though. I don't get it. It doesn't make logical sense to me. Like, why can't you develop and promote your belief system without just saying obvious lies?
Yeah. Yeah, but that is the believer. They are always like this. They lie. That's why the Bible lying. I'm go down. I'm waiting. Thank you,
Bakos.
Bakala.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Madame et monsieur, chers téléspectateurs ou TikTok spectateurs, s'il vous plaît, tapez sur l'écran, tap the screen, tap the screen, s'il vous plaît, j'en ai besoin de vos aides. So, tap the screen, please, tap the screen. Yeah, that guy actually barely spoke English. Man makes God. Man makes God. Prove me wrong if you can. What's up, bro?
Hello.
What you got?
Hello. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, bro. What you got?
Okay, so I actually want to just ask you a personal question in a way. This thing that you're saying, right? I've had opportunity to go through this kind of stage before. So I was confused at the time, but along the line, when I saw when I saw your social media, here on TikTok, then it's kind of turned my mind around. So let me narrate what happened. So like at a time in my life, so I started like visiting some of these religious houses like churches, and like most of these people that we call pastors or whatever, especially in Africa, these people go to search for some African power, they hide it and use church as a cover-up. So I've been to a place like that whereby I thought I went into a church. Meanwhile, it's more like an occult secret society. But when you go there, you think you are in a church. Suddenly, you start to see yourself in different kind of a world entirely. So when this thing happened to me, then I started from there, moving from like one church to another, because I realized that as soon as I sleep, I will find myself in different world, like doing astral projection. If you understand what I'm trying to say.
A quick question.
Okay.
Do you smoke anything while you're doing that? Did you used to smoke?
No, I don't smoke. I don't drink. I don't do all sorts kind of thing. Though
Do you have any history of mental issues?
No.
Oh. Okay. Keep talking.
So yeah, I understand the form of questions that you're asking, whether it's some schizophrenia or something like that. No, it's not anything like that. This is real. Like
so can you tell me where you went when you astral projected? Where did you go?
Yeah, it's like a church in my country like that. But what they were doing is the place you would think is a church. But when they say they want to baptize you into their, all these white garment churches, I'm sure maybe you have something like that in Cameroon also.
Yeah, I'm curious. You say you astral projected. So I want to know, when you astral projected, where did the astral projection take you?
No, you just find yourself like in their own kingdom.
That's called a dream.
Do you understand what I'm trying?
That's called a dream.
Yeah, in the dream. Yeah, in the dream, as soon as you sleep.
That's not astral projection. That's dreaming. It's normal.
No, this is not. No, bro. This is not dreaming. Listen. Before I went there, when I sleep, I never see anything before. But when I went there, so they told me, don't worry, any problem that you have, as soon as you sleep now, you're going to start to dream about it and stuff like that. So when this thing first started, I just saw like I slept. It will not be like it will be like lucid dream. Like lucid dream.
The point is that it's a dream. That's the point. Okay, now I need for you to get straight to your final point now, bro.
Okay, so what I used to do is, as soon as I sleep like that, you'll be seeing like threat, like somebody is trying to.
Yeah, so what I'm asking is, despite all of that, despite your whole story, what's your final point? Well, like, what's your point? Where is the story leading us to? Because I don't have time for you to tell me all the details.
Okay, so what do you think I can do to assert my own independence, and when I sleep, I won't just have to go to any other. I can be able to control my own soul, you know.
No, you don't need to be able to control anything while you're dreaming other than the fact that you went to sleep. But if you need help mentally, bro, go see a mental health professional. Go see a therapist. It actually helps. And then you can, because some people have like different form of sleep issues, right? And you can go see a therapist, like for real. Honestly, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But go see a therapist. Therapists specialize in mental health issues, and they can definitely assist you on that. There are people who spend their whole life studying that science, and they understand how the human brain works. Don't stress yourself. And then as far as your day-to-day life, bro, I would encourage you to be a more rational and logical thinking person. Learn how to separate your emotional conclusions that you make when things happen from the logical reality of the facts. If you can think logically and rationally, bro, you'll be able to separate bullshit from reality. Because the problem with people like you who might even believe that you are astral projecting is because you don't have a logical foundation of understanding the world. So anybody can cook anything and persuade you just with your vision, right? We can be fooled. We can be fooled. Like we can get hypnotized. We can have delusional ideas. We can see illusions. Those are all possibilities, and it all begins with a malfunction in the brain. Now, I'm not insinuating that you have a brain malfunction, but just to be sure you don't, I think you should go see a therapist, and it will definitely point you in the right direction.
Okay, I understand where you are coming from, but the whole thing started at a specific time. You know, before this thing started, right?
They say that if you have a traumatic experience, it can affect you in your dreaming and perhaps give you a very nightmarish style of experience. So yeah, it doesn't matter when it started. You had something traumatized you mentally, either something you saw, something you understood. It just messed you up mentally, and then it started manifesting in your nightmares. You know, it's just like when you were growing up, you watch a horror Nigerian movie, then you go and dream. Do you know you have to? Yeah, we all used to watch Sam Loco, Ukwa, Mr. Ibu in their movie. What's the name of this guy again? We've all watched Billionaires Club. We watched Billionaires Club. Okay.
Yeah, I got that.
So there's nothing. Don't stress yourself, bro. You're on the right path. I say you should focus on rational and logical thinking. Focus on accumulating money and solve the problems that you can solve. Don't worry about all those supernatural nonsense. Those are superstitions. And we Africans, we're really good at it too, you know. We're really good at making stuff up.
Yeah.
But don't worry too much. Right. Thank you for your time, okay, my good brother?
Okay, you're welcome. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
No problem.
Okay.
All the suffering that you are suffering in your life is a product of your irrational decisions. All the suffering you are suffering in your life is a product of your unreasonable decision-making skills. Why is it that you like to just ignore the fact that you're the one that made the decisions that led you where you are? It is that denial that makes you imagine a God in your head and assume that there is a God that's going to come and save you. Listen, Christians, you are an extremely selfish person if you think that for some reason you deserve for a supernatural power to come and obstruct the natural flow of the world in order to make you get a car, in order to make you have food tomorrow. Go and work like every fucking body. If you want anything in this world, go and freaking work for it. Shit, if you have to go and beg, go and beg. But you're not going to get it by sitting down and imagining things in your head. Somebody needs to tell you this shit. Somebody really needs to do it for you. Especially my African brothers and sisters. We are the most duped of all. Jesus will not pay your rents for you. Jesus will not send somebody to come and pay your rent for you. You will be evicted. You better go and borrow money. Go and get a credit card and borrow money and pay that damn rent. Huh? If your tire has exploded, Jesus will not change. Jesus will not take the wheel. You better fix your car because your car malfunction. You could die. The fact that you don't know that you are the one who is making the God that you believe in is the reason why you are constantly doing the same insanity, expecting different results. Have you ever asked yourself, if God can hear me, why do I have to pray 10 times for the same thing? It's madness. It is a type of madness, my brothers and sisters. I'm not saying you shouldn't practice your religion, but don't make your religion obscure your ability to think reasonably. Your religious beliefs are for entertainment purposes only. Your religious beliefs are for entertainment purposes only. When you come into the real world, you want to start thinking logically and reasonably. You want to strategize. You want to structure. Put down a plan for your life and execute that plan. You want to make contingencies for when things go wrong. You can pray for 1 month and you will get no money. And I can work for 1 day and I'll get more money than you can make in a month praying. Now, if you understand that praying is talking to yourself, I'm not against that. Feel free to talk to yourself. Talking to yourself it's not bad. I understand. You can be lonely sometimes. And you have no choice but to talk to yourself. But the moment you convince yourself that the God you have made up in your head will then come and answer your prayers, you're no longer talking to yourself. That's now madness. You have now graduated from just talking to yourself as a normal human being to madness. It's a very low-key type of madness where you cannot tell that the person is mad just by looking at them. All you have to watch is their decision making. You can tell they are mad. I'm trying to rescue you from your own madness. If you cannot have babies, you will not have babies because God is not the one that is going to give it to you. This is the truth you were never told. So I'm giving it to you raw. Uncooked truth. This is uncooked truth. Your morals, nothing has to change. The only thing that needs to change is your understanding that the God that you believe in is one that you have made up in your head. You can still go to church and sing in the name of the God you have made up in your head. No problem. Shit, if transgenders can be there, then surely trans believers can also be there. You can make up anything you want to in your head. Just don't forget that you are making it up in your head. Sherry Baba Shekeri, I feel the Holy Spirit. I know I just made somebody mad with that line. I know I just made somebody mad with that line. God dang. Oh, shit. The Holy Spirit. Hello, Mr. John. Hello, Mr. John. Going once, going twice, going 4 times, going 5 times. All right, Mr. John. It looks like you might have gone out in the rapture. Maybe Jesus already came back and I don't even know. Fuck. Maybe Jesus came and we didn't realize, y'all. Maybe Jesus came and we did not realize. Maybe Jesus came and we just don't know. Hold up, what's wrong with these people? Okay, good. No more guests. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I hate to do you like this. I wasn't going to stay on there for more than 3 hours, but we've gone 3 and 12 minutes. I wanted to get all the guests in line, but the guests in line is not pulling up. I gotta go. I gotta go. I'm sorry, I gotta go. Listen, y'all. I know I make a lot of humor out of this. We'll get into a lot of arguments. Sometimes it's a yelling match. But I want you to find peace in these words. If the worst that can happen to you in this life is that you die, shit, everything's gonna be all right. because death is the end anyways. If the worst thing that can happen to you is that you die, then the value of life is in the moment of life. Enjoy your life in the moment, whether you believe in God or not. Make room for enjoyment. Like, make room to just enjoy the fact that you are alive. Don't get too much caught up in your beliefs that you forget that you are actually alive. Don't get caught up too much in wanting to go to heaven or not going to heaven or wanting or hell. Don't get caught up in the war of beliefs so much that you forget that you are alive and that being alive is so great. If you are a virgin, don't fuck until you marry. You will have nothing to regret. Okay? You have nothing to regret. You have a lot to gain, especially if the person you marry is a person that you want to spend the rest of your life with. Now, if you're not a virgin and you want to get married, get ready to confess to your marriage partner. Your future husband, your future wife. You're going to have to give them accountability for every sexual experience that you've had that you can remember. If they did it to you doggy style, you're going to have to tell him. If they hit you missionary style, you have to tell him. Gorilla style, you have to tell him. If your husband cannot handle that truth about you, if you cannot handle the truth of where your body has been before it ended up in his bed, that's not your forever love. That guy is not going to be with you forever. If anyone who cannot handle that truth cannot be with you for the rest of your life, get out while you can. Moji, you will confess. In the mighty name of Jesus, you will confess. If they did it to you without condom, you must confess. If they did it with condom, you will confess. You will confess to your partner. If not, you better be ready to be miserable. If they knock you in the bush, you will confess. If you did it in a cave, you will confess. If they held you upside down, you will confess. Your partner must know how your body has been handled and still accept you for who you are. If there is any part of you that you are ashamed to share with the person that you call the love of your life, that part of you that you can't share will destroy that relationship. You are wasting time. You are wasting time. Get out of there and go and find the person who will accept that thing that you are most ashamed of. Listen, especially in the Christian religion, do you know why many pastors end up fucking people's wives? Do you know why? Because these women have secrets that they cannot even tell their husbands, but they feel comfortable to go and tell another man. And when you tell him and he gets a righteous boner, what do you think he would do with it? What do you think your pastor would do with that personal private information that you can't even tell your husband? You are going to tell a man, another man, you forgot that the man of God is a human being. What would you do when he gets a righteous boner? I guess he will give you a righteous spanking. Some of you might not take this seriously, but that's the reality of the lives of a lot of young girls, okay? That's the reality of the life of a lot of young boys. Yeah. The homosexuality thing is also there in the leadership of those religions that condemn it. If the man that you want to spend the rest of your life with is not the man with whom you can talk about anything, you are wasting time. Especially if you're a woman. You don't have time to waste. You don't have time to waste. It's a tough world. A very tough world. J'ai dit un fumi noir.
Bonsoir Bakanga, comment tu vas?
Ah, ça va très bien. Et toi?
Ça va, ça va. Je suis montée juste te faire un coucou, donner un petit peu d'amour, tout ça. Et et repartir.
Oh, merci beaucoup, je ne peux pas refuser. Merci beaucoup.
De rien.
Je
Et
croyais que
c'est
tu
quand
allais
que
venir
tu...
ici pour parler. I thought you were going to come here to come and tell us how you're going to confess to your future husband.
Non, moi, je suis pas de futur husband. Moi, j'aimerais bien me marier avec toi.
Ah, je sais pas ça. Tu crois que c'est possible?
Pourquoi ce serait pas possible?
Peut-être que j'ai à quelqu'un.
Non, j'ai personne, moi.
Non, peut-être que moi, j'ai à quelqu'un.
Ah, toi, t'as quelqu'un. Mais il faut me dire, je vais arrêter de venir te draguer ici.
Pourquoi tu dragues les gars sur l'internet? Ta
Non,
maman,
je
ta
drague pas
maman,
les gars sur
ta maman n'était pas dit de lever.
Je drague pas les gars sur un...
Ta
Je drague pas
maman
les-
n'était pas dit de laisser l'enfant détruire. C'est sur l'internet? C'est
Non,
tout
non.
Bakanga.
Non, c'est Bakanga que je veux. Je veux pas les gens de Internet. C'est que Bakanga. C'est
Donc,
pas de ma
peut-être
faute si
que-
Bakanga est sur Internet.
Peut-être qu'il va falloir que tu ailles à l'église.
Oh,
Prier. Peut-être que Jésus peut t'aider.
Non, non.
Je suis un homme plein de secrets et je te dis pas quand même, mais je te dis c'est quand même possible que je suis dans une relation et tu connais comme vous les filles vous êtes, n'est-ce pas? Et chut,
ok.
il
Bon,
faut
je
que j'aille-
comprends.
Ouais, bah. Mais
C'est
je
bon,
n'aime-
j'arrive.
je n'aime pas trop partager ça sur l'internet parce que je sais comment. Mais quand même, j'ai l'amour pour vous donc. Parce que moi
Ok.
j'aime les femmes. Tu
D'accord.
vois. Yeah.
Ouais.
Donc maintenant que tu ne peux pas draguer Bakanga, tu vas faire quoi?
Bon, bah, je vais laisser tomber.
Ok.
Je vais faire autre
Donc
chose.
maintenant on va parler de ton vrai monsieur là que tu vas trouver, le grand frère là que tu vas trouver, hein, le monsieur qui va te donner le righteous indignation, hein, le vrai là. Tu vas confesser à lui, n'est-ce pas?
D'accord. On
So,
fait comme ça.
non, I want to have the conversation with you comme tu es venu.
Ok. Mais
Donc,
je
c'est-
parle pas,
what
je
do
parle
you
pas
think?
anglais. I don't speak a good English.
You can manage. You can manage.
Okay.
What do you think? What is your mindset when it comes to virginity? What do you think?
About virginity?
Yeah.
Je saurais pas l'expliquer en anglais, Bakanga.
Ok, dis un peu très vite en français et je vais traduire.
Ok. Donc la virginité, c'est important pour garder une certaine énergie en fait, parce que l'énergie sexuelle, c'est assez important.
So she says that virginity is important in order to keep and preserve a certain sexual energy, which is very important.
Voilà. C'est ça. Donc c'est important d'être vierge.
Oh, okay.
assez-
Then my question would then like, what do you do then if you don't have that sexual energy to give your partner, the man that you want to spend the rest of your life with?
What?
What will you do if you're in the position where you don't have that to offer? Because you're no longer a virgin, and then now you need to find a man with whom you're going to spend the rest of your life with.
Je pense qu'il faudrait justement, puisque tu n'as plus de virginité, garder, être abstinent pendant un certain temps, minimum 3 ans, de 3 à 7 ans. Et
So
ensuite,
she says that if you can't offer your virginity, you should practice abstinence for like a minimum of 3 years.
voilà, de 3 à 7 ans. Et ensuite,
3 to 7 years.
yes. Et ensuite, offrir cette abstinence à la personne.
You know what? Why didn't I think of that? That's also smart. That's actually a good solution too. That's
Bah, parce
actually
que-
that's also a good solution. Like, but then again, do you think your future husband will be able to trust the fact that you really were abstinent?
Yes.
Because you know that the only way that your husband knows that you're really a virgin is because when he bangs the first time, blood's gonna come out. Because there are people who have gotten married and told their husbands that they were virgins, and then when he went in there, it was like a black hole. It was absorbing everything, and then there was no blood. So the confirmation of virginity is the blood that flows. How will your husband know that you have actually been abstinent for 7 years?
Bah, il peut simplement te faire confiance par rapport à ça, justement.
Ah, mais s'il peut te faire confiance, donc tu ne dois même pas être célibataire. Tu ne dois pas pratiquer l'abstinence pour 3 ans. Si c'est seulement ton mot, tu peux bien lui dire que j'ai changé. Et au lieu de perdre 3 ans, 7 ans, pourquoi pas entrer dans la relation?
Mais tu le fais pas pour lui en soi, tu le fais pour toi-même. Donc c'est entre toi et ta comment dire ça? C'est quelque chose qui te
Maybe I
concerne.
don't know, guys. I'm not an expert in terms of women's. I've always understood that a virgin will bleed her first time. I've always been of the understanding that a virgin bleeds her first time that she does it. People are saying in the comment section that not every virgin bleeds. Hi! Are you telling me that some virgins actually have black holes to where blood doesn't flow? Ok, je te demande une question personnelle. Tu peux répondre?
Dis-moi.
Toi, tu es vierge?
Non.
Do you? I asked her if she was a virgin, and she said no. What could you offer your future husband that will be more precious than the virginity that you've lost?
C'est une bonne question. Et je pense que c'est une question à laquelle il faudrait que je réfléchisse un peu plus profondément avant de répondre.
She said it's a question that she has to think about more deeply before she can respond.
La loyauté, c'est une bonne réponse, mais je ne sais pas si ça se vaut par rapport à la virginité.
Non, je crois pas que c'est la même chose parce que virginity is also a sign of loyalty. When your virginity is what you have to offer your husband, that proves to your husband that you've been loyal to him before you even met him. But if you don't have a virginity to offer your husband, he knows that you haven't been loyal to him at all. Loyalty is something that he has no way of confirming if you have other than your word. So there's always going to be that element of doubt in his mind. He can't trust you 100% from that point. There will be less trust. There will be less trust if you're going into that relationship this virgin than if you were going as a virgin. Do you think so? Does it make logical sense?
Oui, it makes sense.
Voilà pourquoi j'ai dit, that is why I say that. I think that one of the best ways to ensure that you can get that same type of, you can give your husband something as valuable as your virginity is actually a good explanation for why you lost it. So the equivalent of giving your virginity to your husband would be the explanation for a detailed explanation for why you lost it. And he too, if he's not a virgin, he has to give you a detailed explanation for where his body has been, what he has done with it. You don't think that that's fair?
That's fair.
Would you be able, do you think that there's a man in this world that you can tell him about your sexual past in its entirety?
Oui.
That's the man that you're going to spend the rest of your life with. So good hunting. Go and hunt. When you find the man who is worthy to know all your sexual secrets, and he can accept you despite knowing it, that's your man. Every other boy that comes your way is just playing games with you. You have to put them to the test.
Okay.
And Lilith, congratulations if you found your guy. Mais vous là qui cherchez, si tu veux un homme loyal, you don't want a man with 100 bodies on him, Coco. Well, Coco, you might as well come up with Concos. Fuminoa.
Oui.
What is the highest body count that a man has to have for you to consider to be your husband? Is there any limit that you put?
For me, body count don't count.
Good. I guess you're not a hypocrite. Do you think that a man should judge you based on your body count?
No.
Non?
Non. On devrait pas juger qui que ce soit par rapport à son body count.
Pourquoi pas?
Que ce soit. Bah, parce que justement, l'expérience veut que les personnes font des choix qui qui les mène à certaines décisions. Et ce qui fait qu'ils se retrouvent où ils en sont, tu vois. Ma virginité, par exemple, je l'ai perdue parce que je ne savais pas certaines choses. J'étais ignorante de certaines choses.
Ok, mais si tu ne peux pas garantir à ton partenaire que tu vas lui donner l'expérience sexuelle la plus bien qu'il a eue dans toute sa vie, pourquoi est-ce que tu vas te fâcher si pas chercher ça quelque part? Pareil, quand même, il a connu mieux.
Oui.
Toi aussi, tu as connu mieux. On t'a dosé, on t'a tapé, on t'a fracassé. On t'a joué comme le ballon. On t'a joué comme le ballon. Et l'homme aussi, il t'utilise comme un golf ball. Il t'utilise comme un golf ball, tu vois. La satisfaction n'est pas là.
Makanga, tu m'épuises. Non, je vois ce que tu veux dire.
Evening, everyone. Bonsoir, Fouminois.
Bonsoir. Oh, enfin des Français.
Ouais, t'inquiète, j'ai eu un peu pitié de toi. Je disais, la pauvre chérie, elle se bat tellement, elle a besoin de quelqu'un. Hi, everybody in the comments. You're welcome. This is a very strong and hard. It's hard for us, right? I was like, why no women are going up to talk about that? We all scared because it touched kind of our sensitivity. It's so deep, and we all have a reason. We all, first of all, want to justify ourselves why we're not virgin, because that's why most women don't go up. So every time I come into this life, women are always up. Now there's a topic for us, and we all scared. We froze, but it is reality. Because now that we all know that we've been playing with our thing down here, and we so know that we are far away from being the cousin of virgin, right? But I do really think that normally, yes, women should keep their virginity until marriage. And until marriage doesn't mean if you get married at 15, you are still a kid. Normally, when we say until marriage, I believe that it's an age where everybody is conscious enough about the importance of marriage. Otherwise, you are just doing stupid things. I think every woman who started with men before their 20s, they were just curious. I really do think that if they have not been SA, they've been just curious. We were classmates were talking about that, and then it was fun. It sounded like something. They were curious. They wanted to discover the body, but they were definitely immature. They didn't know nothing, because there is definitely a time where you are aware of your body, where you know your sexual identity. And I think that as long as you don't know your sexual identity, you should have your legs closed, because the truth is that all of us, we've been playing with our things since we are super young until now. We are grown enough to be like, we could have actually just wait, because the taste is actually kind of the same. It's even better when you are grown, isn't it? C'est ça, n'est-ce pas?
C'est ça, c'est ça.
Exactement. Parce que quand on est grand, like when we are grown now, you can have more fun and pleasure. You know your body more, you discover more. But when you are young, sex is just like it's like penetration. Sex is just like it you don't even know what you do. You just know that a man and a woman, they do something, he get inside, and then there's something that comes out of the man. And then you, the girl, sometimes most of us girl, when we were younger, we didn't even reach the last point. Like we didn't even come. Am I lying? Girls in the comment, you guys started to come get the end of sex like when you were already grown, because when we were kids, is at that point that we so didn't know what we were doing. We were not educated about sex. So yes, I think that we should for us, we already done.
That's why sex education is important anyways.
Yes. And I think that, I'm sorry, but certain parents also failed educating women, young girls on that. And then we got educated by Facebook, we got educated by friends at school, friends who got experience and books and videos, and because there is a time when a young girl starts seeing her period, she goes through ovulation, so her body starts speaking. And if she's curious enough to know why exactly my body is feeling like this and like that, and she doesn't have no sexual education. She's just doing whatever she wants to do. So yeah, I do think that women should keep it until marriage. I will let you girls talk before I go to the other one, which is the most difficult, I think so.
Tu penses qu'il y a seulement les femmes qui devraient garder ça jusqu'au mariage ou les hommes aussi?
Ah non, non, pas du tout. Moi, je pense que les hommes aussi devraient. Je pense que c'est magnifique. Je pense que c'est très beau. Tu
Hey,
vois?
on parle en
I
anglais
think it's
ici. Oh.
beautiful.
Anglais.
Sorry, she didn't know. I was helping for me noir.
I don't
Right?
speak a good English, sorry.
Exactly. So she was just saying that. Do I think that men also should men also keep their virginity until marriage? Of course, nah. It's beautiful for everybody to it's always I believe it's something that we will never know because we already but I believe that all the people who are actually listening and they actually don't know yet, they never discover it. If you can keep yourself for the one that you're going to spend the rest of your life with, isn't it awesome? I'm sure it has something, but there's something behind waiting until marriage too. Yes. Because what if when you wait until marriage and then your partner sucks at that? Look at you, you become a cheater now, or you are frustrated your whole life. How about that?
That's a risk worth taking. Go ahead, Supreme.
No, I just feel like it sounded one-sided here. I mean, earlier I had to leave, but earlier you were saying men and women, but it's like now it's all about women now, and it's like
to be fair, to be honest, the subject of virginity does carry more value when it's a woman than a man.
Come on now.
Why?
Yes, because sex can change the body of a woman more than the body of a man, and we place more value to the charm and the appeal of the woman's beauty than we put to the charm and the appeal of a man's body, right? Men are associated with this idea of bruteness. Meanwhile, women are associated with this idea of a flower. And when you consider the value of it, like I said, it's a gift that when a woman gives a man, she puts him in a position that he owes her so much that he cannot repay in any other way than loyalty. So when a virgin who meets a man that's reasonable and understandable, who understands the world, and he's the one who disvirgins the woman that he knows to be his wife, that he wants to spend the rest of his life with. They have a better path ahead of them than those of us that have had multiple experiences. Because I think that sex is the ultimate place of communication at the depths of any relationship. And if the experience is altered by previous memories, it can affect intimacy and eventually affect communication. And if you and your partner are distant sexually, the end of your relationship is definitely at hand, And virgins have a better opportunity, especially when both are virgins, to achieve very intimate, successful relationships. It's actually literally worth it. And I understand that we live in a society where we're hypersexualized. And literally, I'm not a virgin, right? I'm not a virgin. So I will have to approach my partner with that same mindset. Whereas, if I was a virgin and my partner was a virgin, at the age of 30, imagine having to explore this thing that I've been disciplined my whole life. It's an excitement that will motivate me in more ways than one, even professionally, in every aspect of my life, right? But if I'm going to a new relationship and I'm not a virgin, I already know what to expect. It's not that, unless we can build a line of communication that allows us to almost renew our sense of man and woman, which is what I think the confession part is, right? This is my body. It's been through this many women. And this is what I'm offering you. Can you accept me as I am? If she says yes, then she would be like, this is my body. It's been ran through, knocked down, conquered, colonized, rejuvenated by this many men. Would you accept this body?
I have a question about the confession part, because you say that if a woman is not feeling comfortable talking openly about her body count to a man, then it's definitely not him. But okay, let's say that's something that men actually, they do love ask that question. What guarantee that it is actually him? Just the fact that he is curious about knowing the body count of the woman, does that mean that he is the one?
I never heard because a man if not, asking my body count.
That's what I said.
There are men out there, they do ask.
That's why I said What are you offering him other than a used car if you can't tell him how the previous owners treated it? What the heck are you committing to spend the rest of your life with? Like I said, many of you get into relationships with these delusions and then you wonder why the dude is out there cheating.
No, but they'll cheat on a virgin too. What are you talking about? Bakanga, you sit out here every day and I come
if he's a hoe, if he's a hoe, yeah, he will. But if he's a virgin himself, definitely is good. So if you're a virgin as a woman,
come on now. But listen. The point is that you sit out here every day, and I commend you that you dismantle the whole thing of religion, but you still are indoctrinated yourself with some of your thoughts, my man.
What exactly am I indoctrinated about? Because I'm pretty sure that
I've and men, all women are not dainty flowers. Okay, we are human beings, all of us, and we have not that many differences in the way that we think, the way we move, the way we think, we have the way we feel, and the things that we want in life. And just like a man wants to experience pleasure in a sexual way, a woman does too. You understand me? And then a woman can also not be about being no dainty flower. She is a human being.
I get it. I agree with you.
A person.
But you cannot ignore the fact that relationships do start and end, and they're starting and ending at very huge rates, and it has a lot to do with sex. Can you ignore that fact?
It has a lot to do with the fact that we as women have our own autonomy over our own bodies, and we're not controlled anymore.
That's what I'm saying to you. Listen, Supreme. Of course, you have autonomy over your body, but men are also human beings, right?
Right.
And we place more value on virginity, whether you like it or not. I would prefer a new car. Listen, with all due respect, as much respect as is possible. That's why I don't think that is necessarily like a matter of value as much as it's a matter of the choices you make and the life that you will get. For example, if you don't make choices that put you as a millionaire, then you have to live as someone who's not a millionaire. It doesn't mean you're a bad person. It just means that you never made the choices that led you down to be a millionaire. Maybe you don't want to be a millionaire. That's okay. Maybe you don't want a guy who's going to spend the rest of his life with you. I'm just saying this in a situation where you are a woman who is wanting to find a man. No, that's what I said from the beginning.
You know, all the older women that I know that's in their 40s have children and are on their second marriage and be with those men forever. Like my grandmother, she left my grandfather when she was in her 30s, and she's with a man that she's been with, and she's 84 and he's 90. They're not leaving each other. That's a life full of stuff, and she had men. Matter of fact, she had more than one baby daddy. She had somebody before my grandfather. So you cannot say that men are not only going to be with a woman.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that your grandmother and your grandfather and the person that she's married to are the type of people that would tell each other everything about themselves and their past?
Probably not.
Probably not? Why not? After spending so much time together.
It doesn't matter.
No. That's not my point. That's not my point. Do you think that your grandmother would trust your grandfather enough to tell him everything about her past, including all her previous experiences sexually? Do you think that she would trust him enough?
She would, but he wouldn't ask. I don't think that the man that she's with now, that's not my grandfather. That's another man that she had no kids with, that she been with since I was a child. You understand me?
I understand. My question to you is he the man? After spending that much time with him, will she trust him with the information, her secrets, with her deepest secrets? Will she?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I'm saying to you.
But he wouldn't ask her.
Listen, you don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that. As long as there's a possibility that you believe that she can love him, and that relationship is the type where she would tell him her secrets, that means that they accomplish what I'm suggesting anyways, which is what I'm saying to you. If you both are not virgins, in order to achieve that long-lasting relationship, you would have to reach the point where you can tell each other every secret you have. If not, it ain't gonna last, and if it lasts, you're gonna be miserable. We literally live in a world where dudes be shooting up their wives and their kids, dudes be doing weird shit, right? Because of lack of trust, which is born from insecurities that we just invalidate because we don't think it matters. It matters. It actually does matter. It affects a man's taste when he can accept the fact that his woman is a certain type of woman. You can't control the way men think. I'm just telling you how men think, just like women think that way, right? Go and ask any man. In fact, let me ask you a question that I saw on the internet today, okay, Supreme? Would you prefer a man that is $50,000 in debt or a man that has a 500 woman body count? Which one would you prefer?
Of course, the man with the more money instead of the body
No,
count.
no. I said the man is $50,000 in debt. So yeah, you just met him. He's broke. He's $50,000 in debt, but he's a good man. He's hardworking. And then you meet this other guy. He's a good man. He's not broke, but he's fucked so many women in his life that there's really nothing that you can give him sexually that he's never had before. So my question for you is, which one of those two men would you prefer?
I'm used to the latter. The man that has had sex with a lot of women. He's not in debt. He know how to manage his money. He got more sense. I don't care what he did before me. This is what I'm saying, Bakanga. It doesn't matter. All this run down.
Yes, it matters.
Shit.
Supreme.
Listen, wait, hold on. What you say is old Chevy shit. I'm telling you, Coochie and Rod has snatched back. I will never know when I have smacks with this man that how many women. I can't off our smacks alone. I'm not gonna figure that out. Like, dang, he probably has. Even though I know
that's why you got to be able to talk to him.
But I don't care about that.
So okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Supreme. What type of man are you looking for? You looking for a man that you can spend the rest of your life with, or just a man that you can take it one day at a time with, and if it ends, it ends? What are you looking for?
I like relationships. Exactly? I want to, I like to be in relationships. So I wanted somebody that could last forever, if possible.
Okay, would that person be the type of person that you can tell him about your entire sexual past?
I've never had that come up. Like, I don't understand this.
Good. Okay, now, are you in a relationship with a man right now?
Yes.
How long you guys been together?
11 years.
And you guys have kids together?
Yes.
Has any of you ever cheated on each other?
He's cheated, yes.
I rest my case.
What you mean? He cheated. But listen, my sister is a virgin. And she's 20, she's 10 years younger than me, so she's like 26. Her boyfriend cheats on her all the time because she wants to wait for marriage. So she's no different than me. And
she's very different.
And that was before we had children.
She's very different. She's not gonna marry that man if she really values her virginity. She already knows he's a hoe. So she's just waiting for her exit plan. If she's that smart, she's gonna find a man that is worthy.
You never
of her sacrifice, because Supreme, let me teach you something, okay? Let me teach you something which you might not have experienced, okay? A woman that actually keeps her virginity is not a regular woman because it takes discipline, especially since you yourself are saying that we live in a hypersexual generation. If I meet a woman in my 30s who is a virgin as a 30-year-old and she's beautiful and attractive and educated and she managed to remain a virgin, I'm not just meeting any type of woman. That's an extremely high-value woman.
Because say that. You know why?
No, Supreme, I can say that because I think that being able to restrain yourself that long is not an easy task. Because a lot of people don't do it anyways, and they make up excuses for why they can't do it. So I will place more value on that woman, not even just for her virginity, but for her ability to endure. That means that this is a woman that if she really loves me, she'll be a real ride or die from this from the get-go.
To the women that has gotten sexually assaulted, what happens to those women that or have got
that is why I said to you, that's why I said to you that when that woman who was sexually assaulted, when she finally finds the man that she loves, the way she would know is because it would be the man that she can tell him anything, because he will also tell her everything that's happened to him. You know,
Listen,
because a woman who was sexually assaulted, a woman who was No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that they get better opportunities than you. Just like the person who goes to college gets better opportunities than someone who's a college dropout.
She didn't go to college. She just didn't give it up, man. She didn't do nothing special. I could not have given it up.
Yes, it's special.
But I wanted to.
No, you gave it up. You gave it up because you gave it up because you didn't have the discipline to endure. You gave into your needs. You gave into your hunger. You gave into your curiosity. You gave into your curiosity.
Women with low self-confidence, for example, we have women that they really do think that they are ugly and they really don't. They have very low self-confidence. They probably might have no choice than being a virgin? What if men were not coming to them? Yeah, there are women like that. Men were not coming to them. Nobody was coming to them. And then she ended up with a guy that actually he wants to get married. At this point of his life, it's time for him to get married. And he ends up on that woman with low self-confidence, and she really doesn't, she doesn't think she's attractive since a kid. She's around her 30s now, and she kept herself virgin because anyway, no man wanted her, and she never thought that she was pretty enough. And then she end up with that man. He really doesn't give like a damn about her, but she's a virgin, and guess what? It's time for him to get married, and then he married her. So that woman also, she is a super high value just because maybe she wanted men didn't want her, and that's how she ended up virgin, because I believe that there are many cases for women who are virgin at a certain age.
In 2024, if you're a woman and you want to get fucked, it's not hard to find a man. Yeah, I'm just telling you. As long as there are Tyrones in the world, I mean, maybe in some village, somewhere, isolated village, okay? But even the women
that's not true.
No, listen, even the women with low self-esteem still have suitors. They still have suitors.
I know a girl that didn't have smacks until she was 21 because she was big and undesirable. And she ended up getting pregnant the first time that she did it. And so she wasn't, you would have said before when she turned 20, when she was still a virgin, that she's such a good woman, but she wasn't. It's just that nobody was trying to get it.
No, somebody just said in the comment section that the concept of virginity came from the Bible. Hell no. There are many, there's many African tribes where you have to consummate your wedding. And when you consummate your wedding, you do it on a white sheet. They want to see blood. If they don't see blood, listen, in Africa, we do something called bride price, okay? Like bride grooming. So the way it works is that if an entire family works hard to raise their daughter, they teach her multiple skills. She's going to be a great wife. And then she also is a virgin. The family places such a high value on that girl. If you want to marry her, you're gonna give them a material value, what they value their daughter. And they value their daughter extremely high. And they use her virginity as part of why she's valued. She's never been with a man. And you are coming to take our daughter. She's educated. She's well-behaved. She's mannered. So you're going to give us 25 acres of land, 50 goats, and guess what? You can get our daughter. So the man and his family will be like, sure, you're charging us this much for your well-behaved daughter. Obviously, we can see that she's well-behaved right now, and you're placing a high value on her virginity. Here's a white sheet. Go in that room. Let's party today. Go in that room, consummate the wedding. And the women will go and check for the sheet. If they find blood on the sheet, then it's evidence that the girl was a virgin. If they don't find blood,
every girl doesn't bleed. I didn't have to bleed when I
Supreme. I'm not saying that to emphasize on the bleeding part. I'm emphasizing on the part that culturally virginity was valued all across the world, regardless of Christianity or not. If you think that it originates from Christianity, you're just no, it's not nonsense because it's actually valuable.
No, it's not. Listen, if a girl is a virgin, and she doesn't bleed, you know how much wasn't educated enough to even know that part, and would probably beat her to death because she didn't bleed. Oh my goodness.
Supreme, let me ask you a question. No, not beat her to death. No one said that. Let me ask you a question, Supreme. You don't think that virginity matters, right? All I'm saying to you is that high value men, those capable men that you guys dreamt of that you couldn't give, you couldn't have, and you had to settle down for those low value men that probably beat your ass, smoke weed, don't do shit with their life, can't move, can't evolve in life. No. I'm being realistic with you, okay? This is the truth. Young girls really need to hear this, okay? Those low value men that came for y'all, that you settled in because you didn't have a choice, and they were not sincere with you, they treated you like shit, but you still didn't leave, even when you had left, even when you should have left, it's because you didn't give them anything that was worth staying other than what they had already had. And then when you fail in other aspects of your relationship, like communication, like maybe raising the kids, you make a mistake here and there, it's easy for them to misbehave because what else do you have to offer? You didn't give them anything beyond just,
Just because I was a virgin don't mean I would have got any better than I have. And I don't have bad. My husband is a good man. He did some things before we had children, but my relationship with him is wonderful. He's at work right now where he's supposed to be. And he paid the rent on the 1st. So I don't have to worry about anything. So to say that because I'm not a virgin, I didn't get something that's worth something, that's BS. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, let me ask you a question. If you're about to marry a man and you guys got honest with each other. You told him about your sexual past. You was a stripper. And then he tells you that he's a convicted sex offender. Will you marry him?
Say that again. Sorry.
If you're about to marry a man, right? Let's say hypothetically, you are a stripper. And then he tells you that, by the way, I'm a convicted sexual criminal. Will you marry that man?
Of course not. No.
Why not?
Because
so now his sexual history matters. Also now sexual history matters. All of a sudden sexual history matters.
That's aggression. It doesn't matter how he did it.
No, I'm not talking about. I'm not. Listen. I'm saying that he's a changed man now. He's clearly told you he's changed since you've been friends with him. He's changed, but he tells you his history. No. And then he tells you his history that when he was 21, he was convicted for assaulting a minor sexually. That's right? Crazy. Now, hold up. Let's say that it was a type of situation where maybe the kid, you know how kids these days, their brains are not working properly, actually consented, but then it got caught, and then we're like, yeah, bro, you can't mess with a 14-year-old, we're going to lock you up. And then he's a sexual offender like that. And then he tells you that. My question to you is, why will you not marry that man? Because of that history.
Let me answer the question. Because that is, if you try to compare that to cheating, you know what I mean? It's not
I'm trying to show you that even you women, you do put value to sexual past. It's just that you don't understand that sexual past involves every sexual behavior, regardless of how you might consider one worse or one not worse. And if the person you want to spend the rest of your life with is not a person that you can open up about those things, then you might end up marrying that pedo without knowing. Okay, and then 20 years later, you're going to find out that this dude was a convicted whatever in Michigan, and he came and marry you in Florida. Listen, that's what I'm saying.
And a virgin could tell you that BS too. A guy could tell you anything. That's why vetting is not even possible in no world, no time of the world, because anybody can say anything. I could have sat here and told you I was a virgin. I could have say anything I want. It's no way you can know by having smacks with me, by me bleeding on a towel. I could have had my period. Like, you don't damn know. That's what I'm saying.
What I really want to know is that even if okay, because you keep saying that, but there's something I want to hear about that, because I'm sure women wants to hear about that too. When you say that a woman who is not okay opening up about her whole sexual past, to even her body count, to that man who is in front of her, because at that moment they are not married, it's that man who is in front of her. You are not saying that it's after they are getting married. So how exactly it is important to that man to know about that past, and what makes it what makes it that important?
I will tell you that
we don't get it.
I will tell you that a high value man would need to know everything about his wife and make a logical choice if he's really willing to stay with her, and also make a conscious decision that he will not cheat on her for any reason, even if he's not sexually satisfied, as long as he knows everything about her that there is to know, and he makes that choice. A low value man doesn't care, because he knows he's going to go find Takesha from down the road and bang it. You know what I'm saying?
And the girl would have talked about her private, like maybe something very secret to her, to that wrong guy, because just he asked the question and in her mind, and even to the people listening, some might be like, oh, because a lot of women never have that question being asked. Then they would be like, oh, okay, so if a man asked me that question, let's say that the guy his life is a little bit okay, whatever is high value, but hey, maybe compared to what the girl's been having before.
No, definitely value. Do you know what a high value man is?
No, I understand what you say. I'm just going to, I'm sure that to high value, we really have to different, we do have different percentages. So how would that girl know that that guy in front of her who is asking her that is actually genuine about that? Because you also mentioned the part where if the guy is not willing to accept that, he will just go. But she would have probably go through that part.
Here's my question. Yes, my answer.
That thing very
Here's
important.
my answer. This is how you would know. Don't tell any man anything that he's not willing to tell you about himself. So you ask him the question too. Right? That's why it's mutual. It's mutual. It's a mutual understanding. That is the non-verbal contract that goes in. Like I said, if I go buy a new car, I want to know how the previous owners treated it. And you as a woman, I will expect that you also want to have that information about your new car that you're buying. Where has this car been? I don't want this car to break down on me in the middle of the highway. right? Like once I know what I'm dealing with, then I know that I'm making a choice to accept it as it is. So tomorrow, if that information comes out, I cannot use it as an excuse for why I'm being a coward or why I'm being a deadbeat dad. You know, exactly. Because
But if a woman has a number, for example, that, oh, okay, I have this number, and the guy has a vague answer like, oh, I can't really remember, it's around this and that, is it an answer that the woman should take? Can we consider that the guy actually answered the same way that the woman answered?
Listen, if I ask you what your body count is and you say 5, and you ask me and I say I can't count, it literally means it's more than 5.
Okay.
You get it? Yeah.
I get it.
That's the point. So if it doesn't really matter how the answer, it depends on you if you're satisfied, right, with the answer. If you're not satisfied, you get more details. But the point is that I really think that the highest level of trust in a relationship is the trust where both partners can literally sit down and without violence and without argument, talk about every secret that they both have. If you cannot achieve that, you can't have the confidence that there's not going to be a good enough reason for that person to leave you or to disappoint you.
Yeah.
That's why we say till death sets us apart. And yet when we see the world, there are things that set people apart other than death.
So I hope that the woman in the comment, don't get yourself fooled when he come and ask you that question. Make sure that he's capable to answer and make sure that you feel comfortable with his answer. Otherwise, everybody will just ask that question because people are curious.
Guys in their 25 and down probably asking that nonsense because of today's whole climate.
Supreme.
You'll be very surprised.
You're making PG-25.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, that nonsense. Not no 30-year-old man that.
But between us, Supreme, like let's say that Bakanga is not there, between us, Supreme, like women to women, would you feel comfortable to open up yourself like to that man that you think that you want to end up your life with, even if it's very uncomfortable, like it's damn uncomfortable, but you are convinced that the guy in front of you is actually the man that you want to end up your life with? You said you married, okay, but let's say like women to women, in that case, will you really think, is it something you think you can do?
I can do it. It's not that hard. It's not, I'm not a prostitute. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So
Let me ask.
matter. But the point, listen to what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Gucci got snapped back. It don't matter. A woman can tell a story, a lie. Just like you said, they go on a sheet on the bed that could be true or not, because women bleed for many reasons. You feel me? Or don't bleed at the same time. So y'all going on speculation. Y'all never know unless we tell you out our mouths if it's your baby or if it's, you know what I'm saying? We got all the things that come out of us. We have to let you know. If we don't tell you, you have no idea.
Supreme, you want me to be brutally honest? I'm going to be brutally honest.
Okay.
Like brutally. And if there's any man who has a penetrating tool that disagrees with me, please come up here and tell me that I'm wrong. When I enter into a woman with a low body count, it's a different experience. It's a complete different experience.
In your mind, bro. I would do 1,000 kegels right now.
I'm talking about. Hold up, Supreme. Whether you like it or not, you ain't got a dick.
Okay.
You've never used one. Go and ask those who have it, who have been with multiple partners, what the difference is. It's a reality you can be in denial of it, but it's the brutal truth.
Can I tell you something? Real quick. Can I tell you something real quick? Because I've been with my man for 11 years, maybe going on 12, okay? And it's days that a V can go through a whole bunch of different phases a day. You understand me? Today it could be not as strong and tight as it was yesterday. And it don't even have to do with nothing. It don't have to do with nothing but how her
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Listen, I'm not saying that a man cannot accept you as you are, But I'm telling you that it ain't the same, and it also depends on size too. That's correct. That's true. There's a size thing to it, right? There's a size thing to it too,
you got a
depending
thing,
on if
elephant
you're.
Not
titus.
only a size thing, and plus, I would
don't
say
know.
that nowadays, us women, we actually do get you guys a lot on that, because women know what I'm talking about. They know about that, how you call it, the steaming, whatever. We have these leaves, whatever. We have this spiral, whatever. It is a matter of 1 week of doing it. The next day when I come, yesterday you had a virgin, and tomorrow you have a me, and that me, I am actually that close to that virgin. We do have that, and no man, no matter the
Ability.
experience, can
But
say
we
whatever.
men,
I
we have
don't
something
get it.
similar. We have something similar. I have met women who said they've had horrible sexual experiences because the man penis was just too small. Just like a
But
man
you have
penis can be
women
small.
that
Hold up,
love
Supreme.
that small penis.
Supreme. Of course, no problem. That's what I'm saying. No problem, okay? Just like
Mm-hmm.
there's small penises, there is expanded vaginas. That's just the reality of the world.
But see, that's what I'm saying. So she can be different.
And an expanded vagina is very proportional to how many trains have ran through it. It has a lot to do with
But
that too.
okay, so say, let me give you an example. Say a woman only messed with small penises all her life, and then she got with somebody with a big one, and she told that man that she was a virgin. He wouldn't know no damn difference. You understand me? He wouldn't know.
It just tastes like water.
Supreme. That's why you ain't got a dick. That's why
You
you
keep
think
saying
so.
that.
I'm being honest with you. I'm being honest with you. That's why I really need a brother to come up here and tell me that I'm wrong about. I'm just saying, I'm a man. I talk to men. Like all my friends who are men, all the men I've met that are comfortable enough talking about this topic, it's very consistent. Okay, we are the ones with the measuring tool. We have an understanding of what we're talking about.
Nah, hell no.
Okay, I'm going to join this
Moji.
conversation today.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm gonna talk I'm a nurse, so I'm going to give you guys the medical term. So the way men have small and big, women has big and small also. So if you're a man and you have small penis and you meet a woman that has a wider, larger vagina, obviously it's gonna be loose. You don't mean the woman has been with a lot of men. That's how that works. It does not matter at all.
Hold up.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's how our body is. We have small and we have big. And that's why you hear sometimes they say bigger women has smaller. So it's the size.
Right.
It's the size. I'm telling you, it don't matter. It don't matter.
With all due respect.
And this is what I went to school for.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm telling you.
I get it. But it does make a difference if the woman hasn't been with many men compared to if she has. How many sexual partners you have affects your vagina in one way or another. Is that not supported medically at all?
No, it does not.
Okay, so hold up. So what's the difference between the vagina of a virgin and a woman who's not a virgin?
It's because something has not been in there before.
So
it don't matter if she has
what happens?
And you have a smaller dick and you still going there, it's still gonna be the same.
The hymen is the difference, but the hymen can break or
having
cannot.
a baby does not change the size of your vagina. Why do you think having penis will change it? Having a baby does not change the size of your vagina. Why do you think a penis will change it? It goes back to its normal size.
Italiano says that toys make the difference.
I am there. As long as I understand the importance and the value of the virginity part, like I definitely understand the importance and the value of that. But talking about the size part, that's completely crazy because you have women with a lot of body count, but their vagina is tighter than even that person who just started. She been just having sex for a month now, and then you have that one with the long mileage. But hey, when
men
you put those two ladies
naked
and you get inside, the one with the more mileage is actually sweeter because she's even tighter sometimes. So as much as I understand the value of the virginity part, the size. but a lie. It's a whole big lie. It's impossible that because she been active more, that's why her vagina is bigger. That's a lie.
No,
Right, you don't still have nothing to do with the penis.
but has sex with him 1,000 times.
So much noise in your background, Union.
Hey, my bad, but Conga. Hey, look, let me step out and go somewhere else. Hey, look, man, I was just gonna say.
Yeah, when you get to a quiet place, bro, you can unmute.
But
Women,
listen, what if a
hold
woman...
up. Women, you guys are in so much denial. It's so funny.
No, but what if a woman had one sexual partner, but that was her man
It's
for
not a
years?
denial.
And then she say she had one sexual partner, but she had sex with him numerous times.
Yeah, same
What?
thing.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Mm.
Listen
We're
to me,
not in
okay?
denial. That's how it works. With
Listen to
men
me.
I've seen men that have like longer penis, but they don't have. It's not thick. It's just long. So it's
Sure.
different sizes. So
Sure.
that kind of penis, if you penetrate into a woman that is larger, it's not gonna fit.
No, listen.
It will,
Listen.
and plus, if she's wet,
Listen.
it even makes it worse. If she likes you and a vagina is wet, it even makes it bigger. Don't you know that? That if a woman is wet, the vagina expands.
Right.
Especially during
Hold on,
ovulation
listen,
as well.
listen,
That
listen.
part.
Listen.
Where the pelvic
It's a muscle, right?
enlarge.
It's a muscle, right?
Mm-hmm.
What happens if you keep beating the muscle over and over and over and over and over?
I just want to be funny.
I am there.
I can't get
But
this one.
you guys are the men, but we are telling you that sometimes you probably have a wrong idea about that. You might end up with that girl, it's too open, and then you are going to think that, oh, that's because she's been too active.
Let
Like
me-
the meat been beaten too much. Sometimes no.
Hold on, let me ask you a
It's
question.
men's ego.
Hold
Y'all
up.
ego think
Hold
y'all
up.
dick can just make a woman's vagina just get big. No, it's your ego.
No,
Y'all
no,
dick not
no.
even that big like that.
It's not
What?
big. It's that the muscle shrinks after being stimulated multiple times. This is what I'm saying. Check this out. You see the body of an athlete that does long distance running, right? Skinny. There's less fat in those muscles. So the person will be skinny. His muscles will shrink. The muscles of a bodybuilder, right, would increase in size. If the vagina is a muscle that does a lot of cardio, well, shit, it's gonna lose weight, and by losing weight, it's gonna
No,
create more space and
Bakanga,
expand.
no, it's not
Bakanga,
it's not the
you're
same
right,
kind of
but we're
muscle.
not speaking
It's
about
not the same kind of
Mr.
muscle.
Bakanga.
No.
Listen
There's
to
no
the
way.
girl.
That's
We have
a
a whole
virgin
nurse
is
right here
bad.
on the panel. A whole
A
nurse
virgin is
explaining
bad,
us how the
but
body
explains it
works.
all.
We are listening to the nurse. Now we're talking with facts here, okay? Come on. Poor women, I think we suffer too much, and I think men are just thinking whatever they want because of us. Because you know the way that our bodies are shaped, we cannot even tell if a man had 10 girls, even if he had 200 girls. There's nothing that shows directly on his penis. However, his body can show, but the penis itself cannot. While women, we know it shows. Just the fact
Hold
that we
up,
are open.
hold up. Let's not even talk about saggy boobs.
Yeah, Bakanga, stop.
You know,
we know
can't-
that.
Come on, we know they're genetic
Men get that same
affected.
thing.
Virgin from 14, 15 years old, they
my
might have
God.
that type of boobs. Virgin, and then high mileage women can also have a 12 and 14 years old boobs. We all know that. So
Exactly.
that part, come on, you know better.
Some of the men got boobs too.
Man,
So
you guys
one of
need
y'all-
to
which one of
learn
y'all are
about
out there is
women's
the
body.
nurse?
You need to
Which
learn
one
about
is the
women's
nurse?
body. You need
Which
to learn
one of
about
y'all is the
women's
nurse?
body. You guys don't know. You guys don't know about women's
I
body.
need,
You
I need
don't
to
know.
talk.
They want to make us feel guilty because we're not virgin.
Hey,
They can't
hey,
even make us come.
Hey,
A lot of
listen.
men cannot even make women come. And they're
Oh,
talking
man.
about is wide. And there's a
They
statistic
be
that
doing that
shows
supernatural
65% of women has never
man that had a
supernatural
ever in their
snatch.
life. For real.
Hey.
Oh,
First
it's
of
going
all,
all over the place.
listen. I appreciate the fact that you ladies come up to defend the non-expansionism of the vagina. All I'm gonna tell you is that We have the measurement rods. We know how it works, okay? And any man who's been in the position where you fuck the same pussy for a long time, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I don't know. You can't just lie. Listen, it's not a matter of multiple partners, right? Where'd you go, Moji? Come on, Nurse Moji.
Because you want to hear that nonsense.
Listen, again, like I said, even a man that stays with one woman for 10 years and has sex with her every day can tell you that after 5 years, it doesn't feel like they felt the first time. It's not that his dick shrunk. Something else shrunk.
She got uninterested. That's what it was. She's not excited.
No, I'm
When
talking
the
about
woman
even...
gets excited, her stuff gets intense. You understand me? But after, of course, even with you guys, even with women, after a certain couple of years, we are not as interested. It's not getting as wet. It's not getting as motivated to do all that it used to do. But I bet you if she get a new man,
Why?
Because I don't even believe in all this monogamy stuff you talking about. After a few years, it's kind of over. The flames have died the damn out. The hell. So
So
now
what's the point of getting married and
it ain't no point. Nobody want to marry y'all. Get out of here with that.
You don't want to marry
man.
because you don't have enough value for,
I'm
for a
married.
man that
I'm
wants to
married
marry.
already, guy. I'm married. It's not
Toxic.
fun. It's a piece of shit.
Okay, when this person who's married says that they don't have to get married, that tells me that you're miserable in that relationship.
Yeah.
No, I'm telling you that it gets weak after a while. With anybody.
It's not
man or
supposed
woman.
to.
It does, man. It
Only
does.
when
But
when you
Supreme,
have
you know,
failed.
at this point, I'm not ready with you because I think it's our responsibilities also somehow
To
to
do
make
what?
the sex life very interesting. Seriously.
Listen, it can be, but if it's not interesting, it's
No, but
not.
I
It's
think
no
we
matter
have
what
that
you
power.
do.
I think we have more power to make our sex life with our partner more interesting than men got power. I really do think that women, we do have power there.
But think about this: how exciting it would be if somebody knew.
I
How
think that's what
exciting
do it. I think that's what does it.
I
is
want the
women
sex
have
life to be
multiple
new with my
partners.
husband every time. Don't you think about that, Supreme? Like every time it has to be new. Don't you think about that? You make the fun. You make the spice.
every time, not every
Yeah.
time it has to be.
Supreme,
Every
if
time
the
you
pussy,
can.
Good
come
for
on.
at least 7-8 years. What the hell? How many times you gonna do it? When you get old, you're not
If
gonna
the
want to be
pussy,
doing it.
if the pussy ain't shrunk, if the pussy didn't shrink and nothing, that's gonna make me not want
This is
it.
why Kegels is here. This is why hot water, warm water. If I sit in warm water, boy,
Damn,
it's over for you.
y'all gotta do all of that. Y'all gotta do all of that.
I mean,
Damn.
I don't have to do all of that, but it's good to do.
Supreme, can
Just
I
like
ask
you do
you?
the
Can
little,
I?
you do the little
Supreme,
kid jump,
Supreme, can I ask you a personal question and you can decide if you want to answer it or not?
right?
So you and your husband been together for 11 years. Are you
Yep.
guys still enjoying sex?
Yeah, we enjoy sex, but I know.
How many times a week do y'all roller coaster?
See, he works late shift, so he don't get up till 12. I'll be asleep. But we do it probably on the weekend.
Oh man.
I'm not, listen, when I was younger, I would wait up for him and stuff like that. Now, look, we have kids. We got to get up at 6 in the fucking morning. Nobody's trying to do all that.
Why did
It's
he
not
cheat?
as interesting.
What made him cheat on you?
That was the first year of our relationship. He cheated.
Have you
And
cheated on him?
no, I haven't.
That
No.
Well, of course, even if you did, you wouldn't tell us though, right? I
I
hope so.
will tell you, you were strangers. What you gonna do? Tell him the hell? I
This
did
is
not
the
cheat.
internet. This is the
The
internet.
internet is undisputed.
He's not on the
Yeah.
internet. And if he did, what, he gonna believe some internet people? He gonna be like, what the hell?
Supreme, you just said that. Can you imagine what it would be like with someone new? Are you saying that you've never acted upon that desire, that thought?
No, because I love that my children wake up and go to sleep to their father. It's something more than smacks that drives my will as a human being to live every day and do what we have to do and make this family work. But
So
the
when
thing
they-
Hold on,
when
is,
they-
let me
when they
guess.
get old enough and this stuff fizzle all the way out like it should, I'm gonna get me another one and I'm gonna enjoy my damn life until he get on my nerves and give
Oh,
me another
man.
one.
Damn, Supreme is like you're already thinking how leaving your husband in the future if you
Yes,
have to happen.
because
What?
guess what? I talk to older women every day. I speak to older women. In my job, I work for the government. It's a whole bunch of old ladies. You understand me? They men have passed on, or you know they got a divorce, whatever the case may have been.
But it's not your
They
man because you
enjoy
and
their
your man are
life.
still married.
Hold on. They enjoy
Yeah, Supreme kind of
having
savage,
different
bro.
stuff. But it's that's a human being. Men feel the same way. Why I can't feel that? I'm a human.
I mean, I can see if your husband passed away, but you're saying like you're just getting ready to,
Yeah, it's
look for
like
something
that.
new
It's like
already.
you're
Because
married,
I
but
want to
hey, I don't
enjoy
mind
it.
if he ends up, like you already have a plan after him. I mean, I don't really get it.
Because this
Can
is
you
life,
just
and you
because
gotta have a
for me,
plan,
I'm a young
bro.
girl. I'm not married. I guess you can educate me on that. So I
Listen,
already
stay
know there's no
vigilant,
surprise.
ladies.
11 years married. That's a lot. That's
Do
very
you see
good.
what's going on in this world today? You know what I'm saying? The 4B movement is not no BS, man. That's some real stuff. So we gotta just think about how it is that while we thinking like that, other women in different countries, and realize that we are just like men in a thought process where we don't want to be held down for years and years and years doing the same thing. I see my grandmother do it. I see my aunts do it. I don't want to do it, bruh. It's not fun. Stop
But you
playing with your
said that you're
friends.
gonna do it all over again with somebody else. So I mean,
Until they get on my nerves, and then you just like,
But why
what the
did you
hell?
get married?
Because I have children with this man, and I want to raise them in a nuclear
You see,
family.
let me tell you, Supreme. Let me tell you what that is. That means that life forced you to make a choice that you otherwise would not have made. There's probably a lot of miserable going on in that relationship.
No, I liked him at the time. I was into it.
So do
But
you like him
I'm
now?
a different person.
Do you
I
like him now?
I like him as a human being, and he's a good father.
It's your
and a good
husband.
provider.
How about a husband?
Listen, no, not as a husband.
That's
because I'm
why,
feminine.
Supreme. You say human being.
He's a nice
That
human
is
being,
why.
and he's a good father and a great provider. You feel me?
She just said
And
her
so I
husband
cannot
is a
take
good
that from
human
her.
being. So he's just
He
a sperm
is.
donor. He's just a sperm donor that pays legal child
No, he's a
support.
father. No, a sperm brother. I would be a single mother if he was a sperm brother. I'm not a single mother.
So
But
does
it's a little
does he
bit
know
of
that you
that.
feel this way? Does he know that you feel this way?
No,
That's that.
not yet.
It's like you're cheating to me, Supreme. It's like you cheating.
I
Come
didn't
on.
get nobody, y'all. I'm just chilling right now. I'm just relaxing.
Yeah. Ooh. I
I'm
mean,
just
but
relaxing.
okay, but let's say that, everything you say kind of makes sense. It's normal. If you are true with whatever you say, don't you think that it's normal for your husband to know that how you feel? Because, yeah, you're actually being real, but don't you think that because, hey, you didn't marry yourself, plus you said that when you marry him, you actually did love him and all that, life did whatever, and then today you feel the way you feel. But don't you think that you'd be more honest with yourself if you actually face your husband and tell him that, hey, over the years, this is exactly how I feel, and today I just see you as a good
But I feel
human
like
being
all
and
men,
a good
it's
father?
not just my husband, it's all men at this time
No,
in this 2024.
it's
You
not all
guys
men.
have a mindset.
But you
just
didn't
showed
marry
it,
you didn't marry
Bakanga.
all men.
You
You
just
didn't
showed
marry
it.
all those men. You actually did marry one person.
But listen, this is what I'm saying. They
He
all have
deserved
the
the
same
truth, right?
mindset right now. As far as this red pill nonsense, as far as how they feel about women and how we are under them. And like, I don't want to be under one man all day, like every day. for the
Check
rest
this
of
out,
my life.
Supreme.
God, am I just a weird woman here? Like, I don't get it.
Supreme,
You
let me ask you a
sound
question,
Very
Supreme.
strange to me.
Supreme, do you think that your own personal experiences affect your worldview when it comes to this issue?
I think because I'm not religious and I don't follow any of the Bible thought processes about a woman's virginity, a woman's place in a home and all that other extra stuff. And I do feel like marriage, it did not come from the Bible, but the way it is now is led by the Bible. And so I'm not, like I said, I'm not
not
religious.
necessarily. That's why I said, like, unfortunately, that's why I really advise people, don't leave your religion out of emotions to where you cannot realize that there are some good things that religion mentions that does not necessarily belong to religion, right? Your moral values don't have to be grounded within religion, but it doesn't mean you have to be a pervert or an erratic, illogical human being. No. Your husband deserves to know how you feel about him, especially if it's something that would make him change his mind. It seems like you're
He's
manipulating
not
him.
changing his mind. See,
You're-
men
you're
want to be
manipulating him.
with the woman for life unless she goes out and cheats on him. So unless I cheat, he's not going to go nowhere unless I leave him physically. That's
Are
how
you taking your husband for granted?
Exactly.
Am I taking him for granted? No. I love that he's doing what he do.
Well, you'll be surprised to see the girls he's talking with. Check his phone, please.
Girl,
I
I
think he
get his
knows
phone
your
all
game
the
and he's
time.
playing
Girl,
well with
calm
that
down. I
because
got,
he
bitch, I got a
knows,
tag in his card.
you know,
Don't
you
do
know,
that.
I
Listen,
something
when
like
a
that.
girl,
Maybe
no,
You
don't
got
do
a
that.
tag in
Because
his
when a girl
car.
don't want to think about it, when a girl don't like what you saying, here they go talking about your man is a liar, cheater. That doesn't work with me, shorty.
No, no,
I know what my man
maybe
is
he
doing.
understood you at this point of his life, and he is also playing your game. He knows that you think that he is stupid,
No, he
and the
don't
fact that
know
he knows that
shit,
you're stupid,
shorty.
he
He
is
don't know
enjoying.
nothing. He don't know
Ooh,
nothing. He don't know nothing. He don't know nothing.
That's exactly the problem that us women we think. We sometimes think we're too
Listen.
smart and we think that men are dumb.
Listen,
What?
listen. I'm
He
not.
will
I don't
definitely
deal
be
with the men that
enjoying
you
whatever he's
deal with.
enjoying
We are two
while
different
you.
people. Like I just said, I
Oh,
just told you what's going on. So if you
oh.
just want to run with shit that's out of in your head,
Not at all. I'm really just going based on exactly the information that you give.
no,
Nothing
no, I
much.
didn't tell
I'm
you
not
that
bringing
he
nothing
knows
of me.
anything. I didn't never tell you that he knows this and he's playing stupid and all of that. I never told you that.
He
So what you
might.
coming up
I'm
with
saying
is
it's
you
like
running out.
hypothetically talking, like he might. It's possible,
Girl, I
right?
don't think
Oh, you
so. No,
prefer
it's
to
not
ignore the fact
possible.
that because it suits your heart, you feel more comfortable in the position thinking that you got it and your
Listen,
man
I'm not
doesn't.
in no position. I just told you I don't give a fuck. Like, what the hell is wrong with you?
Oh man.
No, it's okay. Nothing is wrong with me. Nothing is wrong
All
with me.
right,
You
no, because you
know.
told me that. I don't like when
You're
people
taking it
try to
too
do that.
personal. You see, I think
No,
I
you're
trigger you
getting too
because
personal
no,
because you
you
trying to come up with a
prefer.
scenario that you know nothing about.
Yes,
Just
So
because
told you
Supreme, you
what's
look
up.
at marriage like a
you're taking it
contract.
too personal, Supreme.
A marriage is a
For
contract.
something that
Calm
is
I
down,
mean,
what
it
I'm
shorty.
saying is
it
wrong.
is,
Go
but
get
I
you
mean,
a
you could
man and
look
then
at it
tell
like
me
a
about it.
contract, or you could look at it
Oh,
like,
I do have a man.
All right, well, worry about that.
Ooh,
Then.
I
Worry about
do.
where he's
Everything is
at.
fine. I don't have to worry.
Worry about if he's cheating, girl.
Hey,
No, I
what,
don't think so.
Yeah, I bet.
man,
Yeah,
what's all the drama for?
No,
because
shorty try to come stupid. Like, girl, bye.
Supreme, you brought a scenario. I'm very
I
surprised
did
that a
not put
scenario
the
that is
scenario. I
fake.
told you
I
what's
am
going on in
completely
my
lying,
life.
right? I'm saying a fake scenario. I'm very surprised that a
It's
fake
fake,
scenario
exactly. So I
affects you
don't want to
I'm
hear no
trying to
exactly.
fake
learn something.
news. I
Y'all
don't
But
want to
why
sitting
is
hear
here
it
fake
affecting you
arguing.
news.
like that? A fake thing? How is
I'm
I
it
don't
trying
want
to
to
affecting you
learn
make
like
no
that?
something.
fake
Oh,
This is
news.
why
no,
men
that's
never
because
learn
you
nothing,
don't
because women
want. You prefer to
always
think
been
that
with.
you got it.
hey,
Huh?
Smiles,
I'm trying to tell y'all what's up, and
100%
she
right,
just
man.
getting mad and then
This
making
the
up shit,
perfect
and I'm
example
telling
that
you what
women
the
are
real
always a
is.
problem.
The men is
Preach
the
on,
problem.
preacher,
That's why
smile.
I'm uninterested.
Not
What you
men.
mean?
I'm saying women.
Yeah, I know.
Men,
That's why I said preach on,
we make
preacher.
this world so godly. You know what I'm saying? We think logically. We think the right way. Women, y'all turn up, y'all blow up, y'all be ready to kill each other. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, the person that's most killing people in the world is y'all. Stop it. Cut it out.
Because we dealing with
Anywho,
y'all. We be at home angry with y'all. We go outside in the real world. Somebody press another
but
button. We
then
got
that's emotional. So who's really emotional then?
y'all is because y'all emotions way off on us. Y'all don't know how to control y'all emotions, so we got to deal with that. And guess how that
Yeah.
turn us? Emotional,
That's only you.
angry.
Then you need to control yourself. Then
Well,
don't blame it on the
I
women
wasn't
for
on
your
here turning
attitude.
up. That's you and the other females. So y'all got to
No,
control
she tried
yourself.
to come up with a lie. I don't want to hear that. I'm telling you what's real.
You
Like,
can't
don't be
control
trying to.
yourself. You just up
Women
here
are starting
Exactly.
to
You
arguing with
know,
become more
tell
somebody.
like men,
when you
man.
say
Like
something
that's
that
what's
is
so
real,
strange about it all.
there are many
What's
different
strange?
scenarios in
Well,
life, and I
look,
don't understand how a fake scenario touch you that hard. It's
No,
like you
because that's
really
what y'all girls go
okay.
to. Oh,
All
he's
right,
cheating
all
on
right.
you
Let's say
now.
okay, no
You gotta
problem, no
worry about
problem.
where he's
You are
at. Blah
right,
blah
completely
blah.
right.
Girl, I
Okay,
don't give a
okay.
question,
We are
question.
women, right? I'm gonna bring a question like this. Do you
Oh,
think that
girl.
us women we prefer to think that we got it and we are smarter than men to the point that we prefer to accept that we know our man. He
No.
cannot be doing that because we got it
No,
because
some
we all
I
have
women,
didn't
yeah.
never say none of
information.
that. You putting words in
No,
my
I'm
mouth. I
asking.
never
That's
said I got nothing.
We
I
are not
told
there
you how I
anymore.
felt.
It's me asking that question to you, a woman. No,
No,
we
well,
are
I
not there
don't think
anymore.
that. No, I don't think that. No.
Oh, okay, no problem. That's it. You answered it.
No,
See,
women are
yeah,
women are just working on their emotional thoughts because now we have control over what we do and how we do it. And that's why my own wants and needs in my life is apart from a man. What are you talking
yeah.
about? It's
But
not
Yeah, I
LaVoy,
do
you
have
gotta
control
understand,
about men,
LaVoy,
and I think
like
that
the
women we should be
American
saying the
women are
truth.
way
I think that
different
a
from
real woman who
No,
got
we
control
not.
about whatever she feels
We
should
not
be
there.
saying the truth. Seriously, especially after 11 years of getting married, I think that we are so controlled. We are the boss of
Oh
ourselves.
I
We
man,
know
think she's
girl.
what we
single.
feel. We
No.
should be
Supreme got to
telling
be
the
single.
truth.
I'm
Huh?
not single. sorry.
Well, I feel bad for your man. Cause
No,
I'm,
it's bad for him. He's not sitting on the internet. He's making money. The fuck?
I see. He probably deal with you at the crib. He like, I'm gonna just go to work every day all day.
That's what a man does. Go to work every day. That's what a man does.
When a man go to work, it's because he's not happy at home. They gonna work
So he
regular.
could just sit. So that's why y'all live with y'all girlfriend. Y'all don't have no lease or no nothing in your name, no titles, no
Who are
nothing.
you talking about?
Y'all think that y'all don't go to work.
We're not low value men. You're talking about low value men. Is that what you got?
Listen, none of these people make more than $40,000 a year. Stop it. That's low value.
Whoa, that's cap. I'm at work right
We
now.
know of black American men make $40,000 or less.
No.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I feel bad for
Yes.
your
And
man.
you're not black American, but
I
and
hope
if
your
you're in
man did
America,
not put a
you're
ring
not
on
making
it.
more than $40,000 a year. Stop it.
If your man put a ring on you, that's the biggest mistake he made.
You are just waiting for the next man. You are right. You
Girl,
probably
I'm not
choose your
waiting for
man well.
nothing.
Yes,
I'm
you are.
waiting
You
for my
are just
children
waiting
to
for the
grow
next
up.
man.
That's what I'm
Listen
waiting
to her.
I'm
You are
waiting for
just
my
waiting for the
children
next
to
man.
grow up.
You are just waiting for the next man to put another ring on your finger.
Shut the fuck up.
Nah, but for real though.
40,000 is mad low, and that's how much people was making. Like 30,000, they not making nothing.
See,
Come on,
by the way you talk, I can tell like you always a person that always think you right. You don't take accountability.
I'm a Taurus,
You're
sorry.
super
I'm
hostile.
a bull.
You're super hostile.
And I know you are a Taurus because I'm a Taurus as well.
Damn, I've been with a Taurus before, but she the most hostile Taurus I've been seeing, man.
Oh well, we don't
Yeah, I
play
don't
no
think
games.
she a
We run
Taurus.
over
I think she toxic.
I'm April 21st, baby.
Oh my God, that one was.
That was funny. Womp womp.
So, hey, call it what you
Tauruses,
want.
baby. We don't play them games. We use our own minds and thoughts. Thank you.
No, that's the problem. You use your own mind and thought.
Yeah, everybody should. That's
you gotta
what
think
got it
logically.
for.
You gotta think equally and fairly.
Miles, where you come from?
But can we stop
shit, I came from a
demystifying like
stomach just
marriage?
like
Are
you
we
did.
really talking
Yeah,
about
yeah.
marriage here? Like since when we I don't know earn the value marriage like that? Since when it is so not important like that we think that we can think
it's
our
over
own?
with.
Well,
Nobody
then
cares
let's
about
not get
marriage.
married then.
It's because
Why are we getting married?
It's because there's more
Because
hoes than
we are
wives out there.
brainwashed from children as women to think marriage is all you have to aspire to. And I got bamboozled. Now
Because
I know that.
listen, let me tell you why marriage is not really religiously exclusive. Because marriage is the most logical way to make sure that the human species moves forward. The most organized way to secure multi-generational wealth. I mean, your wealth is more protected when you're in a structured system. And a man and a woman, at least one man and at least one woman, that combination is the most logical, the most consistent, the most proven system, especially when there is the best communication, there is great sex, there is loyalty. That proves that marriage works when it comes to getting results.
Not all the
Statistically,
time.
women gets more.
It's not a perfect system, it's just the best.
I think polygamy is the best way, to be honest with you.
Somebody playing music.
Smart, can
I
you
don't know
mute
who that
yourself, please?
No, polygamy is great,
That's why
but like,
most men think polygamy
but
is
polygamy is not like you're gonna meet 5 women at a time, right? With polygamy, it's gonna be still have to be one woman at a time. So you can't just take a woman with whom you haven't established something solid, and then you bring in another one. You're gonna create chaos. So even polygamy, there is a system to it, and a good polygamous system will not be one where the man is the only one deciding. Like your first wife would have a say on who's going to be the second wife. At least it has to be, because she's coming into a union. That's the only way that polygamy will work properly if you go systematically. But marriage, like I said, involves not just you making a legal vow and commitment, but you're making a loyal vow and commitment that is based on your integrity. So if you cannot get married, chances is you cannot accumulate and transfer generational wealth.
So they say.
Somebody said, let's just be swingers. Nah, that's like how you get free STD.
I think marriage work with two people that's happy and secure with each other, and it don't work when you got one person that's kind of insecure but they happy with the person. You know what I'm saying? Or
That's
you
why
got some
if you can tell your partner all your secrets and they can tell you all their secrets, you'll be less insecure with each other.
Oh yeah, because you got that like that
Bro,
instant.
Imagine a man that
instant
married
closure.
a former stripper, right? Or a former professional sex worker. Do you think that man has to work hard to be insecure? No. Just logic will tell him that logically it's possible that she could be doing some shit. I mean, that's what she's done. That's the only thing she knows, right? So logically, a man who marries a professional sex worker will be more insecure than a man who marries a virgin.
Yeah.
You know, just from logic, not even from anything that she has to do. Like, the thought will always be in your mind. And your partner, your wife, or the person can help you deal with those insecurities by opening up and being transparent with you. Listen, I'm a sex worker, and I don't really do good with my alcohol when I'm around men. And
Give him closure.
Yeah. You tell him exactly what type of person you are. Then he knows what to expect. So the next time you go to a party, he now over here thinking that you fucking everybody. Because in your past life, you wouldn't have done it at a party.
And he not dumb. He just know the type of woman you is.
Exactly. In your former life, you was a girl that they could take you into the bathroom and knock 2 ones into you real quick. You know, at a party. And then now you want to get married. You don't think,
said, nah.
That's what the sister was saying. Like, do you think men are fools? We're not fools. Like, we have a brain.
We ain't.
Think about if you're a woman who is loyal, maybe even religious, and then you marry a man who literally used to sleep around anyhow. Like, he will fuck anything that walks, right?
And the female would be the same way.
She'll be insecure, exactly. Yep. Unless he opens up. Like, listen, the reason why I'm like this,
she'll be insecure to a T. Know how he move, because he gonna cheat a couple times. She gonna be with him. She gonna deal with a couple females in his phone. You know what I'm saying? Guys, on the other hand, we ain't dealing with that more than one time. We out of there.
Fast. No, that's the logical decision to make, right?
Yeah.
Bro, what does it take for you to stay? What does it take for you to stay with a woman after you notice that type of stuff? It takes a lot. It takes a lot. It takes truth. It takes transparency. It takes you need to find a way to confirm loyalty, right?
You gotta trick yourself that it's okay. Like, it's cool.
I know a lot of men that stay with women that cheated. Matter of fact, all the men that go with the other races of women, they deal with that a lot. And they stay. So
let me ask you, Supreme, does your husband make $40,000 a year?
No. He been at his job for at least 10 years. He made it when he first got there.
What he making now? He making at least 100K.
Y'all don't work at your job for 10. Y'all only work at your job for 10 plus years. So
who is y'all? What kind of dudes you been messing with? Why you think?
I just told you I've been with this man for 12 fucking years.
So you think we like him?
No, I know it's statistics. Go look it up. Black men in America make $40,000. Yes, it is. That goes. Shut up. You're making up stuff. That goes by the employment bureau that puts up all the employment.
I'll be right back, guys.
That the black people have. Black people or demographics. Unemployment has that whole.
You got the wrong. You can't compare. You can't compare others to what you believe the statistics is showing. That's not accurate information.
It is accurate information.
No, it's like the
what's
news.
going on in this country.
No, they're going off of. They don't see everything.
They're going off of
they only see what they see.
Stubs.
No, they don't
They're going off
everybody
of
don't work 9 to 5. Some people own businesses. Some people get paid under the table.
But you still gotta pay.
No, you can't.
So I went to the IRS as well.
You just like a lot of moms that think they right when they. You gotta have an open mind. If you have an open mind,
that's how I know you don't make no money.
Look, you arguing with them because you want to be right. That's toxic.
The hell, y'all just be making stuff up. You're not in Africa, so ma'am, you don't know what you're talking about.
Everybody wrong, but she right.
You don't have no job, so you ain't played nobody.
You one-sided, simple-minded. That shows the stupidity in your mindset.
No, it's not the stupidity and knowing that you don't work nowhere and you need to stop.
I'm at work right now. I'll turn my camera on. Where you at? On the couch?
But I thought you worked under the table. I thought you was got business.
No, he didn't.
Come on. Let's not get emotional.
Where you at? On the bed?
Nobody said, do you want to give him some head or something?
Get your money up. Get your money up, not your funny up.
Nigga, I don't work at night.
Get your money up, not your funny up.
She talking about me? What did she say? Oh my God,
calm down. I'm talking to this man. I don't need you to
I work 2 jobs.
Okay, but if I want to talk, I talk.
But I don't need you co-signing. I'm talking to this man. You don't know this man. You'll pick me.
For 11 years of marriage, woman, you are frustrated. You should get your man to give you pleasure.
I'm not talking to you, African pick me. I'm not talking to you. You're
stressed. She
so
said,
up
African
these men
pygmy.
butts.
Go check
You
my
don't know how
profile,
to get
girl.
your shit
You
together.
are so
You're so
stressed.
upside these
You
men
are
butts. You want to get
frustrated.
recognition
You
so
are
bad.
so
You're still gonna get
frustrated.
done dirty. They still
Recognition
gonna
of
cheat
what?
on you.
Of
They
who?
still
You
gonna
don't
lie
even
to
know
you.
me.
You're
There's
still
no
not
man
gonna
who
be a
cheats
wife.
on me.
You're still
Oh
gonna be
my
a low
God.
value
I
ass
cannot
chick
be
that
married
don't got
and
no
yap,
money
yap,
out
yap,
pocket and
yap,
worry about
yap like
another woman's
that.
life.
I
You don't
cannot
know
be a
nothing about
happy
fucking
woman
unless
who
y'all
is
told
married
you. So,
and
girl,
I have
stop
time
talking
to
to
be
me like I
yapping like
fucking
that.
said.
Plus, first of
It's
all, why
always
you
a
not with your
raggedy ass
husband at
bitch
this
that
time
gotta
of the
be telling
night?
somebody about
Why
something. Girl,
are
stop
you
talking to
not
me.
with your
No,
husband?
what you mean? I'm in my house. My
Mommy of
husband is
many
at work. I
kids.
just
Yeah,
told
where's your
your
husband? He
bald-headed
doesn't want
ass
you to
that
be
shit.
near
What the
him,
fuck you mean?
massage his
The
neck.
hell?
Don't
I
you know
just
this
told
type of
you
thing?
that.
You
I
should be
just
doing.
told your
You should be
bald-headed ass
right
that
now
shit.
doing a pedicure
Girl,
to your
I don't have
husband.
to do nothing. My kids
Massage
is
his
asleep, and I'm
feet,
in my
massage
room
his feet,
in my
kissing
house
his
that I
neck,
pay bills. What are
massage
you
his
talking about?
fingers. I
No,
think a
I don't
husband
pay
deserves
bills. A
all that.
man
How
pays
about you?
bills.
What do you
You
think?
mad? You mad? I'm not
Oh
in the
my
house
God, that
somewhere.
lady is
Man,
married for 11 years.
you're
You're so
mad. You're
frustrated. You're
mad.
right.
You're mad.
Divorce and
You're
go get
mad.
yourself a
You're mad or
husband.
no?
No, you
Miss
gotta
African
divorce,
Pick Me, you're
sweetie.
mad or no?
No, you gotta divorce.
Miss
Divorce,
African Pick
please.
Me, I'm not doing nothing. I do
Oh,
what
she
I
said
want.
African pygmy. Your
I
vocabulary,
do what I
baby.
want,
Oh my
African
God.
Pick Me.
It's so
The hell? I do
little.
what I fucking want.
It's so little. The way
I do
it's
what I
fun. You
want.
I
She
think
just
it's
want to
time to go
argue
back to
with me.
topic, dog. This don't gonna get
Shorty just
Go
want to
take
argue
some
with me
tea
and
to your
suck a
husband.
mysterious dick.
Go massage your husband's neck.
Girl, don't
Go
worry about that. He's
massage
at
your
work.
husband's
You go
feet.
massage your
And what?
boyfriend's neck.
Yes, I'm going to do
Go,
that tomorrow. Guess
go,
what?
hurry up. Go. Let me
Yes.
see you do it first.
Oh my God. Okay.
Hurry up.
Don't worry for that.
Hurry up. Let me
Because
see you
I
do it
cannot be
first.
married for 11 years
Listen,
and
you
I am that
cannot be married
frustrated.
for no
You
years.
don't have a very
No
good
man
sex
is gonna
life.
get on his knees and tell you he want to be with you forever. Don't be mad at me. The fuck? Don't be mad at me that you didn't have that happen for
yes,
you,
you're right.
sweetie.
Because if a man has to go
Every
on his
woman is not
knees
me.
to marry me
Sorry.
for 11 years, and after 11 years,
Girl,
I feel the
and
way
he's
you
still
feel for your
here,
husband,
bitch.
he
And he
is
still
right.
pays the
He should
bills.
never come and propose
You're
me.
mad
Look
or
at
no?
you. No, you're
You're mad or
funny.
no?
No, you're
You're
funny.
mad or no?
Because at this
You're mad
time
or
of the
no?
night, what are you doing there
Yeah,
lying on
pick
your
me.
couch with
He's
your
not
kids?
about to help
And
you.
look at all you
Nobody's
said
about
about
to
your
help you. He
husband. I
left.
feel sad
You're
for
arguing with a
him.
man that left. Girl,
Who?
he's left. He's gone. He's not picking you. Sorry. He
Really?
left.
Oh
He
my
left.
God, are you comedian?
It
I
was
want to
no
subscribe to
reason
your
for you to
channel right
argue
now.
about him. He left.
Look
He
at
left.
you. Ooh, what else? Say, please.
He left. Pick me.
Please
He
teach
left.
us the 11 years.
The
11
hell?
years
No,
of
I'm not
marriage.
teaching
Teach
you
us.
nothing. You're gonna stay broke and lonely and fucking at home worried about a man. You're gonna stay like that for the rest of your life.
Yes.
That's what
And
you're
after
gonna
that, how
stay,
you
pick
feel?
me.
I am sure that's the only
That's
way
why
you
you're
have to
gonna
have
stay
pleasure
worried
tonight.
about a
Because
man
nobody
looking with your
touches you.
cat.
So if
Looking like a
when you finish
homely
to talk like
little
that,
old
if you have
lady. Talking
pleasure
about, I
at the
wish
end,
I had a
I'm so
man.
happy for you.
Crying on the
Sometimes,
internet.
man, you know what it is, but Conga,
Only
man,
these
when
lonely
you
ass
have when you're in
chicks.
a relationship,
Mad at the
Damn,
world.
you gotta worry about your
I
girl
might.
having friends like Supreme.
I might really have to
Don't worry about
reconsider
you.
polygamy. Damn, is this how it's gonna be with polygamy? Shit!
Not go with a girl that's gonna hate. She gonna be like, "What? Yeah, it's gonna be
But
a girl.
you lie,
Why you
I'm
didn't
hating.
give him a
Everybody's
kiss?
watching.
I want to give him a kiss first. You can't, because there's always gonna be a hating ass chick in the background.
No, come on, the man
It's
on the
always gonna
panel
be a
say
hating
the
ass
truth.
chick me
Everybody in
that
the
don't want to
comment,
wait
come
her
on, please.
turn.
No, talk on my
Wait your
behalf.
turn.
So when I
Wait your
become a
turn,
polygamist
Piggy.
and I want to sleep, this is how women will
No,
be
but she
arguing.
told me.
Wait
She
your
said
turn,
African pygmy. She said
That's
African
what I
pygmy.
said. That's
Like
what I
what does
said.
that mean? African pygmy.
An
She said that.
African
Pygmy.
pygmy. That's what I
Hey,
said.
Supreme. Supreme, what's an African pygmy?
A girl from Africa that wants to be picked by a man so bad.
Oh, an African pygmy.
That's what I said.
An African woman, pick
Yes,
me.
pick me. Yes.
Who wants to be picked? Oh, that's even more
So
stupid again. Oh,
bad.
I would have
have get the pick me one because at
Oh,
least it has a
dang. No, I said
signification.
African pick me. You heard what I said.
Pick me, an African pick me. I'm
That's what
already
you
picked.
are, yes. But he left, so you lost your
Where?
chance. He left. You lost your chance.
Okay.
He left.
Damn.
He gone.
You sad.
He
eh?
gone.
Shit.
He left.
Your life is not happy. If I had the number of
Your
your
life
husband,
is not
I would
happy. That
definitely
you
tell
so
him
mad
to leave
that
work
I
right
can
now
live my life
and come
happy
and
the way
come and
I want to
massage you.
live
You
it.
need that. You
And
need to
you
relax.
sitting
You need to
here
relax.
telling me what the fuck is going on when I just told you what's going on. Girl, that fake laugh is not gonna
I
help
can
you
do
out
that.
here.
I can do that the whole night.
Hell, she said.
I can actually just do that the whole night. Look at shit. Tell me more.
Shut the hell up, girl.
Mm-hmm.
Breathing
You feel
on.
better? How about that? How you
Yeah,
feel?
calm down.
Hmm.
He left. I told you. Damn.
I wish you have more to say
He
so we can
left.
go
No,
back and
I
forth,
wish
back
you
and
would shut the
forth.
hell up. He left.
But it's not our line. You gotta
Yeah.
subscribe to my channel, please. I'm gonna subscribe to
No,
yours. So
I
when I'm
won't.
gonna make
No,
when I'm gonna make the
no.
live, I want you to come and
Absolutely
vent
not.
like this on my
No.
live,
I don't want to
please.
hear this pick me shit. I ain't subscribing to shit.
You is not the pick me. He picked you, but now you want to
No,
leave him after
yes,
11 years. You waiting
yes,
for the
he
other
picked
one,
me,
don't
but I
you?
definitely didn't have my hand up waving in his face.
Sideline.
Like you said, girl,
Sideline. You just
No,
picked the
I'm
minimum
happy.
guy
You
because he didn't got
mad.
no choice.
Like I told
He
you, you
wanted
would
you and you
never
let
have a
yourself
man get on your
be.
knees
Because nobody
and
wanted
ask you to be with him
with all
forever.
your kids and
You're
shit.
mad. You're mad. You're mad. You're mad.
You feel okay now?
You're mad. You're mad.
Go
Nobody
find
would
your
ever
match.
get on their
Because you're
knees and
probably
tell
45
your
years old. I'm
nappy-headed
very
ass
young.
that they want to be with you
I'm not your
forever.
friend. I'm sorry,
Nobody.
auntie. I'm sorry, auntie.
All
Sorry for
right.
the
No, you're
disrespect.
older than
Sorry,
me,
mommy.
ma'am.
Sorry,
Ma'am.
mommy. I'm sorry,
Ma'am.
mom.
You're older
I'm
than
sorry,
me,
mom. I'm
ma'am.
very sorry, mom, for the
You're older
disrespect
than me,
and shit.
ma'am.
Sorry, mommy.
Ma'am.
Sorry, mommy. You're right,
You're older
mom.
than me,
'Cause I
ma'am.
usually don't disrespect elderly like this, but I'm very
All
sorry,
right. Well,
mommy.
calm the fuck down.
Hold up. I know what's going on here. Do you know that what's going on here is because you're both not virgins?
I think
No,
so.
what's going on here is that she heard what I said about my life and she's jealous. That's what jealous girls have. Why she can do that and I can't? Because you can't. The fuck?
Damn. If I have to get
You
married to
can't.
keep being a whore, then I don't want. I cannot get married with a man
Girl,
and
I don't.
expecting
You
that
can't get married. You
and I
can't. It's a
suspect you
man's
for
choice to
cheating your
sit
man.
down
I
and tell you
suspect
he want
you
to be
for
with you
cheating on your
forever, but
man.
nobody
I
did that, did they?
suspect you, Supreme.
Ma'am,
I
nobody did
suspect
that, did they? So
You
you
are a
cannot get married.
cheater.
Sorry, oops. Your time is
'Cause
done.
you
You're gonna
cannot
be a
sit
single
down
woman
and
for
say
the
that
rest
you
of
be
your
married
life.
for 11
It's
years
over
and
for you.
think
You
that
hit the
nobody gonna
wall.
find
You
it.
fell
It's
into that
weird.
bitch. You rolled over and bust that ball in the face. You're done. Nobody's gonna get on their knees and tell you anything, mamita. You're gonna be single. Talking about you rubbing on a man. He not gonna be with you. He don't want to be with you. He didn't sit down on his knees and say, "Mom, I love you and I want to be with you forever." Never.
Wow.
I will
Get
be with
mad at
her.
somebody that's
Supreme.
Let's clap for her.
Supreme. I will be with her.
Let's clap for her.
Yeah, that's a lie. That's another lie a man told her. That's another lie a
I
man told
said
her
let's
again.
clap for her. We gotta
There's
clap
another
for
lie
Supreme.
that another man
She
told
told
her,
us
and she's
everything.
used to these lies.
Supreme.
Supreme knows everything. Let's
What?
clap for her.
Supreme. I can be. I can be with her if I wanted to.
If you wanted to, but you don't. So what are you
I
telling
do.
me?
I do. What if I do? What if I do? Then what?
All right, so I want to see the wedding pictures. Until I see the wedding pictures, I don't want to hear none of that shit.
Are you gonna come to the wedding? I can make you my second wife. I can
just
make you my second wife.
We could team.
Oh,
we could team me
That'd
in
be
it.
complicated. She gonna die quick. She gonna have high blood pressure and
Girl,
shot.
you is a
That's
bitch.
not cool. She gonna get old faster.
No,
white
she
hair
gonna-
quick.
she
No,
gonna-
no,
she
no,
gonna-
no.
she gonna-
She cannot. She
girl.
cannot handle it. She cannot handle it.
Oh, you know what, Supreme?
No, you
Never
can't.
mind. Union say he got you. Union say he got you. When you're done with that
I'm
old
already
boy.
married. I'm not going to jail for neither one of y'all. Y'all gonna have to wait for another 5 years.
Like he'd be like, I love the way you talk.
Oh no!
Supreme.
Shut up, girl. Shut up. You're not funny. Shut
Look
up.
at you. You're the better
Shut up, girl. You're not funny.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Why? No, that's because you're my
ghetto.
auntie, you know. The little
Okay,
bit of
hold
reason
on,
you
hold
my
on. Supreme.
auntie.
Supreme.
What?
If what you guys have said is true, that women are as smart as you guys say, I want you guys to make peace before you guys both go. If you can't, then I win.
Come on,
Listen,
Supreme, let's
she
do
was
it. We
rude.
smart.
I didn't
You are
make
my
it. No, hold
tourist.
on, hold on,
Okay.
hold on.
I'll let you speak, auntie.
Hey, I'd like to
Hold
say
on,
one
hold
thing
on.
real
I
quick.
don't wanna,
One thing real quick.
I don't want
Hey,
to say
Bakanga, I'm
nothing
about
to
to
no
back
girl
out,
that
bro.
want to argue.
Hey, look, Bakanga, it's been good. It's been good, bro. I love
For sure,
getting
bro.
up here and talking to you.
Word.
Look, check out the alien interview when you get a chance, man.
All right. Is it on YouTube?
Holla. It's a book you gotta buy. It might be on YouTube. I'm gonna send you a link.
All right. Word.
All right, Jay.
For sure.
Yeah, like I was
We better
saying.
not let Bakanga
You was
win.
fucking rude. You was rude. You need to apologize.
Yeah. I officially in front of everybody because women are powerful and we are strong and we should always support each other. And since I am the wife of a polygamist, I must find a way to always be good with women. So Supreme, I sincerely apologize for any type of disrespect and I love you as a sister. I apologize. Let's make peace.
OMG, I'm not a bully, so okay. I'm sorry too.
That's right. That's how it's supposed to be. None of that yap, 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 yap. At least if you can yap, yap, yap and say you're sorry, why not?
Yeah, I know.
There you go. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe the vaginas don't expand after all. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was wrong. Okay. Maybe I was wrong. But you know, officially I might be wrong, but experientially, all I'm telling you is that they say it expands.
Oh my God.
They say it changes size. But maybe I lost this one today. I concede on that one. I concede. All right. Somebody said these are both broke women. If these are both broke women, send them some money. Send them some money.
Please, please. I want 5 trains. Just that. 5 trains.
No, y'all crazy. Now, I don't think me nothing.
Supreme needs some gas money because her husband out there hustling, you know, and she don't mind the support.
I work too. What do you mean? I just told you I work for the government. I make good money, baby.
You make money on your husband?
Yes, I do.
How does he feel about that?
My job is he don't feel no way. We do what we do. He don't feel no way.
Okay, I was just wondering.
You know, I think like in the United States, it doesn't matter who makes more, just the contributions, who pays more is the problem. But you know, he pays more, so he does his thing. And that's what men should do, pay that money.
All right, Sister Supreme, have you said all you had to say or you have more to say?
I just want, wait, let me go do my last little recap. Yes. I just want to say the V has snatched back, you know, and it shouldn't matter about virginity because, you know, pleasure is pleasure, and I've never had a man to ask me about any body count, and I never asked a man about his body count. It never even came to my mind to ask somebody that. So I think at the end of the day, you know, you should just take a person who they are now, right now with you, and see who that person is, because that person.
Yeah, but I can't take that's my point, right, Supreme? Like, I can't take you right now as who you are without knowing how you got to be who you are. Then I don't really know who you are. I just know whatever lie you tell me. If I cannot build enough trust for you to feel safe and secure enough to talk to me about where you've been sexually, then guess what? You're going to make up whatever lie. And like I said, like it's always said, women like to reduce their body count while men like to raise it up, right? Because I guess for men, it shows that, oh, I can get females. And then for women, it shows that, oh, I'm not a hoe. So if you want to be with me for the rest of my life, I think I will be able to talk to you about all my experiences sexually, explain to you why, to show you the consistency between my sexual performance and my sexual history. You have a better understanding of me, an in-depth understanding of me. And then you do the same. And we agree that, okay, we are what we are right now. We have been where we are. And it's okay. Life brought us at this point. Let's move forward, knowing that we're not saints. But keeping secrets and being insecure, it's just guaranteed that the relationship is not going to last forever. And I see the world, and many women are miserable for that reason, you know.
Yes, but I think society made it to where women think a body count, having a high one is bad, and a man having a big one.
Not bad. I don't think it's bad. Having a high one gives you having a high body count gives you lesser options, and it makes you an object. Because we live in a system where, like you said, yes, there's many women who don't care. That's why porn is a thing. But there's no man that will willingly go and wife a porn actress who himself is probably not a hoe himself, right? There's no high value man or real man that We're like, okay, I'm gonna stick with this one for the rest of my life, but she can sleep with whoever, unless he himself is into that. So if you're looking for those high value men, like I said, those men that have dignity, integrity, that can solve problems, that have a head on their shoulder, that can be a good dad, good provider, that can respect you as a woman, then you have no choice but to be honest with those type of men. And to be fair, those type of men are not usually always millionaires. It could be a regular guy, but a future millionaire. Or the guy could be a millionaire right now and tomorrow he's going to be broke. The key is it's a man that can solve problems. It's a man that can accept you as who you are, as long as you're honest with them. And you're already married, obviously. And you clearly said virginity didn't come into consideration. That's why we would not be surprised that you say the things you say about your husband. I don't think it's even bad. I don't think it's bad that you say that, look, I don't feel towards him like I felt 11 years ago. I'm just here really because he's a great guy, great dad after all. In bed, it might not be the same. But that's because that's what you could get for the value of what you had to offer. So, you've made peace with it. You've made peace with it.
I don't think that, because
if you could get a better man than him, you would have.
But nobody's psychic. Nobody's psychic. At the time,
that's
that was
why
a better man. At the time,
No.
and he's still a good man. I think if any woman would take him and think he was a great man. I'm not saying nothing. He's not the best I could, the least I could get, or the old I could get. He's a great person, but I feel like
you have a better? Do you have a better option than him right now?
No, because I haven't been looking at nothing.
That's why I said. That's why I said the value of what you can afford is what you've gotten, and you've gotten a man with whom you've been emotionally disconnected from and sexually disconnected from 11 years after. So what you had to give him and what he had to give you was only good enough for 11 years or whatever years you guys were actually mentally, sexually, and intimately close, right? So you get what you pay for. That's it.
But I feel like this because I spoke to a lot of older women, and I feel like they all would have, if all of them, if they had the choices at the time that they lived with their husbands for 60, 50, 40 years, however long, until he got passed on or whatever the case may have been that ended their relationship, they would have did the same thing I did. They tell me all the time, don't stay. Do you know that these women tell me that? 40, 50, 60 year old women tell me that.
Listen, we live in a logical world, okay, my sister? The great thing about logic is that it identifies patterns, and those patterns always lead to consistent results. That's why if you're really intentional at a very young age about the path you want to take and the type of man you want to attract, and you put in the work necessary, you will get a high value commodity in terms of a male that you would be able to persist for long with. Like I said, there are many red flags that can be identified in the beginning that your obliviousness makes you not see, that you realize it way after you've already inserted yourself into it, because you don't approach it with that mentality. Or you have a very loose standard, and then you put yourself into a marriage system which is defined by people that have a different morality than you, and then before you want to know, you're having issues. Because I think being honest with yourself as a woman is your most powerful weapon. You are doomed as a woman the moment you lie to yourself about something that you're not. Your charm and your electricity as a woman is really grounded when you are there mentally, completely, when you cannot compromise your self-esteem and you value yourself. Listen, the way a woman who has lost her virginity can compete with a virgin is by honesty and truth. You can achieve the same result by being the type of woman that possesses honesty and truth. Hence, when you identify a man, you already have a standard to vet him out. You can tell that, okay, this man is worthy to know this. This man is worthy to spend the rest of his life with me. I don't just want someone who's going to be there when I raise kids and then when I'm done and hitting menopause, he can go. No, I want someone I can stick with for the rest of my life. If you're more intentional,
is that possible, Bakanga? Nothing. Listen, I want to
yes,
say
it's possible.
In this,
yes,
I
it's
just want to say
possible.
this. No, it's not. Nothing.
It's not possible because you've never experienced it. Because you never went down the path that I'm saying. You can't know what you've never experienced, but it's out there, Supreme.
Listen,
it is.
I can tell my husband about all the sexual partners, even though, you know what I'm saying, I didn't have many before him. But I could tell him about all that stuff. It's not going to change the way we are with each other. We still love
So
each
check
other
this
the
out.
way we do.
Check this out. Check this out. Okay, check this out. Actually, I'm gonna help you
Don't
out,
give me
Supreme.
no
I
time.
promise I'll help you out. Check this out, Supreme, my sister. So you said something to us earlier. You said something about there's a connection that's no longer there. What exactly is that connection that you would say that's no longer there? I know it's not a negative thing, but I just want you to say.
Just the feeling of it being new and being exploring somebody's new and having everything so new. You know what I'm saying? The first
Okay, good. Let me tell you. You want me to tell you how you can get someone new without leaving your husband?
How?
Sit down and find out things about him that you didn't know before.
I know everything.
And you know everything about his sexual past?
I have never asked about that, but I don't want
Good.
to
No,
know
hold up. That means you don't know everything. Like I said, check this out. That flame, right? Take him out on a date, or let him take you out on a date, and you sit down. You say, honey, we've been around for 11 years. I'm sorry it took this long, but I'm really glad that you're in my life. I want to open up to you about my sexual life before we were married. And if you can still love me, I want us to go on a new sexual adventure. Let's rediscover ourselves. I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do to become sexually appealing to you, as long as you're willing to do whatever I want so that we can be sexually appealing to each other. Don't you think that it is worth it reigniting this new flame by providing you information that we previously did not know about each other? Well, did you know that I used to be a stripper? So I can really dance, honey. Oh, did you know that I used to be this in high school? I tried this before, you know. I'm sorry that life led me down the path where I did all of this with someone else. But now that I'm with you, I really want to experience that with you. And I thought that it's only worth it. You deserve me coming up to you with this honesty after 11 years. It took me this time to offer you this. And you see where it leads you guys. Because as long as there's something for me to know about you, you're always going to be a new person to me. You understand?
How long was your longest relationship?
For me, 3 years. 3 years.
Okay, so I don't know what you're talking about, Bakanga, but it's
Don't
nothing
worry.
that we
Supreme.
he can do that we haven't did. Nothing. I'm telling you,
Like
nothing.
I said, if he doesn't know the intimacy of your sexual past and you know this intimacy of his sexual past, right? And then you intentionally rekindle a flame or you light a new flame. Like it has to be intentional. Not that, oh, I'm just going to go get someone else. No, you have the person you're with. Human beings can develop new mindsets. Like energy can flow in different ways. It's really up to what you want. But if you don't really want him, then even if he was the best person in the world, that's just who you are. That's fair. I get it. But like I said, if you really want to see what I'm saying, try it. Be intentional about rekindling a new sexual flame in your husband's life. Use makeup to enhance your beauty. Enhance your beauty in a different way that you've never done before. Maybe a way you used to do when you were 15. You've never done it before. Whatever it is that you used to do in your past, that was your technique, your way to pull men. Your husband is your thing. That's the guy, right? That's the guy. And he can be whatever you want him to be. You could be whatever he wants you to be. Life can be overwhelming. Responsibilities can take our time. We can spend time paying bills and going left and right. And his dick size won't change, your pussy size won't change, but new information about each other can definitely bring about a spark. And that might just be what you need to go another 11 years or to go another 22 years. Through thick and thin. When you got married, did you guys have a wedding in church?
Yes.
Did you make vows to each other?
Yes.
Did you mean those vows?
At the time, yes, of course.
No, not at the
but
time.
I was about Bibles. I was about
Yeah,
religion.
no. Forget about the religious aspect of it. This is just the experience that I'm talking about. The fact that you did get married and you made vows. My question is, did you mean those vows?
Yes, I did at the time.
Are you a woman of integrity?
Yes.
Will you keep your word no matter what? Are you that type of person? People can depend on your word.
You know, every 7 years you change into a different person, right?
That's fine, but you don't lose your positive qualities unless you became worse. So if you were, so my question is, are you a woman of integrity?
I am.
Okay,
Yes.
then till death sets you guys apart. And if you don't work hard to lead that flame, then divorce will set you apart. And let me tell you what divorce is. When you say till death sets us apart, what you're saying is that the only way this relationship ends is if one of us dies. either naturally or unnaturally. So when you divorce someone, you are literally killing them in your mind because you are doing the job of what death was supposed to do. Like I said, I had a friend that was telling me about a couple whom the wife was saying that if the husband dies, she wants them to end her life. She's a pretty old lady. They've lived happily 62 years of marriage. That's the true meaning of till death sets us apart. You've identified a human being that you've come to understand that the life you want to live with them is the only life you want to live. And without them, you don't want to live. If you can successfully make it to your 80s and your 90s with that person where you guys actually live a full and complete life, then only death can set you apart. And once death comes and takes one person, naturally, you see that Romeo and Juliet love. That is the message and that Shakespeare was trying to communicate through the story of Romeo and Juliet. It's fictitious in nature, but there are elements of realistic truth when you take out the poetic aspect of it. Right? The type of love that people preach, they use their mouth, love, 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 love. It is that type of love. And it's that type of bond. But it cannot be done with just emotions. It has to be done with truth and transparency. Juliet was a woman that Romeo could tell anything to. Romeo is a man that Juliet could tell, Romeo is a man that would tell anything to Juliet. Their bond was not just bound upon their feelings and their emotions. It was bound on their integrity and their trust for each other. Something which is very much achievable for all of us. Even if you already have 5 kids, if you already have 3 kids, and you find a man who's in a similar situation, he's going to have to tell you how he got those 5 kids. He's going to have to tell you about all the baby mamas. He's got to tell you which one is crazy and which one is not. He's got to tell you what type of experiences he had with them sexually, economically, you know, even religiously. You would have to do the same. And why do you guys do that? To build trust. Hence, we can therefore conclude that diverging your personal secrets to your partner is a great way to build trust. It's a great way to build trust. So if there's any things about your past that you can't talk about your husband, your trust is not at 100% trust. That means you don't trust him 100%. You only trust him 80%. And there might be a reason why there's a 20% distrust. The question is he acting upon that 20% and you just don't know it? Does he have a whole other family and you don't know it? Does he got a baby mama out there, you don't know it? And does he trust you 100%? Because if he doesn't, and there's even 1% distrust, that means somewhere in his head, he's thinking you could be fucking around. You could be texting other dudes. The only way you can be sure that your partner ain't cheating is where there's 100% trust. The only way you don't have insecure thoughts is when there's 100% trust. And there is no 100% trust without 100% truth. So those of you out there who are living in the figment of your imagination, keep lying to yourself. You're just going to suffer through life.
Okay. I understand what you're saying, Bakanga. I know it's...
This is really for the young folks, to be honest, because I said I'm not a virgin myself. This is really for the younger folks, like those who are much younger in here who are listening, right? If you're in your 20s, really be intentional. If you're a girl, listen, it's like sugar, right? You can eat so much sugar that you can't even taste other sweet things. So if your husband is a cup of tea with 1 cube of sugar, but your sexual life is a cup of tea with 20 cubes of sugar, your husband will never be that sweet. You're going to get tired of that shit. If your wife is a cup of tea with 1 cube of sugar, and then your husband is a whole, and then let me put it this way. If your wife is 1 cube of sugar, and then your past is a whole box of honey, it's never going to be that sweet. And you need to accept why. You know, it's a downgrade. If your best sexual experience is not with the man that you're going to spend the rest of your life with, you have some explaining to do to him, and he has some explaining to do to you. If not, you guys are just going to be 2 miserable partners, lying to each other until eventually you hit a roadblock where you have no choice but to hate each other, divorce, curse each other out, go to court. You know, that's just how it is.
But, okay. I feel what you're saying again, like I said. And you should say this to the younger folks, because I wish, you know, life was a Disney movie. But it's not.
It's not a Disney movie. That's why everyone is not a millionaire and billionaire. Because not everyone is willing to put in the work. It takes fucking work. It takes fucking work to keep your virginity and to be successful as a woman in life without insecurities. It takes fucking work to keep your virginity as a man and still be financially stable and successful and keep a straight mind. You're not going to get there just by wishing, and you're certainly not going to get there by believing that it's impossible just because you're not willing to put in the work. Just like you can't be a doctor without putting in the work. You can't just wish that you're a doctor. Then you can't just say that, oh, it's a fairy tale that they are doctors. No, some people go to school for fucking 20 years. And then when they come out, they're making top money, you know, and you depend on them to do heart surgery for you. But you got to put in the work. Your relationship is like your career. You start preparing for it before you get that dream job. Before you get that dream guy, you start preparing for how you're going to get him. If your way of preparing for your dream guy was to fuck around so you have sexual experience, well, what if you have a sexual experience that's much better than that which you're going to have with your dream guy?
I don't think that should be anybody's focus to be looking for no dream guy, dream girl, because you're gonna fall short every time. And everybody can't be a doctor. It gotta be some patience, okay?
That's only for people that ain't got shit in life. If I was a millionaire and I have a lot of wealth, I don't want just any raggedy, wacky ass woman. I want a woman that has a lot to offer, much more than just sex, much more than just a fucked up past. I want a woman that I know that my wealth and my hard work will be secured with. And any man that you find who doesn't think that way is a low value man. Now, it doesn't mean that I can't be with a woman that has a high body count. Realistically, for me, I have my limits, but it's pretty high, you know, because there are other qualities and values that a woman can have. And the sexual life of two people is something that can be rekindled and reflamed. So honestly, personally to me, not being a virgin, because I fall in the category of what I am criticizing because I'm speaking objectively, you know what? Your sexual life can be rekindled. And if my wife is an accomplished academic person, if my wife is a hardworking person, if my wife is an honest, truthful person who was open to me and told me everything about herself and even gave me use her feminine energy to make me vulnerable enough to tell her about my past, then why wouldn't I trust her? I will trust her regardless of her past, you know? And then I would say till death do us apart. Because I'm not a virgin. I don't have that virginity to offer her. She doesn't have that virginity to offer me. But she has the truth to tell me. She has the truth to tell me about why she can't offer me the virginity. And I am not understanding enough to accept her as she is. That's the beautiful thing. But to simply dismiss and say that keeping your virginity is not worth it, that's toxic. Because you don't want your daughter fucking around. You want your daughter, if it was up to you, what would you prefer your daughter to be? To be a girl that can go to school, focus on her goals, succeed, and don't know a man until she's accomplished every other foundation of her life. Any good parent would desire that for their kids. Now, realistically, you know, it's not always achievable because kids also have the same curiosity that you have. You're not going to condemn it for them, but we know that the best standards, of course, it's my standard, and it's the standard of all men that are of high value. Like I said, we men, we put a value on women, traditionally and even in modern days. Now, we live in a very hypersexual society where people have different sexual desires. No problem. You're in the minority. Those of you who have weird ass, you know, undescribed, uncharted sexual, you're in the minority. The majority of us men in this world, especially because many of them are religious, they get their influence from religion, we have a certain standard. You can bullshit yourself all you want to. That's you.
Dang. Well, you're right, Bakanga. You know what I mean?
It's not, listen, you know why I was really laughing hard since the beginning? Because it never was a matter of right and wrong. It was just a matter of left and right. And sometimes, if you go left, you're going to get to work quicker because there's less traffic on that road. So if you take the path of not being a virgin, you're just taking the path to work where there's a lot of traffic. You got fucked by all those cars on the way. That's why you got that
experience, though.
F1.
What's up, King?
Oh shit! Just thinking about what you're saying. Like you said, you know, like you would want your daughter, you know, to be like that. But if it's an experience, you can call it, you know, having intercourse or whatever it is, like, or having too much of it. It's just an experience. It does. Why should you stay a virgin all your life to meet a woman and give it to her?
Because it's an experience that affects you mentally.
How? Mentally, as far as knowing what you can experience?
No, because every woman's first sexual experience is not always ecstatic, especially if it's not with someone that already has that experience, right? Bro, how many women, when you lost your virginity, was the day that you had your best sex? It's never the first time.
No, of course not. Yeah, that hurt.
Shit, some women
It
taste
could
it.
be to
Some
some
women,
people.
some women. That's what I'm saying. Listen, honestly, if you as a woman, your first sex experience was your best one that you had, damn, your sex life is probably gonna be miserable as fuck because you're always gonna chase that feeling. It's like people that smoke, right? When if you've never smoked before, the first time you smoke, you're real high, right? You take a little hit and you're real high. Then the more you smoke, you build tolerance for that shit. You need to smoke more to get high. That's sexual peak. That's sexual pleasure. That's sexual gratification, which is the most intimate form of human communication. It's
So are
something
you
that
saying
if you
somebody
build
that
a
has too
tolerance
much
for
sex will lose? You saying someone that has too much of it will lose that drive, or like lose that experience of like it gets boring as you go if you've had too much of it?
especially if you've also had multiple partners, then it becomes difficult for you to decide what you want. It's like a buffet, right? You go to a buffet and you like everything. Your stomach is full, but you're still craving. So you end up eating until you start vomiting. You know, it's like alcohol. You take one glass.
I don't know. Hearing about these NBA players, how they used to go 5-10 women a night. You know what I mean? Like
exactly. And then what happens?
Some people would say that's great.
Listen. And how many of them end up staying with the same woman?
Michael Jordan's still with his wife.
But I'm pretty sure he cheated on her thousands of times.
Right.
He probably did, but you can get cheated on.
And
by a virgin.
how many times did she cheat on him?
Probably a bunch of times too. We don't. I mean, it's possible.
Who knows? He got millions of dollars.
Have you ever seen those partners, those homeless partners on the street where they all look whack as hell, you know, but they know they got each other. They're both fucked up. So hey, that's what they get. It's not a matter of right or wrong. You know, they deserve each other. They deserve each other. Yeah, it's fine. No one says it's not fine. They deserve each other. It might not be what they might have wanted, but they made choices that got them stuck there. And Michael Jordan can't afford a fucking divorce, right? If he didn't have a prenup in the beginning. So he might have a reason why he's still staying with her that is beyond just the fact that he doesn't want to stay with her anymore. He probably doesn't want to lose half of his shit. Because we also know how this system works when it comes to marriage. A lot of people do stay together.
He married her because he probably did get a prenup. But he's not the only one. You know, Snoop Dogg is still with his wife. What's his name? The other basketball player that's very popular. He's still with his wife.
LeBron James?
LeBron James, yes.
Nah, LeBron James is kind of weird though. He's fucking his teammates' mom.
I think he's fucking his teammates too. Dwight Howard, you know.
Dwight Howard was weird as hell. We know about Dwight Howard.
That shit.
That was crazy, bro.
That was crazy as hell.
Bro, I used to be like a Houston fan back in the day when Dwight Howard and James Harden were out in Houston. Then when that shit came out with Dwight Howard, I was like, what the fuck, man?
I was like, man.
Especially
listen, let me tell you something. Bro, do you know why this is funny to me and you?
Why?
That's because you and I, we inherently understand the unspoken laws of the brotherhood.
Thanks.
That's why Dwight Howard and his Superman masculinity just to end up being the very thing that he was trying to tell us he was not. It's ironic. It's just funny. Right? Like, bro, you're a Superman, more like a super taker, bro.
But I still think a man or a woman can have 100+ experiences of sexual intercourse and still, you know, at the end of their, you know, in their 30s or 40s or 50s, they can still find a person that they like the way they do things also, and it could still be a fun experience as far as
it would always affect commitment. If you don't think, yes, it will affect your ability to commit because, listen, bro, a woman who has slept with 100 men definitely has a type. So when she marries a man who's not able to give her that peak sexual experience, bro, we live in a very sexualized society, right? Instagram, social media. she will keep seeing other sexual experiences in every man that she's attracted to. That desire, those thoughts will be there in her mind. It will be eating her out little by little like a cancer until
That's
one day she
fine.
finally can't take it. And guess what? You destroy a relationship that you previously would not have wanted to. But if you establish a foundation of honesty from the beginning, you stand a better chance. I'm not saying it's impossible, right? I'm just saying that not having that high body count puts you in the position where you have to sacrifice your secrets in order to get the same level of loyalty that you would have gotten in a low body count situation. People who say it don't matter are hoes. They just want to fuck around, so they justify their life, and then they objectively just dismiss something else which is practical. Just like I said, if you had the option between getting a new car and a used car, no rational person would get a used car, especially one that doesn't have really, like, it's not that fancy, doesn't come with any warranty. You know,
What
I'd
if
rather
it is
get.
fancy and used? What are you talking about?
Oh
I'll get a used car over
yeah.
there
Let me
any
tell
day.
you. Let me tell you how you make it fancy and used. The only way an old car can be reliable is for you to know the truth of what that car is, what type of accident it's had, and what maintenance was done on it, what renovations were done on it. That's it. If I don't know what renovation was done on the old car, I'm always gonna have that thought in my mind. This shit could break down on me anywhere in the middle of nowhere, driving through the desert in Nevada, right? You get stuck somewhere. I'd rather take
But
a
a woman's
reliable car.
never going to tell you how used her parts are. She's never going to tell. They're never.
She's not gonna tell you because she don't want to spend the rest of her life with you. But if she does, she'll tell you, bro. Don't underestimate women.
Why does it matter though to even know?
It matters
why would
because she wants to gain your trust. She wants to gain your trust. Bro, trust is earned. That's why it's called trustworthy. I will trust you the more of the truth about you that you tell me. Especially the more intimate that truth is. The more secrets you keep from me, the less I trust you.
Are. Not all men are like that.
That is the logic of trust. So yes, you are correct. All high value men, all educated men that understand this principle, all men that want to build legacy, because some men don't even understand what legacy is, right? The type of men that most women would think that they deserve. Guess what? No woman wants a broke man. There's a reason why. No woman wants a man that is mentally unstable. There's a reason why. And
But they're with them already, though. They don't want them, but they're with them. There's a
Guess
lot of
what?
women with mentally
Guess
unstable
what?
men. It's all over
Guess
the place.
what? Guess what? That's why you always see violence manifest itself every once
Yeah.
in a while, here and there, unfortunately. So we're trying to educate the young people, inspire the young people. If you can keep your virginity, don't let any certified professional hoe anywhere tell you that it's a bad thing to do. You should, because the discipline that is required to keep your virginity is the same discipline that's required to become a doctor. It's the same discipline that's required to be successful in many other aspects of life. Discipline is all about saying no. Discipline is all about prioritizing. Discipline is all about knowing what's important. Discipline is also about time management. So a virgin who preserves herself while improving herself in other aspects has good time management. She's managed her sex life and said, look, I will reserve this pleasure for when I have taken care of other things which are a priority to me when I'm 17. When I'm 17, my priority is not to have a boyfriend. My priority is not to know what sex is like. My priority is go and get this fucking degree. So when I get this degree at 21, I'll go get my master's degree. When I get this master's degree, I'm going to get my PhD. Now I'm a fucking doctor. You know what? I ain't even looking at men that are less than the level of a doctor. I'm going to go look for a man who's at man level. And guess what?
Well, what about the women that become doctors that are not virgins? Like, you just saying that like it's only virgin that does these things, and that's just ludicrous, man.
Listen. The women that become doctors who are not virgins are still in the same position as those people who are not virgins who get married. They will still have to be honest in order to save and secure that relationship. That's what I'm saying. Your body count matters because every time you fuck somebody, it leaves a mental impression on you. And if you're not smart enough to know that, you're just dumb, to be honest. If you think
what if you do all these women and then want to change and then just all of a sudden turn into that other person? Like, you can literally,
that's what I'm saying.
You can get fed up with being that person and change. Even if,
yeah. Listen, you know how they say you can't turn a hoe into a housewife? It's not that it's impossible. It's just that the work required to turn a hoe into a housewife is not the amount of work that most men want to do. Most men want to meet their wife when their wife is already ready to be a housewife, not when she's still a hoe, and then they got to put in all the work to turn her into a housewife. So yeah, if you can go through the work to deconstruct from that whole mentality, You can make yourself ready for a man. And then when the man
Oh
meets
my
you,
God.
you can tell him about your past. You'll be like, hey, I got to the point before you met me long ago where I realized that I didn't want to live that lifestyle. Yeah, sure, I was this type of woman for a while, but my mentality has changed. So just so you know, I haven't had sex in 7 years. I haven't had sex in 6 months. I haven't had sex in 1 year. There's a reason why. That tells that man a lot about where your brain, your mind already is. But if the man that you met that you want to spend the rest of your life with, you met him, and then last night you had just fucked Tyrone, and now you just met the love of your life, and Tyrone gave you the big mandingo, you're not going to forget Tyrone. Women don't forget good sex, bro.
But why has it be like one side or the other one? Because I feel like, you know, you saying like 200, 100 body count. Who really having 100 body count? Like, that's
A
crazy.
lot of people.
You know,
A
I
lot
know
of
people
people.
are, okay. I know people are, but the average person is not having sex with 100 people at 17, 18, 19, 20 years old. I don't know none. I'm sorry, I don't. So,
It's true.
I'm just
It's
saying,
very.
like, if a woman has two, or, you know, probably had sex with 2 people when she was like 19, 20, and now she's in a relationship with a man when she's 22, 23, 24, 25, and she find that this man is going to be everything. I feel like, you know what I'm saying? Listen, it's almost as the same as a virgin, because she doesn't have no high body count. She had sex with a couple of people. What do you want her to do?
There's men out here buying prostitutes every weekend.
Well, we know men do this stuff like that. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying that's part of the body count for men that are like that. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But women are not asking men what their body count is. That's a man thing to do. First of all, and I've never heard of that. First of all, no man really say that on the internet.
Listen, okay? The reason why for you as a woman it's good for you to know my body count as a man, not only will you get to understand my taste in women and what I've actually tasted, but you have a realistic understanding of situations where I might be likely to cheat on you. And if you can do something about it and you really want to protect your household, you can take some actions to prevent me from getting in certain situations. Like if I'm a man and I know you were a certain way when you was a hoe, you used to go to certain places, I'll have you stop going there. Right?
But what makes her a hoe though?
The fact that sex to her was not something that had to be with one person. She could enjoy it with anyone.
Okay. But
And
you think a lot of women think like that?
eventually she got to the point where she just wants to do it with one person. But the truth is, does she have the discipline to just stay with one person, considering that she's always had the mentality that she could be with anyone? Because if she comes and tells you that she's going to be with just you, but she still has that old mentality, that means her co-workers is fucking her. Somebody somewhere is slamming that shit. Especially when you turn around at night and you're like, hey, baby, let's do it. She's like, I don't feel like it. But listen, especially in religion, unfortunately, many religious women hold their husbands hostage with sex. This is not new information. We're not stupid. We all live in the same world. You know, sex is a weapon in the hand of a woman. Towards a man.
Because men put too much value on it, like you doing right.
It's not too much. You don't get to decide what we value as men. We know why we value it.
Not tonight, honey.
You just want it. So
No,
badly.
we value it because the women that actually meet that standard have historically been great to us. Period. We don't want a woman that argues with us all the time about every freaking thing. We want a woman that's feminine and gentle towards us, that brings out our masculinity. Many of us men want it. Some men might not care, but most of us men that know what we want, we do care. And we put value on that shit. And when we communicate with you women, we're not trying to bring you down. We're just trying to tell you how it is for us, how it is in the brotherhood. Just like it is in the sisterhood.
Another problem is a lot of men watch porn, so they think sex is supposed to be this outrageous, like crazy, like deal, and then like some of these women aren't. It kind of ruins the experience, bro. And that's why you have to stay away from porn. Also,
listen, that is why too much porn can be bad. It can really be bad
for you.
It will give you an unrealistic expectation of what to expect from your wife. For example, imagine you watch porn and the women are always doing the shit, and then your wife, she makes no sounds. You're gonna start feeling some type of way. You know,
Exactly.
imagine you have a high body count, and all the girls that used to fuck used to make all types of sound. They used to, especially since they're hoes, their job is to pretend, anyways. And then here's you have your wife, and you're tapping that shit all you want, you're sweating, you're breaking your back, and she's just looking you straight in the eyes like, my nigga. You gonna be like, hell no, not today.
And that's why they create a body count, because they want to see if the next woman's like that, or how they want to have all these different experiences to see what best fits them, so they can find what turns them on, I guess you could say.
If you're a woman and you're having sex with a man and you're having to fake mourn, that's not the man you're gonna spend the fucking rest of your life with. If you have to fake mourn with a man,
Most women have to fake mourn with men.
Really?
Yes. 90% of women do not.
Cause
Tyrone with him.
Cause the Tyrone. That's cause you keep thinking about Tyrone, who slammed you when you were 21, and he gave it to you with authority,
No, well, maybe she
with
never.
power
There's
and
some
might.
women that never orgasm. That's a study. It's women that never orgasm in their whole life.
That's probably a health
They don't
issue.
know how to teach the man to
That's
make
a
them
health issue.
orgasm.
That's a health issue.
No, that's
If
not
you
a health issue. It's just nature. It's just it's nature. It's biology. A woman,
Yeah,
a man,
yeah,
and
it's a
listen,
disability.
in order, no, it's not. In order for
It's
a
not
child
normal.
to be born, it's genetics. In order for a child to be born, a man has to ejaculate. That's why every man mostly ejaculates. But women can still have a baby and she doesn't have to orgasm. So a lot of women, I went to school. A lot of
Wouldn't
women.
that be a mental issue though? Like a woman can't
Like for
No,
real,
it's
because
not a
there are
mental. No, it's
biologically
not. No, it's not a mental
some part
issue.
of the
No.
body that automatically, if those parts have been
I gotta do some
touched a
research.
certain way, your body is going to react a certain way. It's like if it doesn't happen, there is definitely a problem. It cannot just be natural like this, and then you are just not going to feel a certain way. There is definitely a problem. If you see a professional, you would definitely have a real
You can
reason.
feel whatever. I said orgasm. Having a sexual feeling, with pleasure is pleasure. That's
Yeah,
something
maybe she
different
didn't
than an
end up also
orgasm.
on the right partners. I've been watching even interviews of women of more than 40s. They said they never ever had it. Some had that at around 40s, but they've been having sex their whole life. But around 40, 45, that is where they discovered the body. Some even started to cheat on her husband around 40, 45. But their
You
whole
run-
life, they've
you
been,
run into
they've been having
Tyrone.
sex.
You run into Tyrone, and Tyrone slammed that
That's-
shit good, and that's the showers of heaven keep coming out. You
Well,
might
there's
think it
some
was the
women
flood
that
of
it doesn't
Noah.
matter what you do. It doesn't matter what you do, and 90% of women do not have orgasms. I'm just gonna let
90%
y'all
of
know.
women?
No.
You're
Look
lying.
it up. Look
Come
it up
on,
right
sister.
now.
No
Look it up right now.
way.
Come on, look it up. We got computers in our hands. We got computers in our hands.
Wow, that
Look
is
it up,
sad.
man. You don't have to just say anything. Just look it up.
I'm
How
very
many
curious
women
about
have
this one. I really want to know about that one.
Look it up,
Damn, 90%. Oh, we suffer, us women.
So then that gives a woman a reason to look for a high body count, because she wants to do that.
Maybe it's not 90.
You see, that is why you have to stay virgin until a certain age. So you won't be looking for your sexual identity at a very young age. That is why, yes, exactly. That is something what you just said, King. That is something that can make a body count of a woman high, because she's probably looking for that orgasm, right? She's looking for that high pleasure that
she hears
she's not
about.
getting. So she goes to guy 1, to guy 2, to guy 3, and then we end up to a certain escalated number. Exactly, because she's looking for pleasure.
And
real
women watch
pleasure.
Check this out.
also.
Check this out, Supreme. I got it. It says that research shows that in a committed relationship, 70% of women report orgasms. But with casual partners, the rate is just 49%. So you see, of course,
No,
a woman that's
first of all, you said women in a relationship. Listen, look it
No,
up.
no, no,
for
no. Hold
all
on, hold up, Supreme.
maybe
That's not what
in
I
a
said.
relationship, maybe
No,
not.
that's not what I said. Listen. Listen to everything I'm saying. It says that research shows that in a committed relationship, 70% of women report orgasms. But with casual partners, the rate is just 49%. To give a woman sexual pleasure, the key is to provide. Hold up. Let me actually.
Go ahead.
Okay, actually, listen. Ever since 1948, when Alfred Kinsey launched modern sexual research, one finding has been confirmed and reconfirmed over and over again compared with men and women. Compared with men, women are considerably less likely to have orgasm. Men report orgasm in approximately 95% of heterosexual encounters, but for women, depending on the study, the figure ranges from 50% to 70%. So yes, 50 to 70% of women experience orgasms. So only 30% don't experience orgasms.
No,
For sure.
no.
I felt bad for us women for a second. I was like, my
No,
God.
you need to feel bad because that's not. I don't know what study you're looking at, but that's.
You told
Now
me
you're
to
arguing with the
Google
studies.
Yeah.
So guess what? It says that women that have casual partners only have a 49% chance at most
No,
to
keep
experience an
reading.
orgasm.
He said keep reading.
And maybe those 49s are those ones that maybe the husband go to work. He goes
Listen,
to work.
it
they
says
come very
okay.
late.
It says
They
why.
don't, you know.
It says
They
why.
do want to know
It
the
might
why.
not be accurate. Okay, calm down.
It says why. Two possibilities. Something about the women or something about the sex. Psychologists and sociologists have focused on women. They found that 4 variables make modest differences in women's rates of orgasms. Demographics. As age, education, and income increases, the likelihood of orgasms increases somewhat. Beliefs. Compared with women who embrace religious fundamentalism and traditional sex roles, women as homemakers, those who expose more liberal religious and social views are more likely to have orgasms. So religious women are least likely to have orgasms. Jesus ain't gonna make you come. Relationship. As happiness with the relationship increases, women's likelihood of orgasm increases modestly. Sexual trauma. Sexual trauma. Compared with women who have experienced incest or other sexual exploitations and other sexual assaults, women free from sexual trauma are somewhat more likely to have orgasms. Meanwhile, sex researchers have focused on what happens in bed. They found that the quality of the couple's lovemaking makes a major difference in women's rate of orgasm, much more difference than psychological or sociological factors. Recently, a large Australian study confirmed the sexological view. The ability to have an orgasm has less to do with the differences among women than with the erotic stimulation they receive. You see, Australian researchers asked 5,118 women and women aged between 16 and 59 about 4 factors mentioned above, and then asked them to describe what had happened during their most recent partner's sex encounter and if they had an orgasm. Overall, 95% of men reported orgasms, but only 69% of women. The women's demographics, beliefs, relationship, and history of sexual trauma made some difference in their rates of orgasms, but not much. The only demographic factor that really mattered was the level of commitment in the relationship. In a committed relationship, 70% of women report orgasms, but with casual partners, the rate was just 49%. Researchers concluded demographic and relationship characteristics were associated with the frequency of orgasms, but the differences were not as dramatic as the associations with sexual practices. Whoops! That's a lot of info.
Yeah.
Anyways,
25% of women say they orgasm. When I just read and I just looked at, they said 25% of women say they orgasm during
25.
That's
25.
bullshit. That's bullshit. That's not even consistent with our experiences.
Like
25%. But this research is actually consistent with my experience. I don't know about you guys. When you are in a committed relationship with someone and you really have feelings for them, your sexual experience is different than when you're just fucking a random person. Than when you're just fucking a random person.
25%. Yeah, I just Googled it. But
It's
okay.
lovemaking.
But I just know it's less. And women don't get as much pleasure as men. You guys can just bloop, bloop, bloop.
It depends on commitment.
that's sad.
Commitment is the biggest factor. So if you're just fucking a random guy and you just want to just blow some steam, it's not gonna be the same as someone whose body is like a piece of art to you that you're obsessed with. You know, it's just different. supreme. And if you're a young woman listening to me right now, I hope you're listening. The sex you're having with casual partners is not gonna be the same as if you focus on one partner and you build a real relationship that has many other positive factors.
But Conga, I gotta go. I'll see y'all later.
Yeah, man, you the king, bro. Take care, my brother.
You the king too.
That's right.
I think that is true. Even when it comes to orgasms, it's not good. It's not gonna happen just with any old person just having casual sex. We already know that. Anyway, it's more mental for women than it is physical. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, because I do want my child to be, not be a hoe. You know what I'm saying? Of course not. I don't want my daughters growing up and having sex.
How old do you want your daughters to lose their virginity?
I don't have no time, but I know I want them to focus on school instead of that. But when they do that, focus on school, I don't want them to think that, oh, now I'm done doing all that I need to do as far as myself and build myself up. Now I'm going to need to look for a man, and that's the only way that I'm going to be able to experience sex. Well, no. You're going to experience men and enjoy your life. What the hell?
Let me also tell you one of the benefits of waiting till marriage to have sex. You are less likely to get an STD.
Right.
That's a fact.
That's nasty.
Yeah. And what would you take? A poor virgin that has no STD or a rich man, billionaire that has STDs? Which one will you take? Facts. And that's why you guys make sure you're getting tested out there.
Yes.
Make sure you're getting tested as you're test driving those cars. Because if you don't test the car, what do you mean by lies, Coco? What you say, Manu?
I say make sure you check the oil of those cars, whether as long as the tire rolls.
Make sure it's properly lubricated. Make sure there's enough tire pressure. Make sure transmission works. Make sure there's enough coolant in it. Make sure there's enough lubrication on the gears. Make sure the brakes work. Make sure the brakes work.
And get the air. Oh, that's the one. No matter what, slow or what, but once you feel it's moving, that's the one.
Make sure the brakes work. Very important. Make sure the brakes in your sexual life works. You don't gotta fuck everybody you got a chance to fuck now.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you the truth.
Hey,
it's called self-control and it's called discipline.
Yes. And I think you should have that, but I don't think only people who's a virgin have that. You know what I'm saying? Because
No, you're right. You're right about that. You're 100% right. Not only people that are virgins can have self-control, but being a virgin gives you an edge. You can't be tempted by what you've never been desired or have an idea of. But guess what? If you've been rammed with some big dicks over there, and some dude with a massive mandingo who's your coworker, and you see his dick print every day, and those thoughts keep crossing your mind, something might happen in the printer room. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then the baby comes out as a mixed baby, or the baby comes out with Asian eyes. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
What kind of women do you guys know? Like what? What kind of women do you guys come across?
Infidelity is across all levels, even in the church. Why do you think pastors out here ramming sisters in Christ?
I don't believe it about right. No, I don't care about none of that.
It happens. It's just the reality of the world. And in this hypersexualized world, if you're not intentional about your sexual goals, you will get fucked up. And you're going to end up in a situation for a life relationship where life forced you. That was your only option. You never had any other options. You didn't have any other choices. Listen, women, especially you women, you make this mistake more than men, okay? You take your sexual life, you give it so little seriousness that time just keeps passing by and you just keep trying and trying. You keep failing and failing. By the time you even find something good, you're old already. And by the time you have some common sense in your head, you got 3 kids already, 3 different baby daddies. You got to do all that drama while trying to convince some other guy to come and be with you for the rest of your life. It's tough, Unfortunately, Women, you have been burdened with the responsibility of carrying us humans, not just men, everyone.
Maybe they
And
want to die clean.
yeah, you know, so it might not even be your fault. The guy could literally be shitty. The guy could have been a player, a stupid guy, and you got into a relationship with him and you had 3 kids, and now he left or he died or he went to jail. What are you supposed to do? Let me ask you a question, Supreme, since you were really hot on this subject. Just say yes or no. Your husband that you got right now, if he gets locked up for the next 10 years, will you wait for him?
If he got locked up, yeah. If he got locked up for some nonsense, of course. Oh my goodness, don't even say nothing like that.
For the next 10 years, you will wait for him? You won't fuck nobody else?
No, I don't think. Listen, I don't put that much value on sex. It's
I
okay.
can't doubt you. I can't doubt you. I can't doubt you because I don't know you, so I can only take your word for it.
Yes, because I wouldn't just leave him in jail. Like that's so. I think that's
In
just
prison.
like hell. Yeah, in prison. I would not. Just
What if he's
leave.
gonna do 20 years in prison? You gonna wait?
I'm gonna wait for him. As far as be there for him, put some money on his book. 20 years now. Shoot.
How about getting Meningo?
I would divorce him after 15 years, probably.
So you're not gonna get Mandinga lights for 15 years?
Yes, I wouldn't. No.
Wow. When was the longest you ever went in your relationship without getting pumped?
We don't go a long time. I've been with this person 11 years, but before him, I didn't have, smacks for like maybe 2 years before him.
Will you consider yourself an attractive woman that can attract any man you want?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and men approach me even as
What was your body count? What was your body count before you met your current husband?
I probably 2. My first, I was married.
How old
before
was you? How old was you when you got married?
I was 22.
Oh, I guess you was pretty close to being you were pretty close to virgin. Shit, you only had two. Now, how many times did those 2 people pump you? Probably a lot of times, but
I was married. This is my second marriage. I was married when I was 18.
Oh shit!
Yes.
Young.
Yes, I was young.
You probably didn't understand marriage to the depths. How about him?
He was 27. He got
What?
me. Yeah.
You was
Me and
18?
my husband now is the same age, but he was my first husband was 27.
Would
But he
you
was
want-
an 18-year-old. He might as well have been 18.
Would you want that for your daughters?
No, see, I didn't have the guidance that my daughters have. Will have anyway when they turn 18.
So what are you teaching your daughters then?
They're 8 and 9, so I'm not really teaching them about that right now. But when they get of age, I think 12, because I started having my mind at 12. Knowing about things. So at 12, I would start explaining to them about sex and about different things. And I will let them know that being a virgin is very good and you should stay as long as possible until you finish school and everything like that. But I'm not going to put you married over.
No, that's good. That's good. Listen. You couldn't go wrong like that, honestly, because it's not as if they're not gonna get to the point where they're gonna have their own minds. But I don't think that there's anything wrong with your mindset as far as what you would teach your daughters. You clearly have learned from the mistakes in your life, which is what I was trying to accomplish with this topic, right? Like, whether you are a virgin or not a virgin doesn't make you a bad person. It just kind of puts different difficulties in your path. Because virgins also have this a negativity to being a virgin. And that negativity is that you cannot guarantee that your partner is necessarily going to be sexually capable enough. The only good thing is that you might be oblivious to it because you've never had better. But I know of a situation where, they liked each other. But she just didn't perform up to standard. And she was a virgin, and it just couldn't work because of that. And they had to split, after like waiting for such a long time. They both were virgins when they got married, except dude just can't do. Unfortunately, the brother, and it don't work, the way it's supposed to. And she's a woman, and she needs to have kids, so he put her in a tough spot. So even being a virgin is not necessarily like 100% foolproof. So you could wait all these years just to end up in a miserable situation as well. There's a slight negativity to that. But waiting as a virgin still gives you a better edge than the person who didn't. The person who didn't have to work a little bit more to accomplish what you can accomplish simply by remaining a virgin. And honestly, like I said, the discipline required to stay a virgin means that naturally you focused on other aspects of your life that were beneficial. It's not always true, but most of the time it is. Like for me, I lost my virginity at 18. But by 18, I had already accomplished so much in my life that I'm thinking to myself, if I had started having sex earlier than 18, I don't know if I would have been able to accomplish what I accomplished in my life. By the time I had sex, I was already out of the house earning enough money to where I've never had to beg money from anyone since then. I was financially stable as a young man. And I made stupid decisions, spent too much money on these hoes. You know what I'm saying? Just like that. But I learned through my experience. And I'm willing to do the work that I would not have had to do was I a virgin, in order to secure that one woman that's going to be my first wife.
And you want a virgin? You say you're going to get a virgin?
No, I'm not a virgin, but I'm a polygamist.
No, your wife. You want to, when you get your wife, would you want her to be a virgin?
My last wife is going to be a virgin.
Your last one, so your first one is not?
Don't matter. She just needs to be a woman that can be a CEO, a boss.
Okay.
I'm a polygamist.
So your wife can have multiple husbands as well?
Can I say something before I leave?
No, if she goes there, she can stay there.
No, but seriously, I just really think that there is really something about women keeping their virginity, because we all know there is a lot going on through like girls, because at that moment you are a girl's mind that guess if you can keep, because I have little sisters, and honestly I would love them to go that way, because I think it's a very healthy way. Like when you lose your virginity with the man that you are going to spend the rest of your life with, you know, that mental process, that little mental thing that goes on even when you lose your virginity. I don't know about that, I guess, but I also hear about, I heard about other people, right, that you will have sex with that person, and that mental problem, that mental thing, that thing that you feel, guess if you have to go through that mental thing with the man of your life, isn't it better? Isn't it better that he's the one actually helping you? That's why mentally, mental health is emotionally, real. And all that? Because yes, actually, when a woman starts with a man, something goes into her mind, even if you love the guy or even if you don't love the guy. And if you have been, I would love to say that in French, but I would say that in English. I will try my best, right? When you have been wrongly this virgin, yes, because there's a way to be wrongly, and by that I'm not saying S-A-N-N. You can have been wrongly this virgin. And when you have been wrongly this virgin, there is at least 85% chance that you're going to do mistakes with your sexual life until you get married. Like, it's obvious. It's obvious because especially if it was at the wrong age, you are not mature enough. You don't even exactly know what pleasure is. All you know is that sex is a man getting inside a woman. That's it. When you only have that in your mind, yet you so don't know much, you are still not mature enough to go have sex. You have some 20-year-old girls, they've been growing up like they're still immature. They should also not go for sex because they still don't know more about sex. Now, because I'm leaving, I'll get to that part. The one in blue, I really hate that part. I will be honest with you guys. When people get married already, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I actually do really think that we should be very honest women. But I think that the big brother Bakanga told us when we can recognize in a man that when he asks that question, it means what it means. But I also think that I don't know exactly how you can be in a healthy, happy relationship with your husband in the future if before you guys get married, y'all have not been honest, like actually very honest. I really want to say 100% honest. Like even if you say that, oh, you cannot trust people 100%, yes. But I think that when you guys want to get married, it's a must. It's a must that you guys get to that point. Why? Because women, our problem right now is that we are too masculine. We so think that we are the bosses, that we so think that we got it, we can do whatever. Actually, we can think of our own. We can actually even be like, man, if my man doesn't want me to do that, but I want to do it, I will still do it anyway because I'm an adult. I can think the way I want. Then you don't want to get married. Because if you really want to get married, it's a must to accept that the man is the leader, he's the boss. That's it. Yes, a lot of women do argue with that, but hey, if he's a boss, he's a boss. If it makes you comfortable, if you cannot find yourself naturally just being feminine without no effort and it doesn't trigger you, even if you call yourself an independent woman or whatever, I think you are definitely just not ready, and you can keep lying. Some people learn the hard way, but actually, if you pass the stage, I think so. If you pass the stage of telling the truth about the most uncomfortable topic of your life, like in your life, I don't see how the rest cannot be like very smooth and easy, and just how it will not get you guys more close and other. Because please, if you want to get married, is to be vulnerable, is to love each other, it's just to be like kids, it's just to be us, and you want to be that with only one person in your life. So if you don't want that, it's okay that you want to keep stuff for yourself. Thank you.
Or like with only one person, or like polygamy, you know, like polygamy. Viola.
Hi, Vakanga.
Talk to us, Viola.
So I have a question.
Okay.
You know how you tell us to be to always be realistic, right?
Yes, ma'am.
My question is, can you really date someone without being intimate, without sleeping with the person before marriage? Is that possible?
Yes, it's possible, but it has to be mutual.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how possible is it? Like
10. It's a matter of choice. It's a matter of choice. You know,
So
it's
you're
easy
saying
for
you can
virgins.
be-
It's easy for virgins. But people who are not virgin, it's not easy for them. So for virgins, I would say at a 10. Okay, let me be more realistic as possible. For those who are not virgins, while dating, sex is almost not even like something you even argue about. It's just natural. It comes naturally to you guys because it's not new. For virgins, it's easy for them to just wait until they're actually married and consummate it. But
so will it be that the two of them will be virgins, or just the girl will be a virgin, or just the boy will be a virgin?
in a situation where only one partner is a virgin, holy shit. The only thing you have to make sure is that the person that you're about to be with truly values your virginity. So you need to find a way of communicating, a way of identifying the red flags necessary to inform you if that person truly values the fact that you waited long enough and you are saying that you love them and you want to give them a gift that they couldn't get from anywhere else. You know?
Okay.
And if you can ensure that the person can value that by being honest to you about their sexual past. Because if I come to you and you're a virgin, Viola, I need to explain why I'm not a virgin. Because you're the love of my life. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. So I will have to open up to you and be like, look, Viola, I don't really deserve your love because you were able to endure this long. I've had multiple partners and I feel like I don't deserve your virginity. And because you love me so much as to give it to me, I promise that I'll be extra loyal to you beyond your imagination. I will always value this gift that you've given me. That virginity is even more valuable than the damn ring I put on your finger or the damn ring that you put on my finger, right? It's even more valuable than the vows that we make because I can't imagine what you had to endure to resist all the offers and all those men. And the fact that you were able to wait this long tells me that when I marry you, you will be able to stay faithful to me. It's easy for you as a virgin to convince me that you will stay faithful to me than for a girl that's been ran through to convince me that they will be faithful to me. Vice versa.
Okay. So let me tell you something. Growing up,
Okay.
let's say I want to be in a relationship, for example. If, as a young girl, you tell a guy, oh, I don't want anything that has to do with sex before marriage. I don't want, and you really, really like the girl, the guy and the girl, vice versa, we both like each other. The next thing, if you tell a guy you don't want sex before marriage, the next thing, the guy is going to leave you for another girl.
Because he's not worth your goddamn virginity. He's a low value man. That's a pig. You let the pig go to the pig fence. You go and find a man that even if you guys do end up having sex, at least he has a good mentality. You wouldn't have just given it to anyone. What's your leg? Is your leg like a movie theater? Your vagina is not a goddamn public servants hangout spot where anyone can just come and hang out there. You gotta at least have some type of standard, you know. And if you truly don't have that standard, and you're just giving it to any of those type of guys, when it comes time for that one guy that you want to spend the rest of your life with, you wouldn't even know what a guy who is high value looks like. So you probably end up marrying someone like that. And that's how they will beat your ass and probably drive you into all type of mental craziness. And that's what we do see in the world. I find relationships where they end up getting married because they got pregnant to be also very miserable, you know? Because if that was not your intention and having a child forced you, that means that all those other connections, all those other systems were never grounded. You know, it was never there from the beginning. Life kind of forced you down that path. And we don't like when life forces us down a path because eventually we keep looking for a way to get back on the path that we wanted. Imagine that you're working at McDonald's and your coworker impregnates you. You're both 21. Well, shit. Is he ready to be a dad? His ability to be a dad and how he treats your child will affect what you look for in your next man or in your next husband, if at all that relationship doesn't work. So the best advice that we can give those who are coming after us is, if you can keep your legs closed, keep them motherfuckers close as the fucking gates of hell and heaven.
Okay, Bakanga. Thank you.
You're married, right?
I'm married.
You're married,
I'm
right?
7 years deep into my marriage. Yeah, I'm 7 years deep into marriage. We took
And
kids.
you have kids. How will you describe?
I have 2 boys.
How will you rate your sex life on a scale of 10 being the highest, the best, and 0 being the worst?
I wasn't a promiscuous girl. I was just really, you know, one relationship at a time. So yeah, that was me. I was never promiscuous. No.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I call everyone that's had more than one partner a hoe. The word hoe is not a bad word. It's not a bad word. It's not a bad word. It just describes a person who's fucked multiple people before they actually met one person.
I don't regret anything in my past, though. I do not regret my sexual life.
No. There's no need for regrets. There's no need for regrets. You can't change the past with regret.
Yeah.
You know, you can only damage your future with regret. What you have to do is accept the reality of your situation and face it with honesty and transparency. And if the man you choose to be with can accept that about you, then you can really tell that he loves you. You know?
Right. Yeah.
But my question that I asked you, like I said, on the scale of 10, 0 being the worst, 10 being the best, how would you rate your sex life after 7 years of marriage?
Right now it's a solid 9.
Well, shit.
Yeah, very solid.
And what are you guys doing to keep that flame burning?
Loyalty. I'm just really loyal, and he is too. He just, I really do love my husband, and he loves me too. So lucky girl.
Have you guys ever cheated on each other?
Initially, he was in America, I was in Nigeria, so I don't really know if he cheated on me. You know, the first 2 years of my marriage, he was in America, I was in Nigeria. So I came here after my 2nd year of marriage, so I don't know. I really don't know. Yes, no. I cannot answer that. Let me not lie.
Only the devil knows. Only the devil knows.
Let me not lie. I don't know.
How about you? How about you?
No, never. Absolutely no, not.
You never, the thought never even crossed your mind?
Nope. There's not, like, I don't even think about it. Like, it's not.
Good.
There's more to think about life than sex, you know? Like, come on.
So, considering that I don't know the depths of your religious beliefs or your relationship with religion. Would you consider yourself a religious person?
No, I'm not. No.
Okay. So how were you able to achieve that despite not being religious?
I would say, so ask the question again. Can you paraphrase?
How were you guys able to achieve that sexual consistency, that sexual intimacy for such a long time? Without being religious?
What has religion got to do with sex? It's just sex. It's like a human feeling, right? Sex is just, it's like food. food for down there. You know, it's something when you're hungry, you're horny, just go meet your husband. You know, it's not something.
Oh, your
that has to do with
coworker.
religion.
Oh, your coworker.
No.
Oh, Tyrone.
I'm sexually attracted to my husband. I'm not.
Tyrone.
No, I'm never gonna cheat on him. Never.
Good,
Yeah.
Good.
That's why I married him. Mhm.
Just hoping that Tyrone does not come and
Absolutely not. No.
flash his golden teeth.
No,
and,
that's not.
and his pierced nose.
No, I don't care for that.
And his one-eared earring
I do not
wearing
care for
self.
that.
Avoid. You're from Nigeria, so you don't have to worry about Tyrone. Your problem is Ebuka.
I don't care about Ebuka today. I don't care about Ebuka.
Okay, good.
I only care about my husband. That's it. Yeah.
So, how did you? Was your husband a virgin when you guys got married?
No, he has a daughter. Before we got married.
Oh damn! He even has a daughter. Is the daughter living with you or with the mother?
With the mom.
What's your relationship with the daughter when she hangs out with you guys?
Christmas. She comes for Christmas. She comes every December to spend Christmas with us.
Okay, and you and her get along?
Yeah, she lives in New York. Yep.
Oh, okay. Good. See, ladies and gentlemen, church girls, you guys are not the only one who have the ability to stay faithful. So now, you and your husband, did you guys have any type of conversation about your sexual past before you guys got married?
Yes, we did.
How did that go?
Yeah.
And what came out of that conversation?
I just told him how many boyfriends I had before him, and that's it. Not like how many times I had sex. Like how many relationship, like genuine relationship I have been before we got engaged. So I just told him the truth, and that's it.
Does he know how old you were when you lost your virginity?
Yes.
Do you know how old he was when he lost his virginity?
No, I did not ask. There was no point to ask.
So this you don't have to answer this next question unless you feel comfortable to. So in the bedroom, as far as the different positions, the different spices, the tactic, your tactic, your technique, how did your past experiences affect the ones you now have with your new husband, with your current husband?
I honestly don't think about it. I've never thought of it till now. I don't think about it.
Okay.
Because I love my husband. I'm not lying.
I know you're. Listen, I believe you, and I know you might be biased towards your current husband, but to be genuine with us and to be as truthful as possible, you don't have to answer.
Right.
Who was your best sexual experience with? Ebuka! Ebuka! I knew it. It was Ebuka. Ebuka, the motorcycle, the keke driver. Ebuka did it. Ebuka is the reason why it's not a 10.
First of all, I did not stay in Igbo land, so I don't ever meet any Ebuka in my life. I stayed in Edo State. Yeah.
So it was Tolu. It was Tolu. So your best sexual experience wasn't your husband, in fact.
It's my husband.
It is.
I put my foot down. It's my husband for sure.
Why you have to put your foot down?
Because I really don't think about my past. My past is my past. I don't think about my past.
It does not change the fact. It doesn't change the fact that it happened.
I don't care for it. I don't care. It's past. It's past. It's
You
like
cannot
yesterday.
ignore
I don't
it.
care about what happened yesterday.
We are speaking objectively, logically. This is now logic. No more emotions. Logically. If you were to logically examine all your experiences, I need for you to be truthful with me. If you can be truthful with me, if what you're saying is the truth right now, no problem.
But how do you remember all your experiences that you've had in the past? Who does that? Do you?
Were you not the one that was fucking? Who was it the Holy Spirit? Was it the Holy Spirit that was fucking for you? No, it was you.
So wait. You just sit down and start reminiscing about your past sex life.
Yes. It's your life now. You cannot pretend as if it never happened.
Honestly, let me not lie. Honestly, I've never.
Hey, Isaac, you should get in this conversation, bro.
Maybe, girl, I really do think, like, you know. Hey, let me tell you. Let me be honest. Like, I really didn't want to go there, but there is a mental something that I was trying to do, and I wanted to see if I can be honest enough with myself, and if honestly every woman who can do that, especially for us non-married women, I think that is something that can really help, because sometimes it helps you to identify the problem. It helps you to identify exactly where you're coming from, why you did certain thing, and how you ended up there. Whatever it is, you know, I think it's good to go back to your past. Yes, you should be able to write down every man that you've been with. If you don't remember, something is wrong.
What are you gonna do with this information? If I may
because
ask?
it's going. You are true to yourself. Are you ashamed of what you did?
No, it's not my shame. Why should I be ashamed of my past? Like, what am I going to do with that information?
Right.
Like,
Okay, if you cannot
every
remind yourself what you did, for example, how can you even be true to your husband? Of course, you are not going to think about that. And no, I think it's very important to think about our past. A lot of things that we discover because of that. Like a lot of things we do discover of ourselves, even in our
It's
future.
maintenance.
Because,
It's part of
he
your
asked you-
preventive maintenance. Yeah.
He asked you a question that, and you gave an answer. I understand that you say that you are very good in your husband, and wow, what is very beautiful. Congratulations. But you know, I want to feel comfortable enough that if I have the question, if I'm being asked, do you think your husband ever cheated on you? Honestly, yes, it's true that we said that we don't know people 100%, right? But your
Yeah,
answer, you
no.
hesitate, and you said you were not there. Why? So you don't think that your husband is honest with you? You guys don't have that compatibility where you can feel confident and be like, oh no, he didn't.
No,
Why?
how do you
Because
mean? Like,
you know.
Initially, when we got married, he was living in America and I was living in Nigeria. That's like what, how many hours away?
So when
I
you
don't
guys
know
got
what he was
married-
doing in America while he was
That's
here when I
not
was in Nigeria.
okay. You should be knowing, right? Because you guys
How?
are
How
married
would I
and
know?
you guys are true to each other.
So you're maybe for example, I call him on a video call. I call him and like, show me your room. What are you doing? Where are you now?
Did Supreme say African man cheat or something like
Viola,
that? Is that what I heard?
Viola.
African men be cheating in New York.
Viola,
Yes,
Viola,
They definitely
yes.
do.
I really don't want to cause problem in your household, but
Right.
you should go and cook some nice Nigerian food and serve it to your husband, and then look at him in the eye. Don't show any emotions and ask him, honey, for the first 2 years when you were here without me, did you ever cheat on me?
Absolutely not. So I'm not gonna do that.
Oh my
Why
God.
do that?
No,
Don't you want to start up
You
some
should feel
nonsense?
comfortable
It
doing
doesn't
it.
matter anymore.
No, you should feel comfortable
No,
doing
don't
it. You
do
should
that,
feel
Viola.
comfortable doing it.
Viola,
Oh
that
my
doesn't matter.
God, something is not right
That
here.
doesn't matter
Yeah,
at all,
no, I'm not doing
Viola.
that. No, absolutely not. No.
Why not now?
No.
Girl,
Why?
guess what?
Why?
Guess what? Let me tell you. I will tell you why. For example, if
But
he
what's
is
she gonna
able
do
to
if he
answer,
say yes? She supposed to
I'm telling you,
Exactly. What
Viola,
do with
right?
that information?
Listen,
Exactly. What
Viola.
are you
Listen,
for?
Viola. If he is
Right.
able to answer you very like a good answer, and you feel inside your heart comfortable, you don't know how close you're gonna feel. Maybe you thought you love him. I think you're gonna love him even
No,
more. I think
no,
it's gonna
no, I
make
don't
you
think
guys
it's
even more
necessary.
close to each other. So
Viola,
you're not
no.
ready for the
I'd
truth.
rather-
Let
Do you know
me
what
tell
I
you
would
why.
do?
Let me tell you why it's necessary. If he cannot answer that question to you, whatever you're experiencing right now, you are on a joy ride. You are on a joy ride. Listen,
What do you mean joyride? What do you- how do you-
the one thing that we human beings like to ignore, which is always in front of us, actions fucking have consequences. You cannot just ignore them. Like it has mental consequences. And unfortunately, I'm so sorry, my sister Viola. I have put the thought in your head. You will think of it.
No,
You will
I'm
think
not.
of it.
Honestly. Oh my
No,
God.
don't think about it, Viola. Because at
See,
the
I have,
end of
like,
the day, if he
Let me
he
tell you
could
what I'm
lie
thinking
to
about.
you.
You said
He
what?
could say whatever he could lie to you. He could say yes. He could say no.
Yeah,
There's
he
nothing
can
to
lie. He
change
can
your
say what to say.
situation.
But how can you even? But you're not logical when you say that your husband can lie to you. What did you get
Why
yourself
not?
in, sis?
Just because
Why you
somebody's
say
a
that he can
husband
lie?
does
No,
not make
you
him
gotta be confident when you talk about your
truthful with
husband. That is at that
everything.
level that you guys
Yeah,
should be trusting
messy,
each other.
messy. Just messy. Just
No.
messy. Hell.
How can
First of
somebody
all,
be asking
first
you
of
a
all,
question?
we
You
have
sure
two
about
ones,
it?
right? We have like my situation is different. I have 2 little kids, right? I'm
Yeah.
not gonna be able to now start. My kids will start running up and down. I'll now sit down like, oh babe, tell me how far. When I'm not there, what do you do?
Viola, let me
No.
ask you a question. Let me ask you a genuine question. Would you be able to forgive him if he did?
Yes, I will. Mm-hmm.
Then you have no reason not to ask that question.
I'm here to stay. I'm not going anywhere. Like
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then you have
I'm
no
not using my
reason.
mouth for even a girl. No, I'm not gonna do that.
You have no reason
If she's not
to not
gonna
ask
leave,
him that
there's
question.
no reason
Hold on.
to ask that
Check this
question.
out. Check this out. You have no reason to not have that question. But there's another approach to it.
Okay.
He did cheat on you, and you've already
I don't
forgiven
care.
him. And
I
hold
don't
on, Viola. He did cheat on you, and you already know you already know, and you've already forgiven him to the point where you don't even want to bring it up yourself. But it's not as if you're not conscious of the fact that he did it.
I just feel like we are all growing. Like I can't start holding him because he cheated. I can't do that.
Of course.
That's me being inhuman. I'm not being realistic. You know.
There's multiple possibilities behind what you're saying. Like I said, you have thought of it. You've considered the fact that he did cheat on you, and you've forgiven him whether he did it or not. So you've considered it past. It's gone. That's a healthy way of looking at it. But it's not just a thought that you can tell me that you've just not thought about it and dealt with it mentally and overcame it mentally. Because my sister, the day that he comes home one day smelling like another woman with a perfume or with a lipstick on his shirt, that thought that you have been ignoring, it would slap you with an African backhand and you will never be able to unsee it again. That's why it's important to be realistic. You cannot ignore those little details. It's like maintenance, right? Like I said, I work on airplanes. If there's a small problem, and it's not really a problem that can cause damage, it's just a little crack, right? You ignore it. One day, a bird will hit the airplane on that spot, and that crack will expand and cause a major disaster. So if it's a thought that you have just ignored, you have not processed it emotionally, because it is a thought that carries great mental repercussions. The day that he actually accidentally cheats on you, or you catch him, or something, you find a message of a girl, and oh no, on that day, you won't be able to stand here and say boldly that, you won't be able to. So you need to deal with it.
As women.
Yes, it's not just women. Men are like that too. You need to deal with it. If there's a possibility that my partner has cheated on me, and even if I'm willing to forgive, I still want to confirm that truth and confirm within me that I do have the ability to face that truth and overcome that truth. If you ignore it, that is the little poison that is slowly killing you. You know, that's why an athlete can be playing football, playing soccer, running strong, and then a heart attack hits him. Boom. Those things are real. So you should never ignore. But you seem like you're doing better than most women, and you seem so in love with your husband, and that's a great thing.
I'm very emotionally stable. Like I'm very.
Yes. That's a great thing.
You choose peace, Viola. You choose peace. She chooses peace.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just understand you, okay?
Just
understand
Viola.
you, okay?
Viola.
Yeah.
Just make sure you stay away from Tyrone.
No,
and the
I don't care about
of your
Tyrone.
past.
Honestly, I don't know. It's not my
don't
thing.
Don't underestimate Tyrone. Tyrone works in mysterious ways. Tyrone works in mysterious ways.
I know how to handle myself. I'm a grown ass woman.
Good job.
I know how to handle myself. Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah.
So what advice?
I know what advice from life. That is it. That's the real thing.
What advice will you give younger girls right now? Any younger girls who's probably not married? You as a 7-year married woman, with all the things you've said to us, what would be your best advice that you will give them?
What I would have done differently was to read more. That's what, I just feel like if I had read more, if I had focused more on my studies, I would have gotten, I've achieved more. That's what I would have done different, honestly.
So what were you doing while you were not reading? Don't tell me you were chasing Ebuka.
No. Honestly, no. What was I not reading? I was just lazing around in my 20s. Yeah.
But as for virginity, as far as your sexual life, as far as sex in general, as far as men, as far as women, what advice will you give the younger folks? Both men and women.
Abstain. Sex is not, I really abstain from sex. Really, it's having sex with random people. It's not the way for me. Honestly, I feel like if you abstain, you're going to value yourself more. And then respect yourself too if you abstain from sex. But if you feel like you're sexually frustrated, please just use protection. Or if you must do it, use protection.
That's good advice, you know.
Yeah.
There's an STD hanging behind a tree just waiting for you, in the shape and the form of your type. You know, those of you who have types, right? There is a STD just waiting for you right in between somebody's pants. You better wear that rubber. And you better get some birth control, women.
Yeah.
Because I've seen so many lives derailed.
Yeah,
so
for
many
young girls to get pregnant easily.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've seen girls that were doing so great in college until Tyrone popped one into it.
Right. Yep.
There's white Tyrones too. There's even Chinese Tyrones. Anything else for me?
Mm-mm.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I said I was going to go 4 hours ago. Look at me. I stayed 2 extra hours. God will punish all of you people for
Bye,
making mistakes
guys.
this long.
Bye, Supreme.
In the mighty name of Jesus, amen.
Amen.
Bye.
Hey, Supreme,
Yes.
thank you so much.
You welcome, Bakanga. You already know.
You know what's up.
But listen,
Uh-huh.
keep being on these people next about this religion, though. Don't never stop.
It is modern religion, as you can see, you know. It lingers. And I'm surprised that I didn't get any religious women up here. They got secrets.
You know, those are the ones.
They got secrets, man. Them the ones they are undercover hoes. At least some of you are retired hoes. At least some of you are retired hoes. So some are just undercover hoes, you know.
Maybe we should end with a prayer.
Yeah. No.
To deliver hoes people from that spirit of hope.
Of course, I choose to keep my conversations flexible.
It
right?
was nice to meet you, Supreme.
Where?
La voix de l'Amazon, merci pour ton temps aussi.
Yes,
yo.
man, you're very welcome.
Okay. Now you guys can go so I can be a normal.
I'm trying to X out of this shit. All right, bye.
Bye. Ladies and gentlemen, fantastic guest. Professional hoes, ex-hoes, undercover hoes, virgins, and disvirginous. I say hello to you. Thank you so much for being here today. This is life, okay? It's not a matter of right and wrong. It's not a matter of good and bad. It's not a matter of I'm better. These are just conversations that are nice to have. And people are still going to make up their mind. And people are going to do what they want to do. But there are real consequences to these things, right? You just have to be conscious of it. And understand that the life you are living and the place you find in yourself is a product of all the decisions you've made ever since you were able to make decisions. So choose wisely. Choose wisely. And if you have made mistakes, don't beat yourself. Don't be depressed, right? If you're a woman in your 30s, you can't find a man, you're struggling financially, you're a single mom, just stay the course, okay? Make sure that your next decision is better than the one you made yesterday. As long as you're moving forward, that's all it can be. It is life, you know. There are choices that you're going to make that are going to take away certain opportunities from you for the rest of your life. But it doesn't mean that you can't move forward. You can move forward. Happiness, loneliness, these are all real emotions. These are real states of mind. These are real states of being. And if you can be an example to someone, especially if you're an older brother, an older sister, don't forget the fact that there are people who are looking up to you, right? If you're a mentor, don't forget the fact that there's people who are trying to make up their life to look like yours. You do have a responsibility to make yourself a person of value. And your moral values shouldn't have anything to do with you having a religion or not having a religion. You see what I'm saying? So whether you believe in God or you don't believe in God, these truths that I speak apply to us all. And hey, have fun and wear a condom. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen. Bakanga is out. I said Bakanga is out.